known as one of England's greatest ever, so to get it off him is really special, and I'm just over the moon to be making my debut.
And I'm sure you can't wait to get out there and have an opportunity to bowl, but looking at the surface, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's been pretty docile, but I think I just can't wait to get the ball in my hand, really. I think from a bowling point of view, for us, we need to be exceptionally brave with the new ball, because I think if you can get 2 or 3 with a new ball, it will help you, and hopefully spin comes into the game more as the game goes on. So, yeah, I think we need to be really brave with our lengths early on.
Interesting, I made the assumption that he didn't know anything the day before, and assumption is the mother of all errors. So he did. He'd had a hint the day before. What does he mean by be brave with the new ball, Goffey?
Well, it's something we tell these guys. Have been trying to tell Walksy this for a long time. Don't hide the ball. West Indies hid the ball. Be brave. Ball at the stumps. That's what they're there for. If you don't bowl at the stumps, you're taking out 2 possible dismissals. Bowled and LBW. They're massive, especially when you go overseas. You look at, it's not like in England, most of the wickets will be caught behind, caught in the slip cordon. A little bit of swing, a little bit of movement, a bit of an uneven bounce. You go abroad, they're flat, they're dry. Ball at the stumps, use the facilities. That's what I say, right? Bowled in LB, you're taking out 50% opportunity again a batsman out.
Right, you've brought me to a little bugbear of mine. In the modern age of the game, do you think there's too much emphasis on the 4th stump, the corridor of uncertainty, 3 or 4 slips, 6-3 offside field? Could they not bowl straighter with 1 more leg side?
Absolutely, and I think the problem is with most captains being batsmen, they do like the orthodox short leg, 3 slips and a gully. That's what they do. Bowlers think slightly different. Yeah, they get cold thick for it, but they're not. They actually know what they're doing, bowlers. They get a ball in the hand, they know what they want. They don't often get it because most captains are quite stubborn. They tend to be batsmen and think they know more. And sometimes they have to listen to the bowler, and if he knows how he thinks he's going to try and get the batsman out, if he's going to say to his captain, I'm going to bowl at the stumps, I need cover on the leg side, he's got to be able to get it. If not, that bowler, I'll tell you now, will be defensive, and he'll bowl to 4th stump, and he'll bowl to the keeper's gloves. It's the easy option, and he's going to bowl a maiden.
Yeah, it's just pretty lengths, isn't it? I mean, I speak to my kids about it all the time. I say, how many times during this session in the net have you hit the stumps? You need to try and hit the stumps the most. That's what they're there for, as Goffey says, you know, and I just feel we do, Mark. We get lured into this, let's talk about 4th and 5th stump. It's pretty. I mean, nowadays where these young batters will come after you, you know, on docile pitches where wickets are not bouncing and the pace is slow, you just have to change up. Maybe you don't have 3 slips. Maybe you get a catcher close on the leg side and you have square leg, or you have your mid on slightly straighter and you try and bowl for LBs. That's what Goffey used to do when he used to go overseas. You know, I used to learn a lot from him standing at mid on, mid off. And he's just trying to take the wicket out of the equation. He's trying to hit you on the foot or on the pads or in hitting the stumps. And you bring your slips. You say, skipper, I don't need 3 slips. I'm bowling over there. Let's have a little mid wicket. Let's have a square leg. Let's have mid on. Right, let's see what the batter does. 1 miss, he's out.
Well, they're all vulnerable, Mark, as well, right? You've been a batsman. They're vulnerable early on in an innings. No matter what the pitch is like, take the pitch out of it, right?
Very vulnerable.
Batsman comes to the crease, footwork might not be moving, feet might not be moving as they should be, and if you're bowling it out there, you're letting the batsman have a sighter. Bowl at the stumps from ball 1, and that's what he means by being brave. And we say this when they go in indoor nets. In indoor nets, you watch how many bowlers think they are rapid and think they're great because they can see the ball carrying at indoor nets and everything's coming through here on the batsman at indoor, right? They bowl that length when they go outside. They're going to get pumped to all parts in April and May. Bowl at the stumps.
Very good. My thoughts entirely. I'm glad to hear them. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Joe Root and much more.
International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
Get an expert guide to all the latest speculation, signings and spending sprees with Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. From the latest deals worth knowing to where the big money transfers are going. Get the inside track in one all-covering football finance feature. Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed. fixed prices.
The KFC Foundation is partnering with Comic Relief. So this week, grab any sharing bucket and we'll donate £1 to Comic Relief, which will go straight to charities helping young people all over the UK. The only thing that feels better than doing good is doing good with delicious fried chicken in your mouth. All donations go to registered charity Comic Relief. For full terms, see kfc.co.uk.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
Whilst at Acceleron in Birmingham, our sustainable, recyclable batteries are helping power 9 countries.
So whatever your business, big or small, start-up or established, if you make it in the UK, why not sell it to the world? To get free help from the UK government, search Let's Get Exporting.
Get closer to the drama, the passion and the rivalry of Gallagher Premiership Rugby. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Watch the mighty Men in Black host the Bristol Bears at the stunning 60,000 capacity home of their North London neighbours. Fill the world's best football stadium for a Gallagher Premiership Rugby match. Challenge accepted. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears. Saturday, March 26th at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tickets are selling fast and available now at saracens.com.
White coffee, please. Yes. Would you like cloud mountain beans with some...
Daily coffee costing a fortune? And my cafe regular white coffee is just 99p. Great coffee, great price. Not applicable to delivery orders. Price and participation may vary.
TalkSport Breakfast are under starters orders. And they're off to Cheltenham with Sun Racing. This morning from 6, join Alan Brazil and a thoroughbred starting lineup of co-presenters for the ultimate festival form guide. Separate the nailed-on naps from the no-chance nags. And may the horse be with you. Cheltenham form guide on TalkSport with Sun Racing. Download the Sun Racing app now for everything from race cards and results to the latest odds and tastiest offers. Sun Racing. Power to the punter.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Seals starts the new over, comes in and balls to Crawley, and Crawley gets the delivery that's edged. He's out caught. Crawley is gone. He's walking. Seals gets the breakthrough.
And Seals in.
Bowled him. He's got through. It looked like a half volley, but it swung in and it snipped the inside edge onto the leg stump.
That is out. No, he's dropped it. Not a difficult catch, and the bowler's gone mental. He's off on one. A very unhappy Jaden Seals. And through all of that drama was Joe Root, relentlessly exact in his batting. Smooth footwork, still head, easy timer of the ball, really high-class stuff yet again from Joe Root. What is the difference, Darren Gough? This guy who searched for hundreds for a while, got out 50, 60, 70, couldn't find the hundreds that his batting deserved. Now he can't stop finding them.
Well, he works at his game. He realised he obviously had a few trigger movements when he were getting across his crease. He worked hard at it. He's still at the crease. He's a good driver of the ball. He's good off his legs. He's good off the back foot. That back foot drive, I mean, everybody can play that back. You could copy that back foot drive all day long, what Joe Root plays. It's awesome to watch. And he's a good puller. And what he has the ability to, once he gets in, to go on and deliver, because he went through that spell a few years ago when he were getting out a lot between 50 and 100, similar to what Virat Kohli is doing at this moment in time. But he's got through that, and now when he gets to 50, you kind of believe that he's going to go on and get 100, don't you? And that's what he's doing.
Yeah. And there's no doubt that he is the masterclass for all the others, isn't he? Can you imagine the position of strength it gives him in the dressing room?
Oh, 100%, Mark. As a captain, as a leader, if you can go out there, I think it definitely served Graham Gooch when he took over as captain. You know, he scored the bulk of the runs, and his game went to the next level. And that's what has happened for Joe Root. As I say, you know, I wax lyrical about him all the time because, you know, in what I do now in coaching in school and stuff, I always say to the kids, look, just watch Joe Root. Just go about how he compiles his innings, the way he goes about it, the positivity, but with movement, but also he's running between the wickets, manoeuvring the ball into gaps. That is the game. Hit the ball where the fielders are not, and he does that better than most. When spin comes on, it's like an exhibition. You know, he's a 360 player. He plays the reverse, fine sweep, hard sweep, down the ground, opens the blade slightly just to between sort of point and cover, extra cover, and that gap there. It's just great, and the tempo of his innings is always good. It must be massive for the person at the other end to back with him, because it just makes it so much easier.
All right, let's get a view from the West Indian camp, because there was a big-hearted 20-year-old on view yesterday, Jaden Seals, who's really got something. He was with Mark Butcher.
Tell me about the difference in terms of your thinking in terms of line and length from a very, very low, slow pitch in Antigua to something that's got a little bit more bounce and carry, a little bit more pace onto the bat here in Barbados.
Actually, it's not much of a change in plan, seeing that the wicket during the day it got flatter and it became easier for the batsman. They had to go back to the same tactics as bowling straight and keeping the stumps in play and forcing the batsman to play as much deliveries as possible.
Now, you must have, as a bowling group and as the rest of the team, must have been very happy that you managed to keep England down to below 3 runs and over, almost closer to 2.5. It was a gargantuan effort from you all. Have you got that in you again today?
Yeah, it's about us coming out and putting out the same energy and the same effort as we did yesterday, and try to keep England under a good score and hopefully come out and bat well on this pitch as well.
Absolutely. You've got a new batter in Ben Stokes. You're going to have to come out and try and hit him hard early, otherwise he can take the game away from you.
Yeah, the plan is to stick to our strengths and try and be as consistent as possible, keep the runs down and try and get a few breakthroughs this morning and hopefully put England on the back foot this morning.
That was interesting to hear Mark Butcher say to Jaden Seals that was a gargantuan effort to keep England to 2.5 and over. Is that the way you guys saw it, or do you think that they lost sight of the simple basics of bowling at times during the afternoon?
I think it went wrong for him in the morning. I think they had an opportunity today. If there was anything in that wicket, was to try and get England 2 or 3 down. You heard Matt Fisher talking about in an interview, if he can get 3 or 4 wickets with the new ball, it makes life so much easier. And I thought the ball with a bit of negativity in that morning session, even though England went in at 47 for 1, both teams would have been happy. But the way England came out in the afternoon, I think it took the game away from the West Indies. I don't know how the West Indies win it from here. I know we've had one day, but they must be thinking now, how do we win a game from here now when England are only, what?
Well, they're bowling them
3 down.
They're bowling
England down, but
350, they get 450 and they knock them over.
350, it's going to have to take an unbelievable effort. Now, we would be talking, if Mark Butcher were to do that interview tomorrow, if they do bowl England now and ask that same question, it would be a good question. But today, I don't think it's a massive effort from the West Indies. I think England have got to be the happier of the two teams going into day 2, surely.
Yes, I definitely agree with that, Goffey. I have to stop you there, because we must turn our attention to 888 Sport. Sandro Di Michele is indisposed at Cheltenham, so let's go to the odds today. England to win 4-6, okay? The draw 6-4. West Indies to win 14-1. They're long there at 14-1. In-game odds, Joe Root to score a double 100, 19-10, so as good as 2-1. And England to score more than 450. They've got us 1-2. Those are the latest odds with 888 Sports. So gamble responsibly, 18 and over, of course. BeGambleAware.com is the
Form Focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Official betting partner of TalkSport 2. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
It's the second test match. It's in Barbados at the Kensington Oval, a famous ground and a place that's produced many of the greatest cricketers ever to play the game. It's a beautiful island to visit, and we're delighted to be covering this match. Our team's ready to go, not least those of us over in Barbados who are led by Barry Wilkinson.
Well, good morning to you, Mark, and good morning to everyone. Of course, it's just a little overcast, not as sunny as yesterday morning when play started, but the spirits of the England fans are just as bright, and I can tell you that as the team comes out, the batsmen are actually out in the middle before the West Indies fielders and the West Indies bowlers, who are warming up still, but they're just about making their way out. Joe Root, brilliant knock from him yesterday. He resumes on 119, and with him is going to be Ben Stokes, who didn't face the ball because the penultimate ball of the day, we saw the dismissal of Dan Lawrence for 91. So actually, Jason Holder has still got a ball to go before we complete the 90th over. Samuel Badger is with me. Sammy, just a little bit of overcast situation here in Barbados. I can actually see it's raining in the distance. Let's hope it stays there. But England will be quite happy. 244 for 3. Everything is just like yesterday, where the fans are giving their support. It's another 80%, not full house yet, but it will get there based on the amount of people we've seen outside. Inside of the ground, though, however, there is that still warmth and cheer that England have done quite well after the first day of this test match.
And what proved to be the final ball yesterday evening. So they will be looking to try to get some more wickets early this morning with that ball relatively new. The second new ball, that is only 5 overs old. So Ben Stokes new at the crease. Of course, Joe Root will have to start over from his overnight position. And of course, batsmen are always a little bit vulnerable at the start of play, particularly overnight. So West Indies will be looking to exploit that, but it's going to be a daunting proposition, certainly, based on what we've seen with this surface here. There's a bit of a delay just at the back of the bowler. Might just be the side screen. Umpire Nigel Duguid has made his way all the way towards the side screen, and he's accompanied by Jaden Seals, Jason Holder himself, and Alzari Joseph. So the 3-pound fast bowling attack, it might just be an advertising board in front of the side screen that is off-putting for the batsmen, and the umpires themselves with the players are trying to make some bit of adjustments there.
Yeah, what's happened is that the apex sign is not turning manually, is not turning automatically, so they have to do it manually. So they're using as many resources as possible to try and turn each shutter, because the apex sign, of course, says orange, and that is affecting the batsman's view. That has been something that has been happening for the last couple of days. I think they've been able to do it manually now. You don't often see the umpire and 3 bowlers, including the captain of the West Indies team, trying to change the signboard on a sight screen. It's a quite odd event, but nevertheless, I guess everyone wants to get on with it, so the more hands that clap, the better. I think they've got it sorted. It's now turned to the all white, and the crowd is happy, and so are we, because we can finally get going. Just as we speak, the clouds have dissipated somewhat. The sun is back, perhaps just given the okay and the green light that it's time to play some cricket. 2:44 for 3. What an eventful day on day one. It didn't appear so at lunch with 47 for 1, Sammy. It kind of seemed very attritional, like it was going to be a very slow and dull, dour, boring kind of day as Test cricket. But after lunch, I don't know what they ate, but certainly it woke everyone up.
I think it was the arrival of Dan Lawrence to the crease. Once he came, the run rate just skyrocketed, and we saw an increased first ball from Jason Holder outside the line of the off stump, well left by Ben Stokes, and that brings the over to an end. The first bit of action on day 2 in this second Apex Test match. West Indies versus England live from the Kensington Oval in Barbados. England 244 for 3. Joe Root, captain of England, another century, consecutive Test match centuries for him, unbeaten on 119. And Ben Stokes yet to score, just facing that solitary delivery.
So we've finally completed the 90 overs, the allotment that should have been done for day 1. That's done and dusted, and it's going to be Jaden Seals to start it fresh from the Joe Gardner end. He had a pretty rough day yesterday. Should have had another wicket. He didn't. Nevertheless, in 6 Test matches, you're talking about a youngster who's got 21 wickets. He's been doing quite well. So for 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. And he's got a very attacking field with 3 slips. And the new ball still very much in effect, where it's still hard, it's still red, it's still like a nice cherry. If he had a good sleep yesterday, it would have been pretty much the same thing as what happened yesterday when he started. The only thing, he was bowling from a different end.
Yeah, and I saw them at the hotel this morning. They went to the beach quite early, Accra Beach, where we're at. Many of the West Indian players to get an early morning soak, just to get themselves ready and refreshed and rejuvenated to go once again. They were out there quite early, getting some aquatics in. Speaking to him before the start of the game, he says that he feels quite refreshed and raring to go. It was a tough day yesterday for the West Indian bowlers, Jaden Seals in particular, having that catch go down. And Zari Joseph, the man who wasn't able to hold on to that. And we have another delay here from the opposite end now. Similar issues with the side screen. And this time the umpire doesn't make his way all the way across there, but certainly 3/4 of the way there, and just some instructions to the operators, because there's still that A in apex being seen. A black A against the white side screen. And of course the batsmen wouldn't want any of that shown. They want to make sure that they have a good sighting of the ball on delivery. And so they'll have to make sure they get rid of that, and they're actually moving that side screen away, because behind it, it's another side screen, a big white wall, as we see the side screen being moved away a few meters to the right. So hopefully they'll sort that out, and we can use the one that is inbuilt in the stadium here at the Joel Garner end of the Kensington Oval. But some delays this morning, Barry Wilkinson, and nothing to do with the field of play.
Yeah, it happens. I don't know how meaningful this stat is, but Joe Root is the second batsman to be unbeaten on 119 against the West Indies overnight. The other was Sunil Gavaskar in Delhi in 1979, and he only added 1 run the next day. If that will happen today, I don't know. Probably not. But I want to thank Gary Morgan, our statistician, for that. He's always on top of stats. We're ready to play now, finally. The sight screen is ready, and so too is Jaden Seals as he comes in now and bowls to Joe Root. And this delivery is wide of the off stump, taken just in front of almost second slip. And there is, of course, no signal there by the umpire. Would have been a wide in a one-day match. No such for this Test cricket game. The pitch, to me, they've rolled it a lot. In fact, all morning long they were rolling that pitch. It was at least rolled for at least 45 minutes to an hour. I saw you out there, Sammy. How much of a difference is that going to make to the surface today?
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, to be quite honest. It seems as though the ball isn't coming through as quickly as the batsman would have liked. Certainly not as quickly as the fast bowlers would like.
Seals bowls to Root, who gets the delivery. That's not as wide as the previous one, but still just wide of the off stump. Root not tempted at all, lets it go by, and taken there by keeper Joshua De Silva. Root had 2 very fortunate let-offs yesterday. He was out caught on 23, no one reviewed it, and then he was dropped on 34.
Joshua De Silva down the leg side. That was a difficult opportunity, one that he should have taken nonetheless. And also there were a couple of run-out opportunities that went a begging as well. John Campbell, the guilty party on those occasions. So a few opportunities for West Indies. This one outside the line of the off stump. Good line, good length. Well left once again by Joe Root. Goes through to wicketkeeper De Silva. No run. And you were asking about that increase in tempo yesterday, and when Dan Lawrence came to the crease and his positivity, really was looking to score. You mentioned that first session just the 47 runs, and then after lunch 89, and then finally in the third session 108. So they got progressively quicker throughout the day yesterday.
Here comes Seals with his third ball. Passes umpire Joe Wilson and bowls to Root. He's on the front foot and pushes the ball square into the offside. He's going to dash off for a single, so that's the 1 run that Sunil Gavaskar got. Let's see if he's going to add to his 120. It's 2:45 for 3 now. And over at number 91, Ben Stokes has just faced the ball. It was a very wide one that he faced from Jason Hollis. He's going to get an opportunity. He batted so long this morning. He almost batted for an hour in the training session this morning. Looked very intense. He looked really well set as he was warming up. I'm a bit surprised, Sammy, that they haven't chose to perhaps have a short leg for Ben Stokes. Or is it the pitch? Just 3 slips in a gully.
Yeah, not much in it in terms of that short ball, but what you will get from Ben Stokes, if he spends any length of time out in the middle, he will score quickly. He will score rapidly. And so the West Indies will obviously want to get him out quickly, but if they can't, they'll want to make sure that he isn't scoring.
Seals bowls to Stokes, who's defending the first ball. and plays it out to the mid-on area, and there is no run. So Big Ben, very critical man in this Test series. He was 2019 also very critical in how the England side were able to rebound after losing those first 2 tests in Antigua and then here in Barbados, or rather Barbados and Antigua, and then they lost in St. Lucia, the West Indies, back in 2019. Here he comes now and steams in, passes the umpire and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes this time is defending again, square in the offside, just getting his sight in. The over ends. It's 2:45 for 3. Root 120 is Stokes set to score.
Yeah, and what a productive period it has been for Joe Root, the England captain. Over 1,700 runs in 2021. Started off 2021 with a bang. A couple double hundreds against Sri Lanka and India. And in 2022, he's already started this particular series with 2 consecutive hundreds. Yes, he's played a couple games in the Ashes that he didn't score the kind of runs that he wanted. But looking through the centurions for England within the last year, Joe Root has 8 centuries. Bairstow has 2, of course, 1 in the Ashes and 1 in that first test. And Burns has 1, and Zach Crawley has the other, in that first test. So in this period of productivity, really a purple patch for Joe Root.
Going to be Jason Holder now, and bowls to Root, and Root gets the delivery from Holder that's outside the line of the off stump, and he's forcing it off the back foot and plays it out to the cover point area for a single. So Root looking again to be very positive. 121, 246 for 3. We're only into the second day of this test match, and it's gone true to form, but at 47 for 1 yesterday at lunch, I know many people would have been very cynical as to what could have been the outcome of the day's play. Dan Lawrence certainly turning this match on its head with some very positive batting. So we've got 3 slips in the gully, we've got a backward point in the cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Holder bowls to Stokes, who's on the front foot, pushes the ball to the cover area, and there is no run.
And Joe Root has made that decision to bat in that critical number 3 position. England have lost wickets quite early in Test match cricket in the recent past, and he's decided to take the mantle of responsibility to go in that number so that he can stem the flow of wickets and also build partnerships with the opening batsman and the other batsmen to come. And so far, as Steve Harmison was mentioning, he's able to pull Zach Crawley to a century in that first test and almost pull Dan Lawrence to a century in this Test match.
This delivery is just on the line of the off stump, pushes it out there to the cover area, and there's still no run for Ben Stokes.
Just because of his presence out in the middle and his experience and the younger players batting around someone like Joe Root, it really pulls them along with him, and that is really pleasing to see from an England standpoint. Joe Root taking the responsibility to go at number 3 and not only scoring runs for himself but helping the younger ones around him.
He comes in again and bowls to Stokes, who's coming down the crease, coming out of the crease down the pitch, and is wrapped in the pad. There's a bit of a stifled appeal, but that was just about it. A stifled appeal didn't go beyond that, and the ball ballooned off the pad into the onside. What was Stokes trying to do there?
I think he was trying to negate any bit of swing that Jason Holder might get with this ball that's only about 8 overs old, the second new ball. So he's made that trek down the pitch, but again, he's someone who likes to score. He likes to feel the ball on the bat, and if West Indies can have a period of quiet here, just put him under pressure.
Again, this delivery on the line of the middle stump, well bowled there from Jason Holder, defended by Stokes. Seems to be having a very careful look. The weather has been playing a very cat and mouse kind of game. The sun is out 1 minute, then it's cloudy. Now it's cloudy again, but very breezy outside. It's not as humid as it was yesterday, and that little breeze might perhaps help someone like a Jason Holder who's looking to get the ball to swing.
Yeah, he tried to use whatever conditions that are available to him, especially on this placid surface. So whether it is a little bit of swing with that breeze coming from right to left.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump, forced down to the backward point, still can't score. The over ends. 92 overs gone, and England, who won the toss and decided to bat yesterday, first are 246 for 3. We've got Root 100 and at 21, his 25th Test century, and Stokes yet to score. But yesterday we saw some enterprising cricket. The West Indies were able to strike early, but then it was all about a fantastic partnership between Lees first of all and Joe Root. They added some 85 runs, and Lees, after doing all the hard work, he batted for 138 balls for those 30 runs. And when he was dismissed, we then saw a very enterprising partnership between Dan Lawrence and Joe Root, and that is what really set things up in this contest, because at that particular stage you would have fancied the West Indies to try and at least get a wicket or two to get into the belly of the batting. Now Lawrence was caught by Brathwaite of Holder for his 91, 150 balls, 13 fours and a 6. Kumar Roach yesterday 16 overs, 5 maidens, none for 28. Joseph 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 54. Pamal 22 overs, he bowled the lion's share, 1 maiden, 1 for 61. Bonner and Brathwaite have both 1 apiece. There's going to be Seals to continue now from the Joe Garner end as he runs and passes umpire Joe Wilson and bowls to Root, and Root gets extremely wide delivery again, just wide of the off stump and taken by the keeper. A couple of dropped chances. We spoke about the one with De Silva, but there was also one from Alzari Joseph who put one down at slip. What was he doing at slip fielding there off of the bowling of Seals?
Well, he's since been dispensed with. He's no longer in that slip cordon. And John Campbell, Jason Holder, first and second slip, and Shamar Brooks in a gully position. Zari Joseph has found himself at deep fine leg. He has fielded in that area before, that slip cordon, but you're absolutely right. It's such a specialist position as Jaden Seals bowl. Another one wide outside the off stump. Joe Root goes for the cut shot, misses it completely, goes through to the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, no run. It's a ball that Joe Root generally scores from those wide deliveries. He usually helps it along its way down towards third man, very much in control. This one was too wide, too short, and he played the conventional hard cut shot and he missed it. But it's a concerted effort by the West Indian fast bowlers, Jaden Seals in particular, to bowl wide from that Joel Garner end, and he has those fielders in slip waiting.
Here comes Seals and bowls Root again. This time he's cutting. We'll get a single. There's a man on the backward point boundary for Sammy Pamal. So 247 for 3. How crucial will Pamal will be today?
He'll have a role to play a little bit later on, but just back to that Alzari Joseph in slip. It's such a specialist position that oftentimes you find when someone who isn't used to fielding there, when that person goes in and a catch comes through, many times the catch is grasped because of that lack of familiarity. And for the most part in that first test match in Antigua, we didn't see Alzari Joseph too much in that region.
Seals bowls to Stokes, who's driving pleasantly straight to Craig Brathwaite at mid-off. Still no run.
And you can understand the frustration from someone like Jaden Seals, who toiled away for much of the first day without much success. Yes, he did get that initial wicket off Zach Crawley, but when you're bending your back and you're putting in the effort and you do create the opportunity, and a straightforward enough opportunity, you want to make sure that it's taken. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be, and Dan Lawrence was reproved. And finally, what proved to be the final ball of day one, he was in fact dismissed.
Seals in again to Stokes, who's looking for his first run. We'll get it now with a beautiful shot down the ground out to the long on era for 4. He just pushed that, real timing, classic Ben Stokes, and it really deserved the boundary.
That one was drilled back past the bowler, powerfully hit by Ben Stokes, full on the line of leg stump, high elbows, full face of the bat, and had 4 written all over it. Magnificent shot from Ben Stokes. His first runs, his first boundary. Like I was saying, once he spends any length of time out in the middle, he's going to score runs, and he's going to score them quite quickly. Menacing signs for the West Indies.
How will Seals respond? Here he comes in now and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the delivery outside the line of the off stump and lets it go by to be taken quite low down there by the keeper. The over ends with England 251 now for 3. Stokes has got 4 and Root's 122.
And they'll want to forge a partnership here and really set this game up. Ideally for England, they'll be thinking of batting once if they can get to 400, 450 maybe. Still a long way away from that, but with Joe Root at the crease and Ben Stokes looking in the sort of ominous mood that he is in, and of course Johnny Bairstow, who had a century in that first test, England will be harboring those sorts of ambitions. That cool, refreshing breeze that blows across this facility, I'm sure not only the players but also the fans in would welcome that, as Jason Holder comes in once again, full delivery outside the line of the off stump. Joe Root on the front foot pushes that one and forward of point, gets the single. Craig Brathwaite has a deep point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and square leg as the fielders in front of the stumps for Joe Root. Ben Stokes will be on strike now. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Jason Holder from this end, from the Malcolm Marshall end, has been bowling much straighter from what we've seen from Jaden Seals from the opposite end. This one is on the line of the stumps once again. Joe Root at the non-strikers end signals that it's no run, but Ben Stokes batting out of his crease and making a step forward, just nudges that one to mid on. He's looking purposeful out in the middle.
Yeah, he is. And like I said, I just saw that from the time he was indeed warming up this morning. He was taking quite a long net. He batted for about an hour in the nets, and then he came out and also had some throwdowns. As Holder comes around, bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets to give him around the off stump. Plays it along the ground, just into the gully area. He looks very watchful, a bit casual if anything, as he waits for the delivery, but his timing has been pretty impeccable. So yesterday the crowd 8,252 apparently. Today I don't think it's as much as yet, but it will continue to grow. Many persons came after lunch yesterday, probably just about 7,000 at the moment. As Holder turns from the Malcolm Marshall end, he passes the umpire and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the delivery just on that off-stump line, getting good bounce. The bounce seems to be a bit truer today than it was yesterday. Is that just my imagination?
No, I think so. I mentioned that yesterday. As we go throughout the course of this test match, it will get progressively better in days 2 and 3, and then we'll see some deterioration on the surface. So I think that they might just be the best day for batting here in this test match, and England will want to capitalize on that. We've seen the ball going through to wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva much better than we did yesterday, as Jason Holder comes in once again. This one is on the line of the stump. Ben Stokes once again, just a half a step down the track, pushes it to mid on, no run. But the ball is new, it's just a few overs old, so you'll expect that it will go through at a good height. But once it gets a little bit older, that's where the challenge really will be, not only for the bowling team but also for the batsmen to get value for their shots and to score freely. So at this point, both the batsmen will be looking to capitalize on that new ball, and the bowlers will be looking to use it.
Holder to Stokes, and Stokes this time is playing the ball again into that third slip area, all along the ground, no cause for concern. But the over ends, where England are 252 for 3 now, with Root 123 and Stokes on 4. As the sunshine returns to Kensington, the conditions continue to be absolutely brilliant for cricket. We spoke a lot about Lawrence's knock. How crucial was the hard work that Lee's put in yesterday, because he faced 138 balls and then got a good delivery from Versami Pramod before he gave it away.
Very important knock, and many times we speak about the importance of opening batsmen and what exactly is their role. And Lee's played his particular role to perfection, one of blunting the opposition attack, making sure that that ball gets a little bit older so it becomes easier for the middle order. And especially when he's partnered with someone like Zach Crawley, who's much more attacking, it allows him to play his game.
This delivery is back to the pad. Is allowed appeal for LBW. Are they going to go upstairs? There was Root coming on the front foot. Was struck on the pad. There was a big appeal. The DRS timer is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is he going to? Yeah, he's just about to take it. He got it in the nick of time. So we're going to have our first review.
Yeah, lots of indecision there from the fielders, so it's never a good sign when you take that long so much discussion
Review
whether
for
or not to
LBW.
go for it. But I think they will have in the back of their minds that review that they didn't take yesterday,
for LBW,
especially against Joe Root, who is the rock of this batting lineup.
Front foot checked.
So let's hear Gregory Brathwaite, the third umpire.
Can we move on to front on, please?
No pat involved. He was struck on the pad. This is going to be an interesting shout. But I think it's outside the line.
I'm satisfied. It's pad
comfortably
first.
outside the line.
Pad first.
From where I'm perched, but it is pad first. Yeah, hit outside the line, impact outside the line. And as long as you're playing a shot, which Joe Root is, you cannot be given out LBW, so this decision will be upheld. Not a simple enough decision for umpire Joel Wilson, but West Indies would lose another review, and that's where that indecision came from. And I'm sure Craig Brathwaite will be considering his next options.
Here comes Seals now again and bowls to Root. Root is on the front foot. This time he gets bat onto the ball, plays it to Brathwaite, and there's no run. I remember Jeffrey Dujon saying that when it comes to review, he would never be inclined to ask the bowler what he thought, because the bowler wants a wicket. The bowler all the time is going to say yes. On that occasion, Craig Brathwaite particularly asked Jayden Seals, do you think he was outside the line? And Jayden Seals said, I'm not sure. But Craig Brathwaite went with it with 1 second or even less than that to go, because Craig Brathwaite, was not even sure himself. So it was a very, very adventurous review. Here comes Seals in again and bowls to Root, and Root this time gets one as wide of the off stump, and there's no run.
And just before that delivery, umpire Joel Wilson was having a chat with Jayden Seals, and again in his follow through, getting very close to the danger area. It wasn't an official warning, but it was just information being passed from the umpire to the bowler that yes, you're getting very close to that danger area. He did get an official warning in the first test match, so it's something that Jayden Seals will have to improve upon in terms of where he finishes upon delivery, getting in that danger area.
Here he comes in again, Seals, and bowls to Root, and Root this time gets a good delivery short. He's defending it into the offside, and there's no run. I think for me, the catch that Root was out yesterday was a bit more obvious to me than the drop down the leg side in terms of really having to rue a chance, because the umpire said not out. Jason Holder felt that he was struck outside the line, but he actually hit the bat. I think they're going to rule that one the most. Flush off the bat. Here he comes again, Seals and bowls to Root, and Root gets a delivery on the line in the middle stump, defends it into the onside, and there's no run.
But it has to be a process in terms of making that decision, and whether it is you take the wicketkeeper who has a good enough sighting, the first slip, and someone in front of the bat, not the bowler. I think I agree with Jeffrey when he said that, because all bowlers think that they've got the batsman also. I think the mid-off fielder in particular has to have a part in that decision-making process, but it has to be a process. It just can't be on the whims and fancies of the bowler or the wicketkeeper.
Here he comes again and bowls to Root, and Root this time is on the front foot and playing the ball square into the offside, out to the backward point area for one. So that's going to be a single to end the over, where Stokes is on 4, Root's on 124, and England are 253 for 3 as we hand it back to Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Barry, and welcome anybody just joining us for the first time. England 253 for 3, so untouched this morning by any sense of danger, really. Ben Stokes 16 balls for just 4 runs. Root's moved to 124. It's quite interesting the way Ben Stokes starts his innings. Increasingly, I mean, famously, of course, the 100 at Headingley, one of the great innings in the history of the game, to beat the Australians, began very slowly. And it's been a tendency, but the old Stokes used to take you on early doors. The new Stokes rather lets the game come to him a bit and weighs it up and then judges how to take it on. Root on strike now to Holder, who's been accurate this morning and bowls a full ball that Root just pushes back down the pitch without actually much footwork. It was as if Holder bowled in the middle of his bat. It looks a bit like that when a few people bowl at Joe Root at the moment. A tall, slim man Root with some lovely little habits and idiosyncrasies, a big smile on his face at the moment as he works on his stance and sort of rotates his hips. Not rotates, he just swings them from side to side, maybe to loosen them off, and now gets ready again for Holder, who's a very tall man. I don't know how tall, but he bowls wide of off stump, and Root leaves alone. I would have Holder at something like 6'9", 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", something like that. Look it up in a second. 6'7", apparently. Funny, he looks taller. Some people... I tell you who looked huge. Alex Tudor played at the same time, or maybe a bit earlier than Chris Tremlett. He just looked a massive guy. He just looked taller than Steve Finn. I think he was almost exactly the same height. But in comes Holder again. Number 98 on his back. And he bowls a straight ball that just shapes a touch, but only in the middle of Joe Root's bat, and he knocks it down into the gully for no run. Jared's about to say something.
You're on a similar fitness plan to Chris Tremlett these days, very similar body shapes. Have you seen him of recent times, Chris Tremlett?
Yes, I have.
Bodybuilding, is that what it is?
I played in a charity match with him last summer. He is enormous.
Can he actually pick the ball up when it's down? There's muscles on muscles. It's ridiculous.
He's a huge human. Yeah, he's a gym boy. Is it called the gym junkie or something? Again, Holder bowls, and that's half volley length, and actually Root just let it come to him. Because of the late swing, beautiful batting that. Didn't get drawn into pushing hard at the ball. Always used to say about swing, play it late. And that laid out swinger was handled efficiently by Joe Root. And he would be, along with Kane Williamson, the best example of how to play the ball late, I think, in the world game today. We saw it with Virat Kohli for a while, but Virat Kohli the last couple of years hasn't been quite at his best, and naturally he's feeling for the ball in a way that he hadn't previously. Here's Holder again, and it's blocked on the back foot by Ben Stokes, and the boys are alongside me, Darren Goff and Alex Tudor. Actually, I think this is just Goffy's stint. I think Tudor's having a breather. This is a quiet over. Let's call it a quiet over. Microphone issues?
I think I've got I'm here.
You're on?
I'm on. I'm away.
Right. I don't think any producer would turn you off. Left alone outside off stump, and that's the end of that Jason Holder over with England 254 for 3.
Yeah, we love a bit of music. This is it, the Caribbean, a wonderful place to be, especially Barbados. Been there, lucky enough to be there on quite a few occasions over the years, whether it's to play cricket or whether it's just on a little family break. Fantastic place to play cricket, to watch cricket, and to enjoy a beautiful island. Love Barbados. England are loving it at the moment. 254 for 3. In good shape. Kemar Roach to bowl.
Yeah, they're conscious of the fact this is a new ball. Here's Roach. And bowls a beauty. Beats Root, actually, with both movement and bounce. At that pace and that angle, the ball doesn't have to move much. That did little more than hold its line, but it went through at chest height to Joshua Da Silva, the wicket-keeper, who's had a pretty average match. He's clearly got very good hands, a lot of natural ability. It was one of those games where he's just fumbled a few. Dropped a catch down the leg side. Sometimes the ball comes unevenly at a wicket-keeper, and it's only the wicket-keeper's skill that doesn't make that clear. Sometimes it wobbles a bit in the air after it passes the bat. Sometimes in England it wobbles so much in the air that wicket-keepers are pleased to even lay a glove on it. Here's Roach again. Root is half forward, watching the ball very closely onto the face of his bat, and then takes a step after it, which suggests that for once his balance wasn't as exact as it was pretty much the whole of his innings yesterday. Isn't it fascinating to watch Root at work, Goffey, his checks and balances on his positions and the certainty in his play?
Well, he's an experienced player now, isn't he, Mark? He knows his game inside out. He's worked hard over the years. He works hard in practice.
Roach again, little wider, and Root with a lovely big stride and a push drive that doesn't really get time, so it's easily fielded at short extra cover.
And I've been lucky enough to watch him up close, you know, Mike, over the years and watch him train, and he just goes through such a routine. He goes over to the nets originally, he watches a lot of people as his job as captain, then he goes and works so hard on his slip fielding and close fielding around the bat and reflexes, and then he just bats and bats and bats and works so hard on his game.
Now he goes forward, and the line does him a bit. He gets a thick inside edge, from which he steals a single as Stokes scampers up the wicket. Mid-on is the substitute fielder Miles, and he was just a bit slow to react to that, I think, probably because it came off the bat slowly off that inside edge, and he had a bit more to do than one thought. Yeah, there's no doubt that Root sets a good example. The Australian team always used to talk about Ricky Ponting's example in his work ethic and practice, and I think Root is very similar to that. It would be hard for any England player not to notice what the captain puts into his game.
And on the fitness side as well, if you look how he's improved his fitness over the past two or 3 years, Joe Root, he's amazing. He goes out and has a run now. And look at Ben Stokes, another great example of someone who absolutely works his socks off in the gym.
Yeah, him and Joss Butler are staggering actually in their input. Stokes is on the back foot, pulling at a ball that really doesn't come off the pitch with any pace, and the consequence of that is he doesn't time it, and it trickles out to square leg, who's sweeping on that boundary, and so only a single for Stokes, and he rehearses the shot now. He's a tattooed man. We can see them running down his right arm, and when you see him in a vest in the morning warming up, you can see his shoulders and his back heavily tattooed. He presented one of the caps, didn't he, yesterday? I think the one to Saqib.
Yeah, it's Saqib.
greatest all-rounders in terms of number of test matches played, have reached 5,000 runs and 150 test wickets. Some very familiar names on that list. Jared may have caught sight of it. I just caught a glimpse of it. That's pushed away by Root for another single out towards square leg. As I said, he's very much in single gathering appreciation mode here. He wants to spend as much time as possible at the other end watching Ben Stokes. So he's trying to give away the strike. That was a back of the hand delivery from Jason Holder.
Yeah, he's just trying to mix it up, isn't he? They're trying something, trying to think of, a bit of a lapsing concentration from the two England batters if it will bring them a wicket, but they're just seeing it like a breadfruit at the moment, aren't they, Manners? They're seeing it extremely well, and I suppose everyone's in anticipation to see how quickly Ben could get to those magic 3 figures.
Here is Holder once again, pushed firmly by Stokes again for a single down towards long on, and of course he's going to take singles now. There's no point him making the mistake that Dan Lawrence did and getting out in the 90s. And let's be honest, Dan Lawrence did get himself out there driving, should have been the penultimate ball of the day to cover. Stokes is going to say, well, you know what, if you want to keep everyone on the boundary, I will just get there in singles.
100%. That comes with a little bit of nous. Played a lot of cricket, hasn't he, Ben, now? What's he got, 10 test hundreds?
11, I think. Here is Holder again, short and pushed away at square of the wicket on the offside, and again they take an easy single. And so Ben Stokes passed 5,000 runs in this innings. He'd got to 150 test wickets a few matches ago, and the over comes to an end. The first one after lunch. England have ticked over very nicely onto 373 for 3. And if you are one of those fans who's wondering how long England will continue to bat, just don't even think about it for the moment. Just let's get to tea, and then you might be able to prognosticate about whether they'll want to have a bowl this evening.
You say bat once, don't you? Obviously you get a score this, you bat once, so if it's high 500s, even 600, because obviously then the follow-on for the West Indies, and they don't get to 300 too often. So, and as you said, it's going to break up a little bit. There's going to be the bowler's footholes, and then Jack Leach can get to work.
Yeah, I wonder whether Jack Leach is polishing his spinning finger. he knows he's going to have some work to do. Here's Kemar Roach.
Big appeal for leg before wicket. Roach is celebrating. He's not even appealing. He's run down the wicket. Joe Root is given not out by umpire Nigel Diggood, but they've reviewed it straight away. I mean, Roach really well. That was
Thank you, Nigel. Review for LBW.
Yeah, that was a
TV umpire
celeb appeal.
To
it was, but
there
was someone yelling, it's going down.
We have
it's
a
going
review
down,
for
it's going
LBW.
Down. And Brathwaite did not listen to them at all. Whoever it was, I couldn't
out.
see it, but someone was
checked.
It's going down, it's going down.
Established. Can we move on?
Did you hear? I heard that as well. I thought I was imagining it. I thought it was somebody in here. Somebody was saying it's going down.
Appears to be a gap between.
It's quite high. Hit him on the top of the knee roll. Might be clipping, Jared. What do you think? Umpire's call?
I think it's certainly hitting the stumps.
Flatlining, yeah.
Might be 50-50 on umpire's call, but I think it looks pretty straight to me.
It looks dead to me. Listen,
really?
Yeah, for me it looks real close.
It's pitching outside off.
I think it's clipping leg.
Impacts in line. Wickets hitting
the top of leg. He's out.
Go back to Nigel on field.
He's going to have to reverse his decision.
Ask you to change your not out decision to out. You're on screen now.
Nigel Diggood, who gave the decision. Leslie Reefer tells him he has to overrule and overturn it, and Joe Root's gone for 153. Kemar Roach, the leader of the attack, goes past Sir Gary Sobers on the list of all-time West India wicket takers with his 236th scalp, and out of the blue, it must be said, Joe Root is on his way. Didn't see that coming. Neither did he.
I think we're just surprised that he's just missed a straight one. It actually did nip back. He's just missed it. It's hit him on a knee roll. And as you said, it's clipping, well, not clipping, it's hitting leg stump, so he has to depart. The skipper for 153 off 316 balls face. He's taken it all in, and so he should. Fantastic innings from the England captain. And Johnny Bairstow just walks past him, taps him on the shoulder, says, well played, Skip. I'm off to work now. I'm having some of this fun.
quite interesting because I was talking to Cricketers just very recently about whether Kemar Roach brings the ball back into right-handers or away from left-handers more than anyone else in world cricket, and he's got the 7th most swing back in. Almost all the others are left-armers, so that's their natural swing. So if you think about it from a right-arm perspective, it's only Ishant Sharma who brings the ball back in more to right-handers or away from left-handers. So he's an absolute expert of that. But this is quite an old ball. Was that something off the seam, or was that reverse?
Not too sure. It seems like it just tad maybe. Obviously the ball's been hit to all parts. It could be hitting.
I think it's just a bit of swing, isn't it? It's just the angle back in.
It's hitting a bit of concrete and stuff like that. I think we're getting roughed up, so it could be, Gerard. It could be, there's getting a little tail of reverse, and if anyone's going to get anything, it's going to be Kemar Roach.
But yeah, according to CricViz, it's Ishant Sharma and Kemar Roach are the best bowlers of in-swing in world cricket. They swing it the most. Ishant Sharma's just ahead of...
Amongst men.
That's a very important thing, as we were talking about the other day, because, Anya or Shikhar Pandey or Megan Shute would be listening to this, sending me messages and say, Jared, we swing it further than that.
I was going to say, Bhuvnesh Kumar, when he bowls his in-swinger, let me tell you, that goes massive.
Yeah, I think he'd have to be up there as well. There just aren't that many left, are they? And Ishant Sharma, it took him years to work it out, but now that bowlers are bowling fuller, those in-swingers are more dangerous because they're hitting the stumps.
2 slips in a gully. Johnny Bairstow comes forward to his first ball and pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 373 for 4 England.
I mean, if you look at the first part of Ishant Sharma's career, he must have beaten batters on the inside of their bat and gone over the stumps about 400 times before he just went. Do you know what? If I pitch it up, but just Kemar Roach, we've talked about this. The fact he's gone past Garfield Sobers, in some ways this is almost his 3rd career. His first career was when he put Ricky Ponting retired hurt at the Wacker.
Roach again. Forward comes Bairstow, outside half of the bat to cover, no run.
Actually, it might not have been a Wacker, it might have even been Belrive. Put him in hospital with a suspected broken arm. I mean, if you're fast enough to hit Ricky Ponting and send him off the field, that is absolutely huge. He almost decapitated Callis in a very short chase that South Africa had against him. It was a great clip of that. That was the first part of his career. He then has the car accident. When he comes back from the car accident, he's bowling wider of the crease, and he's really struggling to be the same kind of bowler. And then the last 5 years, he's just been one of the best bowlers West Indies ever had.
Roach again. Forward comes Bairstow, turns it away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for an easy single, and Bairstow is off the mark. It's easy to forget how quick he was, actually.
Oh,
tearaway.
Absolute. And there was a bit of Malcolm Marshall about him too, in that he could swing it both ways, and he had that skiddy bounce he couldn't get away from.
Yeah, he was wheels. I remember he went to the IPL quite early on as well. I remember that time watching and seeing him when he was roughing up Ricky Ponting. I actually remember Ishant Sharma when he first burst onto the scene and giving Ponting a torrid time.
You're right. He doesn't like the in-swingers.
No, it was just those in-swingers, and they said when he got his wrist wrong, he ended up bowling these leg cutters, and it was causing havoc.
We were doing the series recently, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Gareth Batty was saying to me.
Roach again to Ben Stokes, full and wide left alone.
If you had the option, which West Indian seamer would you take? Ian Bishop or Kemar Roach? Now, both of them had massive injury concerns during their career. One of them's 19 foot 12. The other one's about 4 foot 8. So they're very, very different. Based on pure numbers, I think Kemar Roach has had a better career. Obviously, his injury he eventually got over, even if it did affect the way he bowled, whereas Ian Bishop probably never bowled. But for those who never saw, Ian Bishop was bowling 90-mile-an-hour outswingers.
Roach again, and this one is slashed away by Ben Stokes, square of the wicket on the offside. In fact, in front of square on the offside. Again, the wicket very slow, is into that cut shot very quickly. How much difference does having the opportunity to lead the attack affect your figures? I mean, Ian Bishop was always first or second change, wasn't he? Once or twice, I think he took the new ball, but Roach in the last four years, I think, has led the attack all the time.
I think Bishop, when he was at his absolute best, I think he got the new ball ahead of Courtney Walsh, didn't he? I think Kirtley had it from the first over and then Bishop at the other end. I mean, people have forgotten how good Bishop was, but Chuge, you can explain it to them.
Well, he was one of my idols growing up. 1990, listen, when we first got satellite TV, when England went there, 89-90, we used to call him the Rolls Royce. He used to just glide in, and his right arm used to come round behind the umpire's bowl really close to the wicket, and he used to bowl massive big away swingers for someone so tall, and he had a beautiful action.
Jason Holder begins a new over around the wickets. Ben Stokes, that's full and wide, tempting the drive. He leaves it alone, not interested. He's on 92, Ben Stokes, 375 for 4.
If you've never seen Ian Bishop bowl, I think the most accurate comp would be Kyle Jamieson. 6'6" again, so Kyle Jamieson's a couple of inches taller than Ian Bishop. Not quite as fast, but the ability to swing it at that height with good pace just doesn't exist.
I mean, it was horrible. I always remember Gooch, Larkins, opening the batting for England that time, and he was causing havoc. He had Ezra Mosley.
Holder again round the wicket. Oh, he's on the charge, Ben Stokes. Down the wicket, driving it to Roach. Turns it into a low full toss, takes a single, moves on to 93. Ian Bishop used to run like a hovercraft, didn't he?
He's gliding. I remember in 95 when they played in England, and I was at the Oval at the time, and he was warming up, and I just went out there and just watched him, and he just glided in, and he bowled heavy ball. Keeper, I can't remember who was keeping at the time, 95.
Dujon?
No, Jeffrey done by then. Dujon done by then.
Jacobs? Or was that just before Jacobs?
Yeah, before Jacobs. I don't know, it was not Murray or... Might have been Murray. Junior Murray. Junior Murray was the keeper, and he was standing miles back, and it was just great to watch him. And he was very graceful. Good seam presentation. As you said, for someone so tall, you used to get that swing.
But I just don't think we'd be, Kemar Roach, with everything that's happened in his career, you just wouldn't imagine he'd be this high up on the all-time wicket takers for West Indies.
Here is Holder once again, and outside the off stump, Johnny Bairstow leaves alone. 376 for 4. If you've just literally tuned in and you're wondering why it's 4 down, Joe Root's departed LBW to Kemar Roach for 153 from 316 balls with 4 fours.
And the bowler he went past, of course, was Garfield Sobers, who needs to be mentioned was 3 bowlers in one and used to bowl 37 overs per match, which is almost double what Callis and Stokes do.
Holder again, and that was driven down the ground. Nicely fielded by Jermaine Blackwood, sliding across from mid-off. I'm always conscious of those who might not know. So Garfield Sobers, you say 3 bowlers in one. I just feel the need to explain that. And people are going, what?
If you're a statistician, we call it a mixture bowler. There aren't that many in the history of the game, really. Colin Miller was probably one of the last famous ones. Ian Botham occasionally did it. Tony Gregg was a very famous version of this, which is where you bowl seam and you bowl spin. And Garfield Sobers took it a step further because he bowled finger spin and he bowled wrist spin. So he took the new ball, then he would come back and bowl finger spin, and when nothing was working, he'd bowl wrist spin as well.
Holder again, and that is pushed away defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run, which makes him unique. I mean, as a serious option.
I can't think of anyone else who regularly bowled all 3. No.
But did it so well as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, there we go, the Gary's just he's taking a mick. It was he bowled all 3 extremely well.
No. I mean, Tony Gregg had probably a healthy split of both, and Colin Miller obviously did, although they didn't use his new ball skills that much in Test cricket Australia. It's not a normal thing to be able to do. You're supposed to be good at one thing. He probably could have been a very good wicketkeeper as well, because he could do everything else.
You've seen some of the catches that he's taken.
Do we include Andrew Simons in that list as a serious mixed bowler? Because he bowls medium pace and spin. Here's Holder again, full and wide outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run.
See, the difference for Mark Waugh or Andrew Simons is they started as medium pacers, and as they got older they realised it was easier to come in off 3 steps and bowl off spin. I think the real difference is probably the players who went between it, depending on the pitches or the conditions or the batter that was there. I'd say those are slightly different to what Mark Waugh did. I think Carl Hooper might have bowled medium pace at times as well. I don't remember on occasion. I think Carl Hooper might have been another one. So we have players like that. That's a little bit different to what we're talking about, where literally, Colin Miller would. I mean, I used to watch him play for Victoria. He'd come in, he'd wobble the ball around everywhere, he'd get the 2 openers out, and then he'd have a stretch, change the field, and suddenly there was the fine leg would come up, and the deep backward square would go out, and the field would completely change. That's a whole different level of mixture bowler, or having multiple skills.
Ben Stokes on strike on 93 as Kemar Roach comes into him. He walks across outside the off stump and then leaves that one alone.
But then to add the third skill, on top of that, I just think is remarkable. You did mention it before. Sachin Tendulkar bowled off-spin, leg spin, and medium pace at times, but not anywhere near the level that Stokes did on probably any of the three skills.
You know, and the thing about Sachin is that I mean, it's the IPL has made this less peculiar. Well, not that much less peculiar. I think there's only a couple who do it. Here's Roach once again. Stokes tries to steer this one outside off stump, but and chops it down into the slip cordon. But Sachin used to not bowl a spell of leg spin or a spell of off spin. He would bowl leg spin to the right-handers and off spin to the left-handers at the same time in the same over.
Yeah, he mixed it up a lot. I suppose Sunny Ramadan is probably one of the only other cricketers who ever really did anything like that. So again, that's quite a remarkable skill to be able to go through the two. Whereas now it's seen as a much more normal thing to be able to do, but it wasn't in that era.
Here is Roach once again, bowls an in-swinger to Ben Stokes there, and it's punched away down the ground towards Jayden Seales, and that's good running. They come back for 2. If you're out and about, by the way, or you want to go out and about, maybe you're desperate to go and do something at 5 o'clock, but you want to hear Ben Stokes reach his 100, well, you can do that, because if you can keep up with the cricket, listening to us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2, and we're on your speaker, online, and now on TalkSport YouTube page, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard. Roach in again outside the off stump to Stokes, who leaves it alone. But I tell you what, I mean, the way he played in the 40 minutes before the lunch break, it was just entirely for the benefit of, well, it was for the benefit of the team, obviously. But then, you know, he's taken lunch on 88, and he's come out afterwards, and, you know, I'll just put the entertainment on hold, just because I would like another 100. And then we'll pick it up again after that. Here is Roach once again, flicked nicely off his pads by Stokes down towards long on again, where Jayden Seales does the fielding. Can you imagine if he cuts loose again, if he does get to 100? He's now on 96.
Well, I think you're right, man. I think he will. But also, Johnny Bairstow's come out and everything's hitting the middle of his bat so far. So he's just starting where he finished off. You know, in the last test match in Antigua, he's hitting it really well. He's really positive and he's defensive. He's hitting the middle of the bat. He's hitting the fielder hard. So it means he's just seeing the ball extremely well. And if these two get going, it's going to be destruction.
Here's Roach to complete the over, his 22nd, and it's flicked away off his pads, I think possibly literally off the pads of Johnny Bairstow there. That's very good running once again, and slightly lackadaisical fielding. Leg byes confirmed by umpire Nigel Duguid, and England move on to 381 for 4 after 120 overs.
And Johnny Bairstow, one thing he does do, he is one of the best runners in world cricket between the wickets. He is extremely quick. So anything like that, they're going to run this West Indian team ragged, pick off anything. And then, as I said, the mood that Ben was in 40 minutes or so before lunch, it didn't matter wherever they bowled, it was going. You know, he was full of confidence, showing his stumps, hitting it over extra cover, downtown, over the pavilion, into Bridgetown. I mean, it was going to all parts, and it was great to see, and the crowd were royally entertained.
At one point, Stokes scored 38 runs off 16 balls. It was he hit Basami Pamal, the left-arm spinner, out of the attack, forced Craig Brathwaite to make a bowling change, and was then the very next over even more severe against Alzari Joseph, who went for 16.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't think Ben rates young Paul too much.
Here's Jayden Seales, and Ben Stokes comes forward, blocks that one out to Nkrumah Bonner at cover, no run.
There's always players and batters against bowlers that they just feel, regardless of what they've done, that they can't bowl to them at all. And Ben just had that air that, you know, Ramsamy just wasn't going to be able to bowl to him. Whether he thinks he bowls too slow, he's not turning it big, and that's in his wheelhouse, and he's just going to take him downtown. And if he bowls short, he dispatched him over deep mid-wicket, didn't he, for a big 6. It just causes havoc for the captain, because he most probably wants his spinner on to give him a bit of respite for his bowlers.
Jayden Seales in once again, and Ben Stokes pushes it again out towards and Krumov on a big 6. That was the one that landed on the corrugated iron roof and disappeared over the back of the 3W stand. And we had quite a lengthy pause while somebody was directed from the stand, somebody who was outside getting themselves a snack or a drink. was asked, excuse me, but there's a ball just rolling down the street. Could you pick it up and throw it back to us, please? Stokes 96, 381 for 4. Here is Seals once again around the wicket. Down the wicket comes Ben Stokes, driving firmly up to Jason Holder at mid-off, and Stokes looks up towards the heavens and thinks, you know what, a yard either side and I've got 100.
Oh, 100% Manners. I mean, he's hit that an absolute, he's like a tracer bullet. He's hit it so hard. And as you said, metre either side, and that's and that is 100.
381 for 4. The score remains as Jaden Seals comes charging in again, the 20-year-old around the wicket, short, and Ben Stokes up onto his toes and bunts it away straight to Jermaine Blackwood, who's at deep backward point, not quite on the boundary, but maybe 10 yards in, and it's a single. Ben Stokes moves on to 97. He's got 10 hundreds, and not many of them have not been memorable. I mean, obviously the 269 at Newlands was breathtaking. That was a long time ago now. He was just establishing himself.
Yeah, he was. I just remember, Rabada, who I rate highly, it was steaming in, and he was hitting them to all parts. He had no respect for any of them. Him and Johnny caused havoc that day. What did you say the partnership was? 300 plus?
399.
Wow.
Here is Jaden Seals once again. He's over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, who pushes that to Jason Holder at mid-on. And there's no run. Holding pattern now for the West Indies. It's all about damage limitation, isn't it? Just trying to slow things down.
Yeah, without doubt. They've got to try and stem the run rate. It's gone to 3.16. They want to try and draw this out as long as possible, but England, as you say, they've still got batters to come, Wokes. So we've still got players who, like to get on with it. They're looking at sort of 500 plus, I would say. Bat once, and then get to work in the field.
Here's Jaden Seals to complete his over, his 22nd, and that is driven by Bairstow. It's a lovely shot towards mid-off. Tumbling stop from Jermaine Blackwood away to his left. He keeps him down to a single. Bairstow's on 2. Ben Stokes is 97. The only wicket to fall today, the England captain, Joe Root, LBW to Kemar Roach for a wonderful 153. You're listening to live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary right here on TalkSport 2. And for the next 20 minutes or so, behind the wheel will be Mark Nicholas.
And maybe hitting the pedal if Ben Stokes scores 3 more. Bairstow's just nicked the strike off him, actually, with that single off the last ball of the previous over. Bairstow in such good form. Really nice to see him sort of relaxed and enjoying his cricket. I think that's the real upside. Little tuck onto the leg side there from Bairstow. The ball not really coming to him, actually. They've got 3 in the ring now on the leg side, square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. But he looks at a different person. You go back a year or two and he was almost a tortured figure at times, as he was uncertain of his place in the team, didn't seem to be trusted. Moved around the batting order. Will he keep, won't he keep? But now he's secure as a batsman, and he isn't keeping, and he kind of knows that with folks in the side. Again, he flicks it away off his toes, but there's a misfield, and that means that Jermaine Blackwood has given the strike back to Ben Stokes, who's on 97. It's come in 107 balls, quick-fire stuff from Stokes after a pretty slow beginning. And once he got in, as you just heard from Neil Manthorpe, he took him apart, really. Almost dismissive of the bowling, a certain arrogance and power to the innings that only a player like Ben Stokes can provide when they're utterly dominant, as he's been. Can he go on? Can he go real big here? Roach is round the wicket to him. A couple of sweepers are out and they really don't want to give him much. Tense moments. A slip in place, that's all. Attacking, then an extra cover and a mid-on. Everybody else is back. Here's Roach. Half volley. Punched hard, but into the ground, and therefore it bounced up, and Roach was able to get across to his left side and save the run. He's been relatively becalmed since lunch, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think he obviously before lunch he was trying to get to those 3 figures, and obviously afterwards now he's sort of set in his mind that I'm going to go big. I'm only going to maybe bat once in this innings, in this match, and make hay while the sun is shining.
Knocks it down the ground with that mid on his back for 98. I don't think he's going to fall for the trap of all those fielders back. If the thing is going to hit one up in the air, he looks to have changed mood to me. It was as if he was the showman before lunch, giving us a spectacle to enjoy. This afternoon he looks like the pro, a pragmatic sort of intensity to his play here and level of concentration. Before lunch you felt that he could give his wicket away, so extravagant was the stroke play. Since lunch he doesn't look remotely likely to. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow is Kemar Roach, trying to bowl very straight, which is a good tactic, Alec Tudor.
Yes, definitely, especially early on against Johnny. You want to be bringing the ball slightly back in. As you say, Kemar Roach does that better than most, so he's looking to attack the stumps, back his pads, but Johnny's looking solid.
That's why he's tucked in the leg side there. There's so many shots. That one went firmly to mid-on, but for no run. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and bowl straight. It makes a lot of sense to me. Number 24 on the back of Kemar Roach as he pounds in now, and that's wide down the leg side, and Bairstow guides it easily off the blade of the bat. A sort of classic old-fashioned leg glance, really played delicately, and he gets a single for it. 386 for 4 after 122 overs in the field. They took the new ball after about 3 or 4 overs of being able to, so I suppose it's something like 38, 39 overs with this ball, but it's now looking very much in favour of batsmen. There's been no movement since the ball from Roach to Joe Root that got him LBW that nipped back off the seam. I don't think I've seen anything else move since then.
No, you're right, Mark, it hasn't. And as you said, England have been excellent so far today. I just feel like Ben Stokes, he's so calculated how he goes about things. Bowlers he tends to take down, bowlers he will respect. He just does that better than most for me.
Seals now. 20-year-old Jaden Seals is a full ball. Bairstow goes forward to it and pushes it to mid-off. And because we're relating the fact that mid-off and mid-on are doing a lot of the fielding, you know that the bowlers are pitching full and straight. Good quality players want to play in the V down the ground, the V between mid-on and mid-off. Nice breeze coming across the ground. It was much more powerful breeze yesterday, close to a proper wind, I'd say. More of a typical Barbados. That's nicely driven by Bairstow. He does play in the V. He plays gun barrel straight, so much so that it almost hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but it sprinted away for 4.
Fantastic shot by Johnny Bairstow. As I said, when he's come in, he just looks good, even though he's in defensive mode. Sometimes he's hitting the middle of the bat. That one's over pitched by Sells, and he's hit it straight back past him. There's no fielders down there. Fantastic cricket shot by Johnny Bairstow. He looks in the mood there, Mark.
Yep, he sure does. Roach again, full again, and Bairstow drives through it off for 4. Nothing the fielder could do about it. He lurched to his left, slid and missed. Back-to-back boundaries for Johnny B.
The execution on both those shots are absolutely fantastic. The straightness of the bat. He's hit that in front where extra cover is. In between mid-off. So in between extra cover, mid-off. Again, no fielder there. Straight bat punch. With authority. Fantastic shot by Johnny Bairstow. 12 or 17.
Jaden Seals has got a big heart. He's going to need it against these two. that they're good enough to bully you. Well, you might say they are doing some bullying out there. Bairstow pumps that back at Jayden Seales, who does stop it, and it squirts away off his body or hand or wrist or arm or something to mid-wicket, but there's no run for Bairstow there. He has 12 from 18 balls. England are 394 for 4, with Ben Stokes hovering. 98 for Ben Stokes. A brilliant, brilliant innings today from one of England's finest cricketers of this or any age. Here comes Jayden Seales again, and that's way down the leg side. A rank bad ball from a tired-looking bowler. I was surprised when we interviewed him before play, and we've got a big screen here in our studio in London, and his face was shot very tight. He looked younger. He's kind of looked 20, whereas you watch him out on the field bowling, and he doesn't. He looks a bit old. He looks mid-20s, and he really did look like a boy in that interview. Here he comes again now to Bairstow. Last ball of the over. Bairstow is back and knocks it down into the ground almost aggressively in that defensive shot, but there's no run in it. So the end of the over, 394 for 4. This is hard graft for the quicks, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, it's hard work, but you've got to keep going. This is where you learn about yourself as a bowler. You can't just bowl on bowler-friendly wickets. You've got to learn to bowl on these wickets that don't give you a lot. Get your field right. What's your extra? How are you trying to get wickets? Are you trying to dry them up? Are you going to bowl short bursts and go for a bit of bouncers or Yorkers? You need to figure that out. And as me and Mark were alluding to in the first part of our commentary, we were saying, it's really important that the bowler and the captain have that discussion and they have that understanding. At the moment, West Indies don't have much going for them.
Thanks, Tudes. We're going to switch to Barbados and bring in Steve Harmison. Harmy?
Good afternoon, Mark. Yeah, just you're talking about Jayden Seales. He does look, he's a young man. And I think he's bowled really well in this series for somebody who's learning first class cricket on the job. I think this is only his 9th first class match, and 6 of them are test matches.
Yeah, here's a short pitch ball from Roach, and back goes Stokes. When he set off after playing that cut shot, he momentarily thought there might be 2 in this because he was on 98, but he's now on 99, so there was only 1. And the camera shoots Sir Garfield Sobers. So we've gone from Ben Stokes, one of the great modern day all-rounders, to the very greatest of them all. And this is just such a Sobers sort of innings, by the way, that Stokes has played here today. Bairstow on strike, beautifully bowled, lovely ball, nice and straight and full, and just held its line, and he stands there as Roach with his arms sort of half aloft, thinking, on another day a less good player might have missed that, and I'd have knocked middle stump out of the ground, but as it was, a thick outside edge greeted it, and it's shot to point, not for a run. So Bairstow survives an extremely good delivery from Kemar Roach, who's bowling the smarts now on a flat pitch, full and straight. Says, you miss, boy, I hit. Here he comes again with good strength in his legs, pounding in. Bairstow goes forwards, defends. The ball rolls out onto the offside. Bairstow makes a little nod of approval with his right hand, as if to say that ball nipped a bit. The 2 fingers sort of dipped down, as if to say, yeah, the old nipper. And I contended well with it. Harmy, I'm going to ask you in a minute, you've got a moment to think about it, but I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that you faced the last over that Shane Warne bowled in Test match cricket. Here's Roach again to Johnny Bairstow. There's no run there as he knocks it to short mid-wicket quite comfortably, and we had the second part of our tribute to Shane Warne today. This was the cricketer Shane Warne. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right. Me and Jimmy Anderson faced the last over.
The might of the batting there.
Yes, and his last ball in Test cricket was hit to the boundary by a very average number 10, I must admit.
You hit him for 4?
Hit him for 4, very last ball. His last ball in Test cricket got hit for 4.
What was it, a full toss?
It was a hack, I know that.
Here's Roach again, and Bairstow forward, and the same thing, a defence that goes to short mid-wicket. So carry on with your story.
It was a hack, but when I got told, I think it was actually our producer John Norman told us about it. Me and Manners in the Cricket Collective, the last ball that Shane Warne bowled got hit for 4, and my initial thought straight away was, that makes me even more proud and privileged that I actually graced the same field as him. Because in 100 years, we've talked about Bradman, in 100 years' time we'll still be talking about Warne.
Yeah, too true. Here's Roach again. And again, unbelievable. 3 balls in a row, and you could have been playing the same record. Forward he goes, it goes to short mid-wicket, there's no run, and it means Stokes will have the strike now with England 395 for 4. What was your best innings in Test cricket?
I got 49 at the Oval, so that was a high score. I think probably against South Africa.
Oh.
But against South Africa, it was KP's first Test as captain. He brought me back at the Oval.
I remember the game.
I hit the ball straight to extra cover on 49, or between extra cover and point. Went for a run, and Monty Panesar was looking at the London Red buses thinking, I wonder who's on that. And then by the time he sort of looked up, there was no single there anymore, and then I hit it straight to A.B. de Villiers, and Monty was actually nearly on my toes. So I was run out for 99. I enjoyed that one, but most of my best innings, Mark, I think, was batting with a player at the non-strikers end who had a score going, a proper batsman. I talked about Joe Root a bit earlier, the way Ben Stokes has just performed. He had the best seat in the house. The best seat in the house when you watch somebody from 22 yards away, a special player, go to a milestone. And I wasn't the fortune a few times to get people to hundreds, and probably the best one was here in Barbados, 2004, when Graham Thorpe got 100. For me, that's one of the best hundreds I've ever seen by a batsman under pressure.
Okay, here we go. Ben Stokes is on strike. He has 99. He leaves it alone outside off stump. Yeah, he is showing the kind of discipline that maybe follows the wicket of Joe Root. With Root at the other end, he may have been happier to play with the extravagance of his pre-lunch session, but he's reined in here. I don't think he wants in any way to give away England's position. One of those things, you lose one, you then lose 2, and all of a sudden new batsmen are in, and the balance can change a bit in the match. But 395 for 4 is such a strong position, particularly if Stokes remains unbeaten. He's on strike now. He goes forward and defends to a length ball. It goes to extra cover, and there's no run there. There was a certainty about that shot. Absolutely, thou shalt not pass from Ben Stokes.
There's a lot of chat from the West Indians, and to be fair, the energy have been good from West Indies throughout this Test series so far, led by Jason Holder. Wherever he is in the field, he gets them on their toes, is very vocal, trying to get the West Indian and players just to keep their spirits up when things aren't happening.
Yeah. Here he is again now, facing Roach. Down the pitch he comes. Wanted to work the space on the offside. He can't. He hits it into the ground. Extra cover does the fielding. First time he's looked to force the issue. This crowd are going to go off, aren't they, if he goes to 100, aren't they?
They are. We talked about a sea of colour. It's always a sea of colour when you come to the Caribbean. Unfortunately for Caribbean fans, the colour is the St George's flag in a lot of English football shirts.
So it's again 3 balls of the over have gone. Down he comes, gets the single. Ben Stokes goes to 100. 100 to savour. Stokes is back. Some might say he never went away.
Well, it's an emotional Ben Stokes. One glove gets taken off. We know what the celebration is about. The helmet comes off. The bat's on the ground. He hasn't celebrated with a bat. Normally you get a batsman who'll celebrate with a bat. He'll twist it round for the sponsor sticker. Not Ben Stokes in this occasion. He raises the hand, drops the finger, and it's all about Jed Stokes. It's all about a signal to his father. I think this is the first Test 100 since the passing of his dad. No bat in hand. A very emotional Ben Stokes picks the bat up now, acknowledges what is a fantastic Barmy Army crowd, and this has been a fantastic 100 by the Durham all-rounder and really set this game up for England.
Well, that was a magnificent reception for him. Bairstow on strike now, and he goes back, and there's no run as he it out into the offside. Yeah, the crowd stood, and the warmth of the applause was even more revealing, I think, than the strength of it. Funny how you sort of, at this level of spotlight in the modern world, you live your life through other people in a way, and Stokes is an immensely popular figure in English cricket, much in the way that Ian Botham was, for stirring deeds, and indeed for being a fascinating personality. There's so many other aspects to his life. The over finishes 396 for 4, but sportsmen who can light up the game they're playing and therefore delight their audiences are much loved wherever they go. Live sport is still very much the thing, and Stokes has just made a superb 100, a 100 that grabbed the game this morning, shook it about, and gave England a position of great strength. But purely personally, Army, you know him so well, you must be so pleased for him.
Pleased for him, so proud of him as well, for what troubles he's come through. We spoke a little bit earlier, Mark, about the time he spent away from the game. I feel a lump in my throat now just talking about it. The way he spent some time out of the game after what happened personally, and then what's happened to him in Australia, and after what the debacle of the Ashes, took a lot of responsibility on himself. Really strong words when he came out saying he let people down, body wasn't in the right shape, he wasn't ready for it, and to go to 100 the way he has done today, he's really set this game up. Some people might think, you know what, he's come out, he's had a go to try and set the declaration. There's been a plan there. I don't think there has. I just think Ben Stokes has seen the ball, he's hit the ball.
Well, hold up. Ball's now to Stokes, who's cutting, not timing it at all. So add Kensington Oval to the grounds that Ben Stokes has stole the hearts of many and got a century. In fact, his last century was against the same team, the West Indies. In 2020 in Manchester, he got 176 then, and that was quite some innings, and it's almost like he's picked up from where he left off there in 2020 in July. He's had some half centuries in between, but nothing like this for three figures. His 11th as Holder, who replaced him as the number one all-rounder in the world, bowls to him, and this is delivery just on the line of the leg stump, turned into the onside, and one more run for Ben Stokes. When you look at Ben Stokes and Holder, would you say that Ben is a better batsman, Jason is a better bowler? What makes Jason the number one and Stokes not?
Yeah, I think Ben's a better batsman. I think Ben's a much better batsman than Jason Holder. I think Jason Holder is a more consistent bowler than Ben Stokes. I think he just shades it on the bowling front. I think they're equally as good in the field. I think Jason Holder's a fantastic slip fielder.
Here comes Holder now, and bowls to Bairstow, who gets the ball on the line of the middle stump. Bairstow on the front foot pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. 397 for 4, beginning to look a bit imposing, with Stokes on 100. Bairstow's been kept quiet on 12 from 28.
But the comparisons for me, and Mark touched on it just a second ago and mentioned Serene Botham, or Lord Botham, what the character that gives the team and the crowd, it just shades it for me why Stokes is one of the very best all-rounders even in the world at the minute. You've got Jadeja that went to number one, he's now number two because Holder's taken over for him. Ben's had a little bit of a lean time, but this is Ben coming back at his best. He bowled beautifully in Antigua.
Holder bowls to Bairstow, short ball, cut away. That's a lovely shot. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Well, Gordon Greenwich could not have done it better, and has gone into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. 4 more runs to Bairstow. He goes to 16. 4-1 now for 4.
Yeah, I just had to look on the replay there. It was a slow ball, back of the hand slow ball from Jason Holder. He's dragged it down, sit up. Johnny Bairstow, off the back of 100 in the first test match, is not going to miss out on that. But to finish off on Stokes, the character that he's got, he lifts the side just walking out there. He's inspirational, and I think that just makes shades it for me with the comparison between Stokes and Holder.
Holder again to Bairstow on the line in the middle stump. Bairstow's on the front foot, defends it, and plays it there to Azari Joseph at mid-on.
That's not to knock anything against Jason Holder. I think he's a wonderful player.
I think he's a wonderful man as well. I think the character, the gentleman that Jason Holder is, he speaks very, very well about the game. He understands the game very well. Obviously, being the West Indian captain, he's an impressive young man in my opinion. But Stokes has got that X factor that the crowd just love.
Holder again to Bairstow, looking to turn this into the onside. Does it get hold of it? The over ends here on TalkSport 2, where the England team are 401 for 4. Stokes is 101. Bairstow 16. And speaking about what you said about Jason Holder yesterday, in terms of Lawrence being dismissed, you remember he got hit for 2 fours prior to the dismissal. And after the second 4, the captain was coming to him to tell him something, and he just said to the captain, "Don't worry about that." It was almost like he had something planned. He was planning something, and he wasn't worried that he was struck for 2 boundaries. And it proved at the end that he definitely had a plan that came to peace.
Yeah, as an experienced batsman, obviously, and Dan Lawrence and Mark Nicholas and Darren Goff have done 2 great lunchtime pieces on the great Shane Warne. And one of the best things Shane Warne said, I remember him saying about bowling, is sometimes getting hit for a 4 is a good thing, because the batsman all of a sudden thinks they're invincible, think they can get out there, and if you bowl your best ball, the next time there's a good chance of you getting a wicket. And I think that's what happened. Jason Holder bowled 3 balls marginally in a similar area, and because of obviously the mind games that you go end of the day, and obviously 91 scoreboard on, Dan Lawrence has picked out extra cover from a similar ball, so holding your nerve and saying, right, you might hit my best ball for 4 once.
Joseph bowls to Stokes down the leg side, pretty wide delivery, well taken there by Josh De Silva. No run.
But you're not gonna. Can you do it again? And can you do it again? And last night Dan Lawrence fell into that trap. And fair play to Jason Holder and to Craig Brathwaite, because they kept the same field. They kept the similar plan, and they've got their just rewards.
So Joseph has been pretty expensive. He's got none for 95. He's about to break up a century himself, and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes this time is defending it out to the mid-on area, and there's absolutely no run. Johnny Bairstow himself has come into a bit of a purple patch of his career. He's batted really well. That responsible knock in Antigua was kind of a character that you haven't really seen Johnny Bairstow in.
No, he left the ball very well in Antigua, but I think it was coupled with the fact that I don't think the West Indies bowl very well at him. For a man who gets bowled an awful lot in Test match cricket, the West Indies bowl far too wide to him and give him a chance to get in.
Joseph to Stokes. This delivery is played down to the fine leg area, turns it, and that's an easy single there for him. There is Brooks coming across to do the fielding. 402 then for 4. What's the declaration, or what total do you think England will be happy with as they go in?
It'll be an interesting one, because I don't think, unless England bowl the West Indies out for 150, I can't see England making the West Indies follow on. Just simply, I think they'll want to bowl last on a wicket which hopefully they'll get deterioration, and it'll go downhill quickly, because the first class wickets so far here at the Kensington Oval have done that. There's been some big scores, but there's also been results in the game.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Bairstow. This time Bairstow's on driving straight to the mid-on area. No run for him on this occasion.
So I'm not sure the score is too relevant now when you look at 402 for 4 on the board. They'll be looking at time and possibly giving themselves an hour tonight, hour and a half tonight, getting a good spell into Matt Fisher and Saqib Mahmood, get them into the Test match, give them a little bit of a side tour of what it is, short burst, give them everything that possibly can this evening, and then obviously with a calmer night's sleep, come back tomorrow and put in a good shift in what will be still a very, very good wicket for batting on. So I think it'll be time more than runs on the board for Joe Root. And now 90 minutes, 75 to 90 minutes could be what they'll be looking for at the end of the day.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Bairstow, who gets a good short delivery. He has to sway like a boxer, and he does so successfully. It's taken there by De Silva.
And if you look at that, you're probably looking at another 35, 38 overs from now. England had advanced the scoring rate. They're going to be in excess of 500, and that would be a huge thing. You know, thinking too far ahead here, but be a huge thing from where this cricket team's come from in the space of the last sort of 6 months.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time this is on driven through the mid-wicket area. Runs here for Bairstow in England. He gets one, he'll come back for the second. Picked him just about now. Pretty good throw, and the batsman will complete 2 to end the over here on TalkSport 2, where England are 404 for 4 with Ben Stokes on 102 from 119 balls, his third fastest century, and Johnny Bairstow, he's on 18.
Off the back of what was a really tough and challenging winter, England have now gone past 300 in 3 innings in a row, and I've always said, when you, as a bowling unit, no matter whether they've got inexperienced bowlers or you've got experienced bowlers, Broad and Anderson, when you got runs on the board, it's so different when your thought processes and trying to set batsmen up, catches in for longer periods, and when you are bowled out for less than 200, chasing the game, and your confidence is dented. So I think this is a massive tick in the box to this reset that England have been talking about.
As Holder continues now, bowls to Stokes, who's driving pleasantly out to the long off area for 1. Holding his 28th over. 1 for 72 he has. He's certainly been bowling for quite a long time, like the majority of these West Indians, but the pitch has really been that much of a big assistance to these seniors, has it?
No, it's been no assistance whatsoever. I mentioned a bit earlier, Curtly Ambrose wasn't happy with what it was dished up, and he's on his home island in Antigua, and he's less than happy than what it's like here. Along with Ian Bishop, they can't believe Barbados wicket hasn't got any bounce in it.
As Holder comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, and it's played into the offside, and there's just a single down to the point area. 405 now for 4. Ian has been on that trail for a while about the Barbados pitch, and it just doesn't seem to have perhaps gone any better. Like I said, the last test played here was in 2019, so we haven't seen a test here in quite a while, but we had some ODIs against Australia last year. The pitch was definitely not up to ODI standard. It was, I think, in one match they scored 147, and you don't expect that in a 50-over game these days. That's not even a good T20 score. This one is driven firmly out to the long off area. Stokes gets 1. He was thinking of 2, but Joseph was on to it quite quickly. They decide just to settle for the single, and that takes a total to 407 for 4.
We were talking about the pitches, and we played on 4. I think it might have been 4 pitches for 5 games at the back end of January. And the first one was a shocker, an absolute shocker. It was like we talked about the ODI pitch. I think England got bowled out for 109, I think it was. And then from there, the Sunday pitch was a bit better. The Wednesday pitch was the Rothman-Powell pitch, which it flew through, and I thought, you know what, can we play this test match on that pitch?
Delivery just outside the line of the off stump, played backward of point, and there's no run.
And then we finished the series on that Wednesday pitch, which turned. And if you think it was prepared for the Wednesday, I think it was the Sunday when we played the last ODI, the decider, and the pitch did turn. The pitch had some bounce, it had some turn. So when we came away from Barbados, I'm thinking, you know what, if we play on that pitch, it might be a bad test pitch.
Here he comes again, and bowls a delivery that's short, a slower delivery, pulled away, but there's a field on the mid-wicket boundary, so he'll only get a single. 408 then for 4.
A lot of pace, bounce, good for batting on, deterioration later on, and 4 days later the ball turned when the decider, the last 2020 was playing. But very, very surprised at how little pace is in this surface, and if it's going to break up, and obviously it's going to suit England, but when is it going to break up? Is it going to give the West Indies a day of batting on it? And if it does, then the West Indies will feel as though they can hang in and stay in the test match.
As he turns again and runs it and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes is driving in the air, but it's going to go down to the man there on the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll just get 1. So the end of the over. England 409 for 4. Stokes is 105. Bairstow's on 20. And this has been a pretty good partnership as well that has yielded so far 36 from 65 after the dismissal of Joe Root, who went earlier.
Ben Stokes moves on to 105 and looks as though, like he did in that first session, being very watchful, very mindful of where the fielders are, trying to get himself in, get himself going. He's gone past 3 figures and it looks as though he's now going to try and go through the gears. West Indies are by the field looking as a plan. They're going to go a lot straighter and more in towards sort of middle and leg. 5 fielders on the leg side, 4 on the boundary. Joseph comes in, bounce, ball just bounces in and around, just it's gone over the top of off stump line, but it's bounced on Ben Stokes, and that's the first time we've really seen the pitch misbehave off any bowler. It was Alzari Joseph, back of a length. Stokes goes down, pats it offside field of probably about a third slip. Backward point on the ring, extra cover, long on, long off, mid-wicket in the ring, and the other 3 fielders are on the leg side.
Joseph comes in and bowls, and this time Stokes is advancing, taking a bit of an advance down the pitch, and just pushes the ball into the offside and dashes off for a single. So he goes to 410, and Zari Joseph is on the verge of his century. He's got none for 99. His figures really reflect how he has bowled. Has he been better than that?
I think he's been a little bit better than that. He went through a spell. We've got to remember it's back-to-back test matches, and the bodies are human, and even though the lads are fit and quite strong and robust, unfortunately they do get tired, and I think what he put into the back end of Antigua probably just showed this morning.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Bairstow, who's pulling in the air. This is a chance for catches going down to mid-wicket. Catch taken. Bairstow goes, and England have lost their 5th. It was a short ball, and he went to hook it, but he didn't time it at all. It was a miscued hook, and on the boundary was Bonner waiting for the catch. He's pouched it, and England have lost another. And finally, Joseph gets off the mark with a wicket.
Just talking about whether his figures warranted the foreigner, that under 5 and over that he was going, and he's got his reward. But he was tired in that that end of that first session. But this session, he's a little bit more of a spring in his step, and he's dragged one down. It was a filthy drag down. It wasn't a bouncer. It was a back of a length, short of a length ball that just sat up. Johnny Bairstow's thrown the kitchen sink out, and unfortunately he's hit it high rather than far. Kuma Bonner just didn't move, stood still, waited for the ball, held up a little bit in the wind, took a relatively easy catch out just in front of square leg, out on the boundary, and Johnny Bairstow trying to go through the gears along with Ben Stokes just to set this game up in England's favour, to give them some time tonight with a score on the board which, from an England point of view, hopefully will be a match-winning score. We've seen in the first ball of that over, the ball just misbehaved off the pitch. I think that's the first one we've seen really go up in 128.3 overs. Good signs for England because they've got runs on the board, but that's a welcome breakthrough for not just the West Indies but for Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, I think Alzari Joseph will breathe a sigh of relief. He's got a wicket there, but he's still been a little bit expensive. So you look at what has happened so far in this test match, and you have to give some credit to, I think, almost everyone who has batted. Perhaps Crawley is the only man who's missed out, so to speak. But we've seen a good team performance, and this is the 3rd time that Gary Morgan, our statistician, tells us that this is the 3rd consecutive time since 2020 that England have scored 300 runs in 3 consecutive innings, which is a good sign for them, especially coming after that debacle in Australia where they lost 4-0. So I'll give you a brief recap of what has happened in this test match. The England side won the toss and they elected to bat. They had Crawley, who was caught the silver ball seals for duck. Alex Lees was LBW to ball for 30 from 138 balls, 3 fours. Joe Root, LBW to Roach for 153, his 25th Test century. 316 balls he faced, 14 boundaries. Dan Lawrence is caught by Bradford off of holder for 91 from 150 balls, 13 fours and 1 6. Ben Stokes is unbeaten on 106, and Johnny Bairstow just dismissed Cott Bonner, bowled Joseph for 20. Only 10 extras. The West Indies have been pretty disciplined. 1 by 6 leg byes, 2 no balls and 1 wide. 410 for 5. Roach 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 56. Seals 24 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 55. Pramal 27 1 1 for 97. Holder 28 4 1 for 76, and Bonner 1 over, cost him 3 runs. With the Bradford 4 overs, no maidens, done for 17. We're going to have a resumption now where Alzari Joseph, after the water break, has bowled 20 overs in 3 balls, 1 maiden, 1 for 99. The new batsman is Ben Folkes. So we've got Stokes and Folkes. No jokes. Here comes Joseph, as umpire Joe Wilson just looks around and says we're ready to resume. 410 for 5. This has been really good batting, as the Barmy Army and the crowd there in the beach stand are still very happy in the party stand. They've been going all morning and all afternoon. Here he comes now. Joseph steams him with just 1 slip in the gully and bowls to Folkes, and Folkes gets to do and land the off stump, place it into the onside, and there's no run. Run rate of just 3.19, which has picked up considerably. It was 1.9, 1.7 for quite a bit yesterday, especially when we saw the batting of Lee, and he was batting with Root. They were just seeing themselves in. And I said earlier that I just thought, when I saw how Ben Stokes looked this morning, he batted for so long in the nets, about an hour, and then he had a lot of throwdowns. He looked very determined. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Folkes, and Folkes gets to the rewinding the off stump, left alone and taken there by the keeper. The rain is falling in the distance here at Kensington Oval, but we've got some sunshine, and I don't think we're going to have any rain interruptions in this passage of play today. What a beautiful match it has been. Very interesting field as well, with just 1 slip in a gully, a backward pointer cover, mid-off, mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and a square that's not forward or not back. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Folkes, and Folkes gets another delivery outside the line, the off stump, taken there by the keeper to end the over, where England are 410 for 5, with Stokes 106 and Folkes yet to score. The latest score here at Kensington Oval, as we hand it back to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Barry Wilkinson and Steve Harmison. So 40 minutes to go until tea, with England going very strongly indeed. 410 for 5, 129 overs gone. Do they have a little bowl this evening? If they bat through the day and into an annoying half an hour tomorrow morning, then they are firmly committed, you would think, to the eggs in one basket approach, and only bat once. Well, actually Australia did that in the second test against Pakistan, and actually just added another 97 for 2, didn't they? Left Pakistan 500, and didn't work for them. And I think it will be very, very hard work. I know it will be very hard work for England, unless there's a classic example of scoreboard pressure which affects the West Indies. Here's Craig Brathwaite, the captain, and Ben Stokes has lashed this gentle off spinner out towards deep extra cover. They'll come back for 2 as Vasami Pamal runs around the boundary to do the tidying up. And Ben Stokes moves on to 108, his 11th Test 100. His 3rd fastest, and I say he would have got there at better than a run of ball had he not been cautiously tiptoeing his way through the 90s.
Oh, and he's gone huge here. He's had enough of Craig Brathwaite, and he's launched this one out towards long off, and that's all the way and more. I think the time has come. He's just said, Craig Brathwaite, what are you doing bowling me this filth?
It's a 12. Be gone with you. It's a 12. Ben Stokes, he came to the crease, and there is so much hunger, so much intent on playing a part for England, like he used to do a few years ago. He's gone through a bit of a patch where He struggled with certain things in his life, and he lost that kind of buzz for playing cricket, but I believe he's definitely got it back. Just some of his comments building up to this Test series. He's hungry to perform again, once again for England.
Here's Brathwaite once again. It's a long hop,
and it's smashed away by Stokes. Has he got enough of it? Joe, it's caught on the boundary and it's toppled over. Jermaine Blackwood positioned himself underneath it. He was backpedaling. He was aware of the boundary rope. I didn't think Stokes had struck it cleanly. Long hop from Brathwaite, and Blackwood has tumbled onto the rope as he completes the catch. John Campbell, beg your pardon, not Jermaine Blackwood. But he didn't get all of it, but he got enough, and it's 6. Ben Stokes is really teeing off against Brathwaite. Now, and he's caught by Shamar Brooks at long off. Another long hop from Craig Brathwaite. He leant back, he tried to spank it over long off, and he's holed out to Shamar Brooks, and Craig Brathwaite's gentle off spin has earned him a wicket. Ben Stokes has holed out for 120 from 128 deliveries. He receives the acclaim and the applause and acknowledges it from the England supporters. He's disappointed, obviously, because he's got out to the gentlest of part-timers, but he's done his job with 120.
It's a magnificent masterclass of batting there from Ben Stokes. Some wonderful cover drives throughout, and then some power hitting since lunch. It's been superb to watch. It's an absolute masterclass. But he got to the stage, I think, where he thought, I've had enough now. It's time to go downtown. It's either going to be the quickest under to 200 we've seen in a long time, or he was going to get out, caught on the boundary. And it was the latter, caught on the boundary. 424 for 6. But I think it tells you the intent of England. I don't think they're going to bat on to day 3. I think they're looking to get out there and have a ball as soon as possible and give themselves the best chance of winning. I think in the short time since they've gone to the Caribbean and Paul Collingwood is coming as coach, I think there is a determination to try and win every Test match from whatever position they're in. And I think intent's there for England to get out and have a ball as soon as they can. And it's a good catch that from Brooks in the deep. But Ben Stokes, a pleasure to watch, sir. Take a bow, 120 off just 128 deliveries. It brings in Wokes and the score of 424 for 6 here on TalkSport 2.
Well, Craig Brathwaite has picked up another wicket, and believe it or not, he's taken 25 Test wickets before today in 76 Test matches, and he's got his 26th wicket now. I have to say that it's teasing, toying stuff that he bowls. Dramatic variations in pace. The point about the ball that got Ben Stokes, he will say, is that it was much quicker than his average delivery, even though it was long hop length. And new batsman Chris Wokes pushes this one out towards John Campbell, who's now come in from the long on boundary, long off boundary as he was with Stokes, and he's now fielding it mid on to the right-handed Wokes. Here's Brathwaite again, and that's a quicker one, and it's pushed away defensively by Wokes out on the leg side. So absolutely, definitely England will bowl this evening, even if they declared. That shot from Ben Stokes told us that.
Yeah, I think so. I just get that. I mean, having known Paul Collingwood and played with him, he'll look to try and win every single game. I think we would probably, over the past couple of years, we have probably been a bit conservative, aren't we, in declaring or the intent of when we bat. But I think the way they've gone about things, whether it be Lawrence or Stokes, there's definitely an intent there to get the runs as quick as possible and get out in the field and have a ball and give ourselves 2 chances of winning the game.
So 200s for England, 153 for Joe Root and 120 for Ben Stokes, and it's Folkes and Wokes at the crease now. We're told that Matt Fisher is down to bat at number 9, Leach 10, Saqib Mahmood 11. Actually,
I put Leach at 9. Fisher should be 10.
Here is Alzari Joseph up to the crease now, and it's driven firmly by Ben Folkes up towards mid-off. Saki Mahmood and Matt Fisher have very similar records. They both average about between 12 and 13 at first class level. So, I mean, they can bat. Jack Leach is... It depends if England are still looking for quick runs. Then you might put Leach at 11. Let the stronger lads have a bit of a swing. Not that Jack Leach's not strong, but he's not known for his boundary hitting. 2 slips in a gully. Here's Alzari Joseph, full and wide outside the off stump. Folkes leaves it alone, and there's no run.
The only problem with Ben Stokes getting out, I mean, following him with Wokes and Folkes, we know Wokes can hit a ball. He's got a good record with a bat. Folkes, good player. He's more of a nerdler, isn't he? He's more of someone who just tries to pick the gaps, gets to 1 and 2s. Played a terrific knock over in Sri Lanka, by the way. Remember?
On debut, scored 100. And good sweeper.
Yeah,
good player,
very
of
good
spin.
sweeper.
But he's not going to get very much spin now, you wouldn't have thought. Alzari Joseph in once more, and that one is punched away for the back foot. And there's no run, it goes straight to the fielder. Alzari Joseph's been nursing and protecting his bowling because he's been on 99 for his last couple of overs. There are a couple of West Indians who are looking at 100. Vasami Pamal, the left arm spinner, 1 for 97. Alzari Joseph, 1 for 99. Here is Alzari Joseph, full and wide outside the off stump. It's another dot ball. He offers no shot.
It's amazing when you think about it. After, like I say, first day, going to lunch, 47 for 1. And now one of the seamers for the West Indies, Joseph, got figures of 1 for 99 off 21.4 overs. Amazing. On this pitch, slow pitch, hard to score.
He's going for 5 and over.
And going for 5 and over. I'd be distraught.
Well, I mean, Ben Stokes really tucked into him in that one over before lunch. And that one is chopped away behind square on the offside for 4 runs. Is a quality shot from Ben Folkes. A very, very pleasant way to get off the mark. It was I must say that the ball got what it deserved. It was back of a length, not quite long off, but short enough. And it does just sit up, doesn't it? And there's nobody down there on the third man boundary. Just sits up and begs to be steered away.
Absolutely, just use the pace of the ball. It's bowling around 140 clicks, just short of a length. Not going to do anything from that length. He just opened his face and used the pace of the ball. Down to third man for 4.
428 for 6 England now. That's a quicker one from Alzari Joseph, and it's left alone outside the off stump and taken behind by Joshua Da Silva. Scoreboard pressure is bound to play a role, and and the West Indies have a tendency to self-destruct. John Campbell is an enigma at the top of the order. He can, as he did in Antigua, he bats like long periods. Well, long periods. I mean, 25 balls, 3 or 4 overs, and doesn't score a run, and then suddenly tries to hit one out of the ground.
He is from the first moment I saw him, and then that's just the way he plays. It's block slog, isn't it? And surely he's a better player than that. There's more to his game than that, and he's got to start and deliver for the West Indies.
Here's Craig Brathwaite continuing, sweep shot, nicely played by Chris Folkes, bit full for a full-on conventional sweep. He wasn't down on one knee, he was still upright when he played the shot. There's only been 2 rounds of the first-class competition in the Caribbean, and John Campbell's got 250 runs in them, and that was the reason for his recall. But he certainly has not done his talent justice in the Test arena. An average of 23 from 14 tests. Here's Craig Brathwaite continuing, and it's pushed away gently up towards mid-off, straight to Jason Holder. Something about Craig Brathwaite that I'm missing, Goffey. I mean, Ben Stokes climbed into him in 1 over, but I admit I've been disrespectful.
Well, you wouldn't lose
about
sleep.
his bowling.
You wouldn't lose sleep on it. I mean, you just wouldn't.
Well, you would lose sleep worrying about getting out to it. Here is Brathwaite. It was flicked away by Ben Folkes up towards short mid-wicket. Jared Kimber has picked up his microphone with intent. He's going to tell me what it is that I'm not seeing in Craig Brathwaite.
Last ball was 67 kilometres.
Here's Brathwaite once again, and clipped away nicely by Folks for a single to deep mid-wicket. 67 kilometres an hour. He bowled one that was... I think that's his slowest.
Maybe 66
Is
or
it the
67?
moon ball? The snip? Moon ball?
It's very close to that. So, but when he got Ben Stokes out, he got him out with 108 km/h ball.
Long hop.
Yeah, it was
pushed away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Alzari Joseph, and there's no run. So
Surprise bouncer. Surprise bouncer.
It was a long hop, wasn't it? It bounced.
That's 40 kilometres of different pace, though. That's weird. Unless you're facing Tamal Mills with the back of the hand slow ball, you don't usually see people have that much variance of pace. I mean, that's not why he got the wicket. He just bowled a half tractor and Ben Stokes missed it, right?
Yeah, but that is a massive difference. I wonder whether that's something that's measurable. The greatest differential between
it would be
slowest and quickest deliveries.
It would be either Tamal Mills or Unrik Norkia, because it's anyone who has a back of the hand slow ball and also bowls over 90 miles an hour.
And there's another South African, Andile Petlakwayo, who used to
he did not bowl 90 miles an hour.
He did.
Every ball was a slow
Not
ball.
when I've seen him play.
he did when he was 18. Pushed away defensively up towards mid-off.
With his body type?
Oh, no, he was lither.
Yeah, okay.
Then.
I'm not sure he's ever done 90 miles an hour in a car video game, but I'll default to your knowledge on him.
I think it was more the slowness of the slower ball rather than the speed of the quicker ball. But he was timed at his quickest at 136 kilometres an hour, and he bowled a back of the hand slower ball at just over 100. So almost 40 k's an hour difference. That's punched away off the back foot, behind square on the offside, and but
Tamal's
they go through for a single.
54, I think, is his top speed, and his slow ball back of the hand has been around 98, 99.
That's the biggest I've ever heard of.
So Unrik Norkia, I think his slowest one's about 101, 102, and I think he's a little bit quicker than Tamal. I think he's about...
Brett Lee? What about Brett Lee? He must have a really slower ball. He used to bowl.
I don't know if we looked at the differences, but I don't think he had a back of the hand slow ball. If you have
but it was a real slow ball he bowled. A real slow
split finger.
Yeah, he bowled it really slow.
Yeah. When we look at the CricViz data, it's always, or the Hawkeye data, it's always the back of the hand ones that are so slow.
Well, it won't be Shai Akhtar because he's slow ball with 90 miles an hour.
Here's Alzari Joseph continuing. Short pull, bottom edge, just over the top of the stumps. Bit of fortune for Ben Folks. Looked like it was going to be played on, but he's chopped it off a bottom edge just over the top of his stumps, and he comes trotting back for the second run. He moves on to 6. England to 433 for 6. The scoring rate now of 3.27. It's been a long way from that first morning when we had 47 runs.
Well, if you're now Joseph, figures of 1 per 106 off just 22.3, all you're thinking now is this could be my last spell. I need to pick up a couple here to make the average look decent.
Consolation wickets there'll be as Alzari Joseph is in. Looks for the Yorker. It was a stump-seeking delivery, but it's turned nicely by Chris Wokes off his toes out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, and he moves on to 4. 434 for 6. So it's not about necessarily the runs. Obviously England want more of them, but the strategy now, the plan, the thinking will be how many overs do we want to bowl at the end of the day, won't it? That'll be what's driving them.
I would say so. I think they'll be wanting a good crack with the new ball and probably have a look at the spinner.
Here's Alzari Joseph, and that's punched off his thigh pad by Ben Folks for a single again out towards deep mid-wicket. So what would that be, an hour?
Yeah, I think 15 overs. I think that's where I've got in my head. If they can get 15 overs at the West Indies tonight, we'll have a look at the seamers and then get the spinner on for 2 or 3 overs, and then they have another crack tomorrow morning. So when they're fresh, so it gives them 2 hits at it. Slightly more than the West Indies gave themselves last night. What did they give themselves? 6 overs with the new ball? 5 overs?
5.
I think 15 overs. I think England will want tonight.
Chris Wokes on strike on 4 as Alzari Joseph is into him and punched away, square of the wicket on the offside. I have to say, it is very, very benign. I mean, it is very benign. Mark Nicholas said a short time ago, if anything, it seems like it's got slower. I know the ball is 53 overs old, but if anything, it's got slower.
I mean, why would it encourage fast ball? Can you imagine Marshall, Roberts, Ambrose, and Walsh and Garner bowling on these sort of wickets, it wouldn't have been like this in those days, would it? Not a chance. Everybody used to say, see Barbados flying through. It was a great test match to watch, great viewing. And then you get this. Oh, it's like being in India, isn't it? Pakistan, Karachi.
Right, for the next 20 minutes, here's Mark Nicholas.
Well, there's a little lob ball from Brathwaite up at leg stump, and Wokes just sort of touches it away into the leg side for a single. I think it's a great point, and I think it's inexcusable. I think that the pitch is everything for cricket, and to repair such dead surfaces is nuts. Of course, someone's turned on the lights in here. It's very bright. There's an on drive, goes for a single. No, it doesn't. It goes for two. What good running. Wokes had to shift a bit there. He was going to the non-striker's end, and I think he was surprised that folks called him back for the second, but he obviously fancied the strike. I guess you would if you're batting for England against Craig Brathwaite. Here he comes again. Little gentle off breaks. That's thrown up really high, and on another day would be hit out of the ground, but folks is new to the crease, and I'm sure that they want to bat for as long as I'm with Darren Gough. 15 overs to go this evening would be the time to be bowling. Get 2 bites of the new ball cherry, or whatever you want to call it, and that goes to mid-wicket for no run. A little work off the toes from Ben Foakes. He's a good-looking player to watch, actually. When you saw him play so well in Sri Lanka, going back however long it was, 3 years ago now, he was a nice player to watch. He plays within himself. He works that away of his hip for a single. It was just back of a length from Brathwaite, but another gentle delivery. And I suppose what you'd say about Foakes is he makes the most of his talent, both with gloves and with bat. Now with bat, he's not as talented as with the gloves, so everything he does with the gloves looks easy and natural. With the bat, he's working a bit harder at it, but thankfully that hasn't compromised the aesthetic appeal as Wokes defends on the back foot. A full ball, actually, could have been forward to it. There's no run. It's 4:40 for 6. Coffee.
Yeah, 4:40 for 6, and I think that 15 overs will be there. But also, as well, we've seen that teams are like that. They like to get to that magic number. They don't know whether it's a 500 or a 400 or a 600 even. And I think that's what they'll be looking at now. If they can get another 60 odd runs and get past that 500 mark. England have not been there for a while, what I can remember. But thanks to 2 great players in Joe Root and Ben Stokes, magnificent hundreds, both of them, totally different. Great to watch, both of them, for different reasons. It's put England in a great position. 440 for 6, and it's going to be spin at both ends, Mark.
Yeah, Virasamy Tamal is now called upon. He's 27 overs, 1 for 97. 6 West Indian bowlers have taken wickets. What the most is in an innings. How many people have contributed in a bowling attack to wickets? Roach, Seals, Joseph, Tamal, Holder and Brathwaite have all taken a wicket, a single wicket each. Ball's going to bowl with, let me look here, we certainly got 4 back. Ben Foakes is on strike, spins the ball on his fingers, now runs up and spins it towards the batsman, who gets a full toss. I've seen a lot of full tosses hit to fielders in this innings, and that's hit to short extra cover for no run. Foakes back into his pretty orthodox stance, tap of the ground, and he picks the bat up a little later than some in the modern era and defends half forward, half back, out onto the offside. I wonder if our stats man Gary has got that one for me. Anyway, find out from all bowls again, and down comes Foakes. Nice little shimmy to get right to the pitch of the ball, and hits it firmly out to mid-on for a single. The whole thing has becalmed. It's as if Stokes caused a thunderstorm, and the storm is now finished, and everything's just getting over the shock of it, and the game's gone back to a gentler rhythm, might be the way to describe it. A run rate of 3.2 and over.
Well, it's a period of the game for me where West Indies are just waiting for England to declare.
Here comes Tamal. He bowls to Wokes, who drives it down the ground for 1. And yes, I mean they're not thinking how do we get a wicket particularly, are they? They want to get wickets, but they're only thinking, well, if someone hits it up in the air and they're caught in the deep, so be it. But otherwise there's no other plan to take a wicket.
Spot on, Mark.
The slip in place. Ben Folkes, bearded, goes forward and pushes that out onto the offside for another single. England ticking over with singles here. 5 balls bowled in this over. 3 of them have gone for singles, and you wouldn't bet against this final ball going for a single either. Wokes has 7, Folkes has 12. Matt Fisher on debut waits to come in next. He's already gloved up as Permaul bowls again, and he actually stops it, the drive, so it doesn't result in a single. End of the over. 443 for 6. How's Matt Fisher with the bat?
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, he's not a gun, but he can hold a bat. He can play. He's quite orthodox. He's probably freer scorer than Jack Leach. I would say probably Jack Leach would be harder to get out, but he might be someone who can, you know what I mean, he can score quite quickly. He's quite orthodox. He's not a slogger.
Jack Leach can play.
Exactly.
I'm a big Jack Leach fan. Why is he not? But he's made 90 in a test match for England.
I think what we were saying is but he doesn't score probably quick enough. And England, the way they're trying to go about things probably, but they've gone for Matt Fisher over Leach. But yeah, Leach is probably the better player.
More Brathwaite, here he comes, bowling round the wicket but straight, and it's driven, and there's another single for it to mid-off, who's up, but he has to go to his right. Jared.
Matt Fisher's been quite a good List A player. He averages 28 with a strike rate of 98, but hilariously in first class cricket he's got a strike rate of 30, so he must have been blocking out a few draws in some of those games, but he gives it a whack in the white ball.
Yeah.
And that's worked to the leg side for another single by this Wokes Folkes partnership, having said goodbye to Stokes.
You've waited for this one, haven't you? Stokes, Wokes, Folkes. So confusing, wasn't it? I mean, Stokes, Wokes.
I'm not sure I've waited for it, but yeah, I know what you mean. To get them all into a sentence is nice, isn't it? How else could it happen? I suppose as Ben Folkes drives that back down the ground, it's stopped by the bowler Brathwaite, who nips across in front of the umpire, picks it up, turns back to his mark, drifts in again. Pretty orthodox action. Really bowls that slowly and high outside the leg stump, and Folkes gets low to it and sweeps it for a single. I suppose you could have a batsman could be caught Folkes, bowled Stokes after an interruption by Wokes.
Wokes was the non-striker.
So Wokes could dive across and palm it to Folkes off Stokes. That could happen, couldn't it? And so it could too if Stokes was bowling and Wokes was bowling and Stokes was... What am I talking about? That's a single to backward square leg.
Yeah.
And there's another run in it. So 447 for 6. You can tell the game's meandering.
Yeah, well, why don't you just say Folkes caught Stokes, bowled Wokes? You get all three of them
because they play for England together. They play for different counties and they play for England together. That wouldn't work, Darren. Put yourself together. That's a single to mid-wicket as well. Similar shot, a little knock into the leg side. That's what's happening at the moment. 448 for 6, 9 for Wokes, 15 for Folkes on a day that's been lit up by Ben Stokes. A quite brilliant 120 that came in quick time. In fact, of all the 120s scored in Test match cricket, his is the second fastest after one by Chris Cairns. And also Joe Root went on to 150 today before it was LBW to Kemar Roach. He did play second fiddle to Ben Stokes, but when they're together they are a magnificent pair of cricketers to watch. One elegant, the other powerful, and both absolutely at the top of their game today, making a sort of, would you say, average, just above average West Indian attack on a flat pitch, making the pitch look easy and the bowlers look easy too. Here's Permaul now with his left arm spin. For beauty, beats the outside edge of Ben Folkes' bat. That is an orthodox left arm spinner, getting a bit of rip out of the surface, and that, above all else, will encourage Jack Leach.
Absolutely, I think this is an opportunity for Jack Leach. He's been waiting for a pitch like this for a long, long time in Test cricket, and I think the toss has been his...
That ball's too full, and it was driven out to mid-on for a single. A lot of fielders back, so the singles available everywhere. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think the toss has gone his way by England batting first and reaching 449 for 6. It gives Jack Leach an opportunity to bowl in conditions that he actually might be happy with for a change.
Pamal again. Wokes pushes that and beats both folks who slightly got in the way of Pamal, but not such that I think they're going to turn the single down. No, they take the single. It's 450 now. The crowd that is mainly English applaud, well, I suppose generously, though the applause for Ben Stokes when he went to 100, how they stood, and the warmth of it was, for me, the highlight of the day. That and the 6 that he hit onto the top of the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand. Pushed out to extra cover for no run by Folks, who's well forward there, really leaning into that with a bent front leg. This is sort of how you imagine cricket to have been 70, 80, 90 years ago, as it's pushed down the ground for a single, though the fielders wouldn't have been back. I mean, with a left arm spinner lobbing it up, trying to get a bit of turn, batsman playing forward and gently caressing the ball around the outfield. 451 for 6 now here at Kensington Oval. A partnership between Chris Wokes and Ben Folks, worth 27 from 43 balls, and that's blocked firmly to short mid-wicket, and there's no run in it at the end of the over. 451 for 6. So I heard you saying earlier about you thought 15 overs tonight. If England weren't bowled out, Root would declare.
Yeah.
So about an hour's play in the field.
I won an hour tonight if I was England. They'll have been in the field nearly 2 days. And it's an opportunity for the debutants to get out there full of energy. You heard Mark Fisher, he's desperate to get out there and have a bowl. It doesn't matter it's flat, it doesn't matter but the pitch is slow. They've got a new ball in their hand, bowl at the stumps and attack West Indies, who will be tired, they'll be jaded, they've been out in the field, they've gone for runs, and now they're going through the motions. So the mindset is going to be very hard to switch on for the West Indies.
Yeah, 26 minutes until the tea break. Here's Brathwaite again. Still bowling round the wicket, still bowling in at middle and leg, and still knocked into the leg side for a single. So we really are, well, it's just a drip of torture, this, in comparison to what we saw earlier, which was brutal stuff. I felt sorry for the afflicted, who were the West Indian bowlers. Here at least they can breathe a bit, but when Ben Stokes got into them, it was really something to watch.
Well, this is easy runs, isn't it? If you're a lower order batsman now and you're coming in against these two bowling on this sort of pitch.
Forward block, a really quiet piece of cricket. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to take singles. You couldn't resist. You'd want to wind up here.
But there's no risk. You can. But these two are good players. The point is, but these are lower order batsmen, but they're good players, so they can just keep pushing ones. There's so many gaps.
Brathwaite again, much flatter that ball, and he bowled it quite round arm, and it was hit quite firmly to short mid wicket, but again for no run. Brathwaite shaven completely on the top of his head, but he has a lengthy beard. Actually, it looks to me to have noticeably grown during this match, as that's worked leg side for a single by Chris Wokes behind square. It was a wispy beard, I felt, when he was at the toss, but it's already grown into something a little more substantial from the West Indian captain. So many beards in the modern game. Beards are in, as moustaches once were in the 70s, in the rock and roll days, with the long hair and the sideburns. And that's a misfield by Brathwaite, and actually they turned the run down, and that's primarily because Folks was unsighted by Wokes. Folks is the striker and Wokes the non-striker, so he just didn't take the risk. There would have been a single if he'd gone straight away pretty comfortably. Brathwaite again. Oh, that is a loopy high ball that you'd see in a testimonial game, that's helped round the corner in a sort of a sweep shot by Folks. So there's at the end of the over, that ball was bowled at 61 kilometres per hour. That's hardly any miles per hour. 454 for 6, and Jared's in.
That is 5 kilometres slower than he's been registered at in this series so far. That's barely club cricket off spinning pace, surely. That's got to be one of the slowest balls in Test cricket in about 15 years.
Samuel?
Hi, mate.
You know a bit about spin bowling. Is that one of the slowest balls you've seen in a test match?
Certainly. Craig Brathwaite, he has two paces, slow and slower. He's absolutely taken everything out of those deliveries, not giving the batsman any sort of pace to work with. He's bowling from the Malcolm Marshall lane, asking the right-handers to hit into the wind. And so he's asking the batsmen to use their strength, their power. And I think that's good bowling from him as Versamy Plumall continues. This one is on the line of the stumps and just prodded on the front foot, goes to extra cover. Craig Brathwaite, no run.
It was 37 miles per hour, that ball, just so you know. Plumall again. Plumall, maybe I should say. And that isn't a run. That was another attempt to turn it into the leg side for a single, but it failed. And no attempt from the batsman to hit boundaries. A lot of fielders are back. But this really is drifting along, and probably will do so in another 22 minutes until the tea break, and then England will take stock and probably come out with a plan in the afternoon or the final session of play. And that is a single down to long on. So all these runs, Samuel, you know, they all add up, they all count. If England get 500, it's a mighty task then for West Indies.
Indeed, especially on a wearing pitch. We did see one delivery from Versamy Plumall turn away from the edge of the right-hander, so Jack Leach might be enthused by that, and the more they bat, the more this pitch will be worn. This one is worked towards long on quite nicely, will get a single. But yeah, I think that's the plan, just to go along just at this pace and assess, like you said, during that tea interval, and maybe come out and bat just a little bit after tea, get them a little bit more tired, the West Indian batsmen, that is, mentally and physically. Plumall once again around the wicket on the front foot quite competently. Ben Foakes down back to the bowler, no run.
Well, Darren Gough thinks that England would bat for 50 minutes after tea, 10 minutes between innings, and have a good hour at the West Indian top order. Give his young seamers a chance both this afternoon and tomorrow morning with the new ball. And I think that's the right tactic, actually. I don't think I'd declare too soon after tea, particularly if these two are still there. They're good players. Forward goes Foakes, and he tries to work the space on the offside but doesn't manage to. He picks out the man at short extra cover. It's the end of the over. 4:56 for 6. What have you made of the West Indies attack today?
Yeah, they were absolutely bludgeoned this morning, weren't they? Ben Stokes came out and he was belligerent, he was pugnacious, he was very attacking. He started off slowly. I think he took 10 balls before he got off the mark, and he was 4 runs of 18 balls, and then he absolutely went berserk thereafter. They tried a few things. I didn't think that they were consistent enough in one area, but the way Ben Stokes played, it was always going to be difficult, particularly the spinner, the left-handed spinner Versamy Plumall, bowling to him in that sort of mood. He scored 4 sixes in that knock, 6 sixes rather, and 11 fours. Craig Brathwaite continues around the wicket, short, just punched back down to long off, just a single. So I think that they tried different plans, but take nothing away from the way Ben Stokes played. Even Joe Root was just a mere spectator.
Well, we were so spoiled by that innings and by Root's innings that this is pretty plain fare, isn't it? A bunch of singles, 2 spinners lolling in and lobbing it up, and the field back, and England just taking single after single after single. And it's one of the things you have to understand, I think, about cricket, is you need some patience when you watch it. You need it when you play it. You need to watch it too, because the ebb and flow of the game is part of its fascination. A full toss as Foakes dances down and punches it out to deep mid-on for a single, and you just have to get that. And once you get that, you can live with these passages of play that don't seem to mean much. But of course they often lead to something else, and in this case it's leading to, in England's plan, master plan, a very difficult evening for the West Indian openers. Again, that is another loopy high slow thing outside leg stump, and is swept firmly out to Alzari Joseph, who does the fielding at deep backwards square, and his throw in isn't particularly energetic or accurate either, but a tired man and a tired mind, I suspect. 4:59 for 6 here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. As down the wicket comes Ben Foakes. He hits it straight back to the bowler, who's Brathwaite. He flings it back to the keeper. Foakes scampers for his ground and safely makes it. Another good crowd in, but very much English supporters out here on holiday, and a single is pushed to mid-off on the front foot by Stokes. And really, honestly, the English supporters come for the tremendous sense of excitement being in Barbados. Not just the cricket ground, but the island itself. It is a joy, frankly, any trip to Barbados, as we turn our attentions to that island, to the commentary box at the Kensington Oval, where Barry Wilkinson awaits.
Thank you so much. And the last 8 tests here at Kensington Oval, we've had England, of course, the West Indies winning by 381 runs. We had Sri Lanka beating the West Indies by 4 wickets. We had the West Indies beating Pakistan, West Indies beating England as well. So the record here against England has been pretty good. I think the last time that they would have beaten us here was when Steve Harmison was bowling to Chris Gayle and he got his stumps knocked over. You remember that, Sammy?
Yeah, I think that was 2004 in that series. And before that, the last time they won was 1994, and before that in the 1930s. So only 3 times have England managed a win here at Kensington Oval since 1935, if memory serves me correct. And I think there were some 16 attempts. So it is sort of a fortress here at the Kensington Oval, especially against the English. And that might be challenging this test match, particularly with the score of 460 for 6 and the way England have batted in this first innings. There is a slight pause in play as the umpires converge. The 4th umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., comes out with a bag of balls, options for the on-field umpires to possibly choose from, as there might be another change in ball. We've had quite a few changes in balls during the course of this first innings. Of course, there was that second new ball that was taken around the 85th over. Has to be changed once again, maybe because of the shape. Umpires having a little bit of a discussion. Nigel Duguid, Joel Wilson, and they've decided on which ball they're going to use for the next passage of play. 460 for 6 here at the Kensington Oval. Alex Lees 30, Crawley didn't score. Root 153, Lawrence 91, Stokes 120, and Johnny Bairstow got to 20, and Ben Foulkes and Chris Wokes 22 and 14. I want to welcome all the listeners on Talk Sport as we bring you live coverage from the Kensington Oval in this second Apex Test match, West Indies versus England. Barry Wilkinson, what do you make of this plan from England? How further do you see them batting?
Well, tease in about 15 minutes. I think that they might just well declare by 3:30 if they're not bowled up by then. But I think 500 runs, I can't see them losing the test match from there. 460 for 6 is already a pretty good total, and the time is for them. You've got 3 days and a piece. As Promwell is ready to resume now, they've got a ball, and this delivery is flighted and played into the offside, out to the cover area, and there's no run. Craig Bradford is there. This is going to be a stern test for the West Indies. Even though we talk about this pitch and how flat it is, and this, that, don't be surprised if the West Indies were to come and lose some quick wickets and somewhat struggle. They must be very tired up there.
Yeah, this one has worked towards mid-wicket, no run. And you're right, we can only assess a pitch when both teams have had the opportunity to bat on it. Yes, England have done remarkably well, but it remains to be seen how the West Indies go on this pitch. This one from Versamy Promwell on the line of the middle and leg stump, comfortably on the front foot. Ben Foulkes pushes it back to the bowler, no run. So you're absolutely right. It remains to be seen how the West Indian batsmen fare on the surface.
Here comes Promwell now and bowls to Foulkes, and Foulkes gets delivered. It's driven. He wants a quick single up to the mid-off area, and he takes it too. I thought Joseph was very lackadaisical. He didn't attack the ball at all, and in the end they were able to get that single quite comfortably. I think he's in no man's land in that position. Can't save a single, definitely can't stop the boundary. Not quite sure why he's so far back. That's going to be a single every time. Here comes Promwell again. Spins the ball from hand to hand as Wokes is on strike. He's on 14, and this delivery is on the line of the off step. Wokes is on the front foot and pushes the ball to the cover point area. There's no run. 461 for 6. We had 141 overs in this contest, dominated by the English. Centuries to Ben Stokes, Joe Root, as this delivery is again on the line of the off stump and plays square to the offside, and there's no run. 461 then for 6. So, Stokes will continue on 23. I think the West Indies team will be looking around and saying, well, who can we bowl? Well, what different can we serve up England that we haven't tried at all in this test match?
Well, Anderson Phillip is on the field, the 12th man in this game for someone. He, of course, is part of the West Indian squad, yet to make his debut in test match cricket. Did make a debut in one-day international against Sri Lanka last year, so he's played international cricket before. I've also seen Kyle Mayers on the field, so maybe they can ask him to offer up a few. But yeah, they're in desperate need of some sort of inspiration, and perhaps that inspiration, Barry, could come from the fact as we see Craig Brathwaite around the wicket once again, this time on the line of the leg stump, worked away towards backward square leg. Versamy Purmall does the fielding, fires that through into wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. That inspiration from that magnificent 276 that Craig Brathwaite scored here just a couple of weeks ago. John Campbell himself scored 127 in the same game. So that sort of memory, that sort of performance should urge these players on, should spur these players on. This one nice and full, slow once again from Craig Brathwaite on the front foot. Chris Wokes back down to the bowler, no run.
This pitch is reminiscent of the wicket that was here in 2009 when England played the West Indies. As Brathwaite bowls and this delivery brings him on the front foot, plays into the onside. Back then, England scored 600 for 6 declared, and then 279 for 2 declared. The West Indies made 749 for 9 declared, a match that was a mere stalemate. It was drawn. The pitch was very similar. In fact, you look at the reports of that particular match, and the pitch was maligned from the very first ball, much like it has been here. But the West Indies don't have perhaps the batting lineup that they might have had back then. Sarwan would have made a big double on that occasion, as this delivery is swept down to the flying leg for 1. We also saw a century from Dinesh Ramdin, got 166. And then the Strauss, he got 142. Ravi Bopara, 104. Alistair Cook, 94. So everyone just kind of cashed in back then. It was a very dour game. Alistair Cook actually got a double 100 as well. In the second innings, as Brathwaite bowls, and this delivery is played along the ground in the slip cordon. No run. 463 then for 6 at the end of the over here on TalkSport 2, with Wokes on 15 and Folks on 24.
England management will be very pleased with the productivity in terms of the runs in this series. Of course, in the Ashes quite recently, that was a concern, the amount of runs scored. Certainly the number of centuries, only 1 century in that Ashes. Johnny Bairstow, the centurion, I think it was in the Sydney Test. And already here, in just the 3 innings, we've had 5 centuries from English batsmen. Joe Root has 2, Zach Crawley 1, Bairstow 1, and Ben Stokes the other. So 5 centuries in 3 innings, as compared to just the 1 century in those 5 test matches in the Ashes. So from that point of view, the red ball reset has had an excellent start. Can they replicate that with the ball? And I think that area is much more of a concern in the absence of Broad and Anderson and 2 debutants here today. And that's something else the West Indian batsmen can draw some bit of positivity from. The fact that they are untested fast bowlers in the opposition ranks. Purmall continues from around the wicket. Well played once again. Back down to the bowler from Chris Wokes. No run. The score remains 463 for 6. So if you're looking for any bit of positivity, Barry, there's one in terms of their scores in the previous first class game. And this one is swung away by Chris Wokes over mid-wicket and gets to the boundary now. All the way for 6, as a matter of fact. A magnificent blow from Chris Wokes. Just slanted to that one, dipped his back foot, got under that delivery from Purmall, uses the angle, not necessarily the middle of the bat, but he was hitting with the wind, and it just sailed over the boundary. Excellent shot from Chris Wokes. Score now 469 for 6. We're into the 143rd over. It's been a long fielding spell for the West Indies. There's some weary legs out there.
Yeah, indeed, some very weary legs. mentally as well, as this delivery again is well flighted. Much better delivery there from Pumol, and driven back to the bowler. Pumol's got 1 for 112. He's been expensive. There's 32nd over. As Pumol bowls again. This one is a attempted sweep. There's an appeal for LBW, but must have been pitched outside the line. Now it says the umpire.
Yeah, a couple of Centurions here with the bat for England. A couple of Centurions with the ball for the West Indies. Pumol one, Joseph the other. 109 in 23 overs from Alzari Joseph. Very expensive. Pumol in once again. This one is driven back towards the bowler. He does the fielding himself. A little bit of a fumble. Makes the gather now no run the result. I just think that Pumol in particular has been off the boil. Again, another difficult surface for him to operate on, and the way Ben Stokes came at him was always going to be under pressure. This one is worked away towards the one side, beats the diving fielder at mid-wicket and gets the single. Brings the over to an end. 143 overs bowled, 470 for 6. England winning the toss yesterday morning, and Joe Root decided with tremendous alacrity that he wanted to have first strike on this surface.
Yeah, it was a very good decision, even though they lost that early wicket. We still saw how the England batsmen were able to dig in. 47 for 1 at lunch, and you now look at the situation, 470 for 6 the next day, just before tea. You wouldn't mind that 47 for 1. That seems like inconsequential as to anything that has happened. And it was just a wonderful plan that has come together. England must feel very vindicated by that decision. Brackett is going to continue, the captain. 11 overs, nominated 1 for 51. But just a bit surprised as to the thought process by these two batsmen, Wokes and Folks. I mean, they haven't really, I wouldn't say started to swipe, but they haven't moved on either. As Brackett bowls now to Wokes, who's defending and playing the ball back to the ball, and there's no run.
I think they're much more advanced than they thought that they would have been. At the close of play yesterday, an entire day 244, they're already 470, but that was due to the way Ben Stokes played. So if you told them yesterday afternoon that before tea today that they'd be 470 for 6, they'd take that. So they're so advanced, so ahead of the game, that they're in absolutely no rush. So much time left in this game. Another very slow delivery from Craig Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump, cut away by Chris Wokes, but well fielded by Kyle Mayers in extra cover, no run. And it's just a matter of trying to, like we keep saying, mentally wear these players down, physically wear them down as well.
Here comes Brathwaite again and bowls. This delivery is played down to third man. That's going to go down to the boundary. He was attempting sort of a late cutter just to kind of guide the ball. I think it might have come off the pad of the keeper. Don't know if that came flush off the bat. I think it hit something as it went towards the boundary, but it's gone for 4 nevertheless. It's
a quicker ball from Craig Brathwaite. He tried to fire that one in, and outside edge of the bat of Chris Wokes, and it flew past and Nkrumah Bonner at first slip. He had absolutely no chance, and that brought up the 50 partnership between these two of 83 balls. So in as much as we are not seeing the boundaries, Barry, they're still scoring at a healthy rate, 50 from 83.
Yeah, partnerships. They've played in partnerships, England. Brathwaite bowls again. This time Wokes is on the front foot and defends it, pushes the ball into the offside. He's got 26 from 37. He played a very useful knock in Antigua as well. You can't underestimate his batting. He has that batting ability.
And that previous delivery was 87 kph as compared to 67 where he normally operates.
Well flighted, undriven up to the long on area for 1. Don't think Wokes is good enough yet to be called an all-rounder. Will you call him a genuine all-rounder? Because I consider someone an all-rounder. If you can make the team as a batsman, or you can make the team as a bowler, well, I call you a genuine all-rounder.
He still has a lot of work to do. Chris Wokes, that's for sure, particularly in Test match cricket. I think that last delivery might have been a no ball as well from Craig Brathwaite. Yes, indeed.
How could Craig Brathwaite bowl a no ball? This one is driven back down the ground. It's gone straight. Will it get to the boundary? No, it won't. Well stopped, well fielded. That's will only get 1. Kemar Roach. One of the oldest men in this team, Kemar Roach. Would you believe it? Still a pretty young test team. Roach is perhaps the oldest. Bonner. Then you've got Campbell. Craig Brathwaite's still in his 20s. He's still 29. Jason has just turned 30. As this delivery is down the leg side and swept down to fine leg. Azari Joseph is 24. I think 29 is the vice captain. He's still in his 20s as well. De Silva's 25. Yeah, no, Pomol is 32. So you've got 3 30-year-olds in this team. Other than that, is still a pretty young test team. 478 for 6 here on Talk Sport 2. With Wokes 28, Folks 25, the latest score at Kensington Oval. You're not missing any cricket. The batsmen seem to be getting some kind of instruction from the pavilion, or somebody seems to be coming up. They're not at their crease. They're now going back to their crease, as a matter of fact. I'm not quite sure what was the thought process there, but it seems to be a very kind of laid-back approach now. Everyone seems to be pretty tired. This has been a long trek for the West Indies. But we're going to have a resumption with Pomol to continue.
Yeah, the umpire just asking Craig Brathwaite to get on with things, trying to delay as long as possible. Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies did want to keep England out here with the bat as long as possible and try to minimize the amount of batting they have to do on day 2. Pomol is around the wicket once again. This one is drilled through the offside. Just a single. 479 now for 6 England. Chris Wokes moves on to 29, 25 for Ben Foakes.
Well, tea's coming up. This perhaps was with the last over before tea, so I guess they were trying to make sure it was the last. Still have 5 balls left, and it's just about 2:37 p.m. local time. As Pomol comes in now and bowls to Foakes, and Foakes is getting a short ball that he's cutting through the cover area for what should just be another single. Shamar Brooks is up there. He's a young man that made his debut way back. I think you might have played in that game. Shamar Brooks made his debut. He made his debut in first-class cricket in 2007. He caught the eye then of Brian Lara, but he just never went on. He only got his test debut last year. Would you believe that? As this delivery is short and cut away again. Brooks is back in business. He's there on the sweeper boundary, and there's just another run. He actually made his debut in 2020 against England.
And there's been a bit of talk about when he made that decision not to tour Bangladesh towards the beginning of 2021, when many of the senior players decided not to, and Nkrumah Bonner, of course, was handed his test debut along with Kyle Mayers, and these guys really grabbed hold of that opportunity. This one is worked down the ground quite nicely, quite comfortably by Ben Foakes. A single, the result. The score moves on to 482. So Shamar Brooks decided not to go to Bangladesh, and the players who went did such an excellent job that they displaced him in the playing 11, and he had to wait quite some time and only made a return in that first test in Antigua. This one spins past the bat. Excellent delivery from Versamy Pomol. A bit of hesitation and indecision about whether or not to appeal. They'll converge now just to have a little bit of a chat. They think that they would have heard something. In the end, they decide against reviewing that decision, but good signs for England and for Jack Leach in particular. This delivery into the surface, a bit of grip and some bounce. Yeah, some daylight between bat and ball. Good decision in the end not to review by the West Indies, but good signs for the spinner.
Here he comes again and bowls. This delivery is popping up just to the where perhaps a gully would have been. There's no one in that position, and he gets away. So that's time and tea, says Joe Wilson. To end this session, England in firm control, 482 for 6 after 145 overs. Foakes has 27, Wokes has 30 as they go off for tea, where England will definitely be looking at what time they should declare and how long they should continue to bat after the tea break if they do so.
29 overs bowled in that session, 113 runs and 3 wickets, the result. So West Indies did well on that front in terms of getting those wickets, but that 113 runs pushed the score up to 482 for 6, and really staying down the barrel here. Phil Simmons and the coaching staff will have a lot of questions. They'll have to come up with some plans to counter whatever it is the English bowlers threw at them, but still they have a job. They have not yet declared. I'm not sure if they will during the tea interval, but I highly doubt it. I just think that they'll come back after tea and look to push on for a little bit more, get at least up to that 500 run mark and continue to wear the West Indians down.
So 482 for 6. The West Indies really under some pressure. England in firm control. And we'll come back after the break, waiting to see how England will carry on.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
90 minutes, 2 teams, 1 outstanding player.
Oh, what a goal!
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Listen to Game Day exclusive for exhilarating kick-by-kick live commentary, expert analysis and passionate post-match opinion. Plus, 1 player will be celebrated for delivering the ultimate game-changing performance.
Sensational goal!
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Join over 2.5 million happy customers by entering your reg number now.
We don't do slapdash. We don't do sloppy. We don't do bodge jobs. And we never do that'll do. We do a job properly. We're Trust a Trader, and we're proud of all our members and the great work they do in homes like yours. So when you need something doing, from locksmiths to landscaping, just type it into trustatrader.com and you'll get reputable, reviewed tradespeople in your area, because you can always trust a trader.
Get closer to the drama, the passion and the rivalry of Gallagher Premiership Rugby. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Watch the mighty Men in Black host the Bristol Bears at the stunning 60,000 capacity home of their North London neighbours. Fill the world's best football stadium for a Gallagher Premiership Rugby match. Challenge accepted. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears. Saturday, March 26th at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tickets are selling fast and available now at saracens.com.
The Sun Super Days is off to Alton Towers Resort, so you get over 40 fantastic rides and attractions, including Wicker Man and Nemesis, with fun guaranteed. Get your 2 free tickets worth over £120 when you collect codes inside the Sun. Start collecting for your free tickets. Pick up the Sun this Saturday. T's and C's apply.
From Bournemouth to Barnsley, Middlesbrough to Millwall, TalkSport 2 and McDonald's have got the EFL Championship covered. With expert pre-match punditry, no one gets you closer to the passion.
What a goal!
The excitement.
And it's in!
And the drama of the original league football competition.
The wonderful finish from the right-hand side!
EFL Championship preview on TalkSport 2 with McDonald's Fun Football. Providing over 5 million hours of free, family-friendly football across the UK. To find out more, search McDonald's Fun Football.
Fight Night Extra on TalkSport 2. Tuesday evening from 5. Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who have to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer, but this is a big step up in weight class. Really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra, Tuesday evening from 5 on TalkSport 2, the home of boxing.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
Seals in again to Stokes, who's looking for his first run. We'll get it now with a beautiful shot down the ground out to the long on area for 4.
Roach round the wicket at Stokes, who thrashes that through point. What a wonderful stroke. A square cut of violence.
Oh, look at that. What a wonderful strike.
Stokes reverse sweeps and does so successfully. That's going to be 4.
What a shot. What a shot. I don't think I can give this justice.
From balls to Stokes, who comes down the pitch and hits it, hoiks it. That's gone. Going once, going twice, sold for 6. Ben Stokes bringing up the 300 there for England.
Oh, down he comes, Stokes. Oh, that'll be big. Don't worry about that. Sometimes you just know from the minute it leaves the bat, it's the noise, it's the follow through, and it's maximum.
Mark, not only is it a maximum, we're going to use a new ball. It is on the roof.
It's also taken him to 50, we should add.
Tamal again, short.
Pull shot from Stokes, out towards deep mid-wicket's gone all the way. That's his third six.
Here is Alzari Joseph again, bowls.
Stokes goes once more, full and wide outside the off stump, over long off for 4 more.
He's seen enough, man.
Alzari Joseph in.
Stokes goes full and straight for 6. Straight back over the bowler's head onto the balcony.
As my dad would say, this is licks.
Holder in, bowls. And
Dipping full toss, which is punched by Root down the ground towards mid-on to bring up his 150.
Fantastic place to play cricket, to watch cricket, and to enjoy a beautiful island. Love Barbados.
Here's Kemar Roach. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Roach is celebrating. He's not even appealing.
They've reviewed it.
It's pitching outside or
I think it's clipping leg.
impacts in line. Wickets hitting
the top of leg. He's out.
And Joe Root's gone for 153.
Down he comes, gets the single. Ben Stokes goes to 100. 100 to Sabre. Stokes is back. Some might say he never went away.
This has been a fantastic 100 by the Durham all-rounder and really set this game up for England.
Oh, and he's gone huge here. He's had enough of Craig Brathwaite.
It's a 12.
Ben Stokes is really teeing off against Brathwaite. Now, and he's caught by Shamar Brooks at long off. Ben Stokes has holed out for 120 from 128 deliveries.
It's a magnificent masterclass of batting there from Ben Stokes.
Well, what a session it's been for England. What a test match it's been for England. What 5 sessions it's been for England. They've won all of them, by my reckoning, even the first one when they scored only 47 runs. Right, alongside me, Jared Kimber, we're going to have a little look at what's happening in news around the world. Well, we look forward to the deciding test match in the series between Australia and Pakistan. We're going to talk a little bit about the Women's World Cup.
Look forward? Is that the right word for Australia Pakistan? Sorry to interrupt you. I know you were on a roll there.
Well, we are looking forward to it because it's going to be a green top at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, and wickets are going to be tumbling. As long as they set aside 8 days, I'm sure they'll get a result. But first of all, because it's St Patrick's Day, we're going to talk a little bit about associate nation cricket, and of course Ireland aren't an associate nation anymore, but they might as well be. There was much fanfare and celebration when Afghanistan and Ireland were afforded test status, but it really hasn't amounted to very much, and in fact many would say that Ireland cricket has regressed over the last couple of years. But Jared Kimber, it's St Patrick's Day and we're going to be optimistic, and they've got a really fabulous schedule, fixture list coming up this summer. They play 2 T20s against India. How good is that going to be for the
some money
for the cash register? They also play 3 ODIs and 3 T20s against New Zealand before taking on South Africa. So that's quite a trio of tourists for them this summer.
And the South African games, I think at least 2 of those are in Bristol.
In Bristol.
So if you are a UK fan, you want to go to some cheaper international cricket, my guess is that's not a bad one to buy. Look, I think, I had Andy Balburney on my podcast. It's called Red Inca. Neil, I didn't know if you were aware of the name of my podcast, which is called Red Inca, which you've been on, of course.
And it's a very good one, by the way. I endorse it, listeners.
But I had Andy on it recently, and I was like, I was asking him questions as test captain. He stopped me and said, I can't be a test captain until I actually captain a test, which of course he hasn't had the chance to. So it tells you how much they've been starved of playing, a test match. But, myself and Jude's commentated on them, playing the West Indies. That's a very good format for them, one-day cricket. That's probably almost where they've been at their best. They haven't played test cricket. They were terrible at the World T20, embarrassed themselves. This is a really important year for Irish cricket. We've seen them beat South Africa and West Indies in one days of recent times. That's a huge step for them. It's the normalization, isn't it? We've seen it with Bangladesh as well. You want it to be that when they win it, it's important, but not that important. It needs to be a normal thing. And so this summer, they're certainly they're going to be looking for that. And, It's incredible to think we are here 15 years to the day to when they beat Pakistan in the World Cup in 2007. When it is 15 years today. You looked up, man, it's like I was wrong then, so I was like, what year are we in? You have to understand how small Irish Pakistan in the World Cup in 2007 when it is 15 years today. You looked up, man, it's like I was wrong then, so I was like, what year are we in? You have to understand how small Irish cricket was before then to get to the point in 15 years where they are a test-playing nation, where they can beat West Indies and South Africa, and it's just another day at the office. I think it's an incredible thing.
We were talking, we'll have to finish on Irish cricket. We've got a lot to get through, and I don't want to cut them short. But we were talking the other day about how we would redesign Test cricket, and I wasn't necessarily advocating, although I was advocating 4-day Test matches in some circumstances. And I just think that cricket as we know it, and as we have parts of it that we have known for many decades are being compromised all the time. We're going to talk about that as well. Test matches are about to take place in South Africa, with South Africa without 5 of their frontline first-choice team because of IPL commitments. But do we not need to just to try and impose something like everybody who tours England have to, rather than play a 4-day warm-up game or even a 3-day warm-up game against a weakened county team, why not go and play a 4-day Test match in Ireland? I mean, could you not? That's surely the best possible preparation, and it helps Irish cricket, and maybe even a game in Scotland.
Well, Warren Dootram is part of his plan as CEO of Irish cricket has always been to make them the New Zealand to England's Australia. Does that make sense? Or Australia's England?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember how I got lost in that. But in the old days, you would tour Australia and you tack on games to New Zealand until New Zealand became a major nation. That's been Ireland's plan from the beginning. There's absolutely no doubt that that's the case. I think if you said to the Netherlands, Scotland or Ireland, really put your best team, even a combination of the best 3 teams if they wanted to, that'd be great warm-up, wouldn't it? There's some fantastic players across that across those 3 teams. Netherlands obviously have incredible bowling, and Scotland has a great top order, and there's a lot of very good talented Irish cricketers there as well, and they could very much have a good warm up against other teams. So yeah, if this was run like a professional sport with someone in charge, that's what we would do. That is not how Test cricket is run. It's run on ridiculous bilateral agreements, and it's nonsensical, and that's why we're in a situation where Andy Balboni is the captain of the Irish cricket team, but is actually not the captain of the Irish cricket team in Test cricket.
All right, Women's World Cup, Jared. I had England and New Zealand as absolute bankers for the semi-final spots. One of them is going to knock the other one out when they take each other on Sunday. England had a horrible start, didn't they? They lost their first 3 games, which meant they had to win their next 4, their last 4. Every single game a knockout for them now. And New Zealand, losing to South Africa by 2 wickets yesterday, means that they've now played 5, won 2, lost 3. It's a real scrap. Australia and South Africa are in the semi-finals, having won 4 from 4. Mm-hmm. And then there are 3 teams on 4 points. New Zealand have played the extra game. So the way I see it is that's a straight knockout on Sunday, New Zealand against England.
Yes, I'm trying to work out where West Indies fits into that, because India and West Indies both have 4 points as well. I'd have to have a look at the full lineup, but you're right. I think it's huge for women's cricket that we're in a situation where one of England or New Zealand don't make the semi-finals. I can push this further if you want. It could be absolutely huge if they both don't make the semi-finals, and if India and the West Indies get the 3rd and 4th spots, because for the longest time, basically women's cricket was New Zealand, Australia, and England, right? So to take that away, and to get to a point where in the semi-finals you only have Australia there, who are on a different level than everyone else, I think is huge. You will have followed women's cricket in South Africa. It was terrible. I mean, absolutely dumpster fire terrible for a long time. For them to get better, India should be better than they are. West Indies, every now and again at a tournament, they seem to get it together. They seem to last year or so really improve their cricket, but it's terrible for the English women to miss out, but at this stage, I wouldn't be putting my money on them. They've won 1 from their 4, but I think it's a real luck of the draw from here on in.
So just to remind you that England's last 3 games are against New Zealand, Pakistan and Bangladesh. They should beat Pakistan and Bangladesh, but if they lose to New Zealand, they cannot qualify. There was an amusing tweet, I thought, the other day, sent out by Lawrence Booth, the editor of the Wisden Cricket Almanac, and a wonderful writer for the Daily Mail. He said, the biggest question about the Women's World Cup is who's going to lose to Australia in the final?
Yeah, I mean, they're on such another level at the moment. I think South Africa have done quite well. If you remember, South Africa was my sneaky bet that you could get them at 15-1 before the tournament. I was like, this team is been playing incredible cricket, and I also think this is the last dance for this women's team. I don't think the next World Cup, they're going to have to, it'll be a whole new generation of players coming through for the next World Cup. So I think there's a lot of them, Marizanne Kapp, as much as I want Marizanne Kapp to continue to play forever, she will eventually have to stop winning games like she did against, was it New Zealand last night? I'm trying to remember there.
Yeah, and England before that.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a time where she won't be one of the best players in the world. I'm not ready for that emotionally yet, but look, there's absolutely no doubt that, I mean, you talk about England's, what you've just said there, where England currently are, if they win every game, they're still only 4-3. There's such a glut of those sides, and we know that the Bangladesh and the Pakistani women probably aren't going to win any more games at this stage. It means all those individual games when you play the other team is really important, and Australia are miles ahead of everyone else. South Africa seem to, have qualified already. The other teams, who knows?
South Africa have won 3 of their 4 games in nail-biting fashion. We're down to the last over, 3 of the last 4. And in very un-South African style, they've held their nerve and managed to win.
That's because it's the women. Although they did lose a very, very close game. People never talk about this, but England only just beat them in the semi-final of the World Cup last time. Came down to the last over. I think Anya Shrubsole had to come out at batting number 10 or 11 to help them win. You'll like this, actually. This is right up your alley. South Africa actually have a worse net run rate than England in this tournament, despite the fact that they have won 4 from 4 and England have won 1 from 4.
You're right. I am tickled.
So when you do look at this, it does. I think it really shows you just England have been there and thereabouts in games. They just haven't got over the line. And look, even if they qualify from here, unless they storm home for the rest of the tournament, they are going to be a huge disappointment. And I think there will be some changes in the England women's team, come what may.
Right, moving on to the final item of news that I wanted to talk about, and that is New Zealand are about to play their final series of the summer against the Netherlands without 12 of their first choice players. Just, Jared, that's the whole starting 11 and the 12th man. So they're all gone to the IPL, and Cricket South Africa left their IPL players to make up their own minds about whether they wanted to play in the 2-test series against Bangladesh, and all of them have chosen to go to the IPL. So South Africa are taking on Bangladesh in a very important 2-test series in terms of the World Test Championship, because South Africa are contenders for the final at this stage, if they beat England later in the summer. And the question is this the new normal? Do we have to get used to this now in future?
Yeah, I think what the team owners were doing before in the IPLs, they were being a little bit more flexible with when the players could turn up. And I think now they realise that there's a lot of IPL teams who, after the first 2 weeks, are almost out of it, right? And you don't want to be that. You want to hit the ground running. So I think, we've got Goffey here. If you ask Goffey if you could get someone to come and prepare for a couple of weeks before the start of the season or just turn up, what would you rather? The IPL, you told me this before, correct me if I'm wrong, Rabada makes 19 times more money from the IPL than he does for Cricket South Africa. Is that correct?
Jared, if he plays
19.
If he plays every game for his new franchise, who are the...
I can't even remember who he went to.
Yeah, well, he
was with Delhi last year.
He's not with Delhi. If he plays every game and bowls 4 overs in every game for his new IPL franchise, he will be paid the equivalent of £2,270 per delivery.
It's a good job if you can get it.
So it is.
Imagine if you paid that much
19 times what he would earn.
Imagine if you paid that for Craig Brathwaite's deliveries.
Alex Shooter, we're about to do the first spell of commentary. But fancy that, £2,270 per ball.
That's the game now, Manners, and you asked a good question. Is that the new normal? Yeah, well, yes, it is.
We're about to get underway after tea. 6th session of this test match. Many thanks to Jared Kimber for talking us through the tea break. We need more time. There's lots of news in the world, don't there?
Just on that new normal, they've gone to 10 teams in the IPL. They want 30 teams. They want it to be like an American franchise system. It's going to be 3 months very soon, and then 4 months, and then 5 months. It will continue to grow.
Won't there be 2 seasons?
They've talked about. I don't see the point in that really, but yes, they have talked about that.
Here's Kemar Roach. The first ball was defended, and the second delivery is short. And there's a little flappy hook shot from Chris Wokes. That was not textbook at all. He didn't get into a hook position at all. Stood upright and tried to hook and duck at the same time and made no contact.
And you and I are two of the few people who spend a lot of time looking at the Future Tours program. If you look at it for the schedules, you can see the international cricket just parting the way like the Red Sea, just little bit by little bit until there's IPL in the middle.
Here is Kemar Roach once again up to the crease, and bowls steered away behind square on the offside. During the IPL, at least Pakistan can play, but Pakistan could host maybe 3 test series against Afghanistan, Zimbabwe and Ireland. Not sure how profitable that would be.
Would you watch it?
Somebody wanted me to commentate on it. I would.
Anyone listening?
There's some good players there. Blessing Muzarabani and Josh Little and Rashid Khan wouldn't play, would he?
I don't think so. No.
In fact, the Afghanistan team would be a little light on, wouldn't they?
One thing I would say, I would not begrudge the lads making that decision, especially in sport. You know, it's the finances is there. It's a short career. So take it while you can. I know there'll be people out there that might probably say, look, you know,
you should play for your country.
Correct.
Here's Roach once again, and that is driven off the thick outside half of the bat down towards the unguarded third man boundary, and that's a slightly fortuitous fall for Chris Wokes, although it didn't carry, even if there had been a fielder in that position. But it's 4 more runs. England move on to 487 for 6. Yeah, you know, I just I don't know whether to smile or just feel sympathy when people say, well, you know, it's their country. They've got to play for their country. Sporting loyalty costs money. Here is Roach. It's a slower ball bouncer. Very well bowled. Too good for Chris Wokes. He plays a cut shot and realises that he's through with it before the ball's even arrived, and he smiles in appreciation.
Well, it was that slow. He played the pull, the cut. he tried everything, wasn't it? It was a very good ball, well disguised. Yeah, as you say, it was too good for Chris Wokes.
It's bounced 2 metres in front of keeper Joshua De Silva. Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that it's caused a few shockwaves in South Africa. So they've lost their entire frontline bowling attack as well as a middle order batsman. Here is Roach once again. That's a quicker bouncer. Hook shot again from Wokes. Misses it. There's an optimistic appeal for a catch behind, but not out, says the umpire, and rightly so. There's no review. England 487 for 6. Yeah, I mean, the point about those 2 test matches, South Africa currently 3rd in the World Test Championship. If they won both test matches against Bangladesh and then had at least a share of the spoils in England in August and September in the 3 test matches there, they would head to Australia at the end of the year with a possibly even could lose 2-1 and still qualify for a place in the 2nd World Test Championship final.
Yes, but I don't think they're that good. I think they overperformed against India. I thought they played magnificently, don't get me wrong. I just think they're a better team to... I mean, Australia at the moment probably already getting more points out of the Pakistan series than anyone put down for them.
I think Australia are going to play in that final, aren't they? Here's for Sami Pamal, the left arm spinner, chopped away out to Brathwaite at cover, no run.
And India obviously have still quite a good run to go, and so do Pakistan. Pakistan have really let themselves down here by putting pitches that you couldn't get someone out with a bazooka on.
Here's Vasami Pamal, and it's chopped away in front of square on the offside to the cover sweeper, and they're through for a single. 488 for 6.
If you're a home team in the World Test Championship, you get 33% for a draw, and you get 100% for a win. Putting 2 straight pitches that have draws when you're going up against a team who hasn't been on the road for 2 years, not ideal.
I wonder what sort of surface we will get at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore for the third and deciding test matches. Here's Pamal once more, chopped away in front of square on the offside by Chris Wokes, straight to Brathwaite at cover, and there's no run. We're into the 147th over of this innings in the third session of day 2. Sammy Pamal
in again. Oh, and he's driven and beaten between bat and pad. I don't know how it's missed the stumps. It's gone straight on from Sammy Pamal. It's one of those ones where the keeper just instinctively thinks, well, that's hitting, and he switches off. That's hitting the stumps. He's just worried about, the bails ricocheting into him. But somehow it's missed everything and run away for 4 byes.
It's just skidded on, isn't it? It's just gone with the arm. It hasn't spun at all. Just skidded on, bit of bounce. Keeper's missed it. Batsman's missed it. It's gone for 4 byes.
Joshua De Silva moved his hands a minute after that pass.
Here's Pamal once again, and it's chopped square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. I sympathise. I've been there. He was expecting it to hit leg stump, wasn't he?
His hands were in off stump. He was miles from that delivery. I'm not saying, look, it's skidded on, and they can beat you. His hands weren't even in
the ball is literally 5 yards past him when his hands move. Here is Pamal once more, and this time he's aiming leg stump, and it's clipped away by Ben Folkes out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Nkrumah Bonner, but they go through for a single.
As we're in Barbados, we'll just say it wasn't in the same parish. It was like St. Lucie, St. James or something, and his hands were a little bit late, weren't they?
Very late. Very late indeed. Now, we're just keeping an eye on movement on the England dressing room balcony. Matt Fisher does have the pads on. He was advertised on the scorecard to be coming in at number 9, so he's still padded up. Goffey's best guess was that England were looking to bowl for an hour at the end of day 2.
I reckon 550 manners.
Do you think that's the number, is it? Rather than the number of overs? Here is Roach once again, and that's flicked out towards mid-wicket. Nice diving stop from John Campbell, diving to his right. So I was assuming it would just be we want to bowl for an hour, and as many as we can get up till then.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? What do you get for a change? Lose a couple, didn't you? So I'd say 15 overs. Ball's still going to be hard in the morning, isn't it? So that awkward time, difficult time for opening batter number 3.
Here's Roach again, and so pitched up, driven. Alzari Joseph moves rather gingerly to his left and makes the stop. 495 for 6. Ben Folkes 35. Ben Folkes 31, Chris Wokes 35. And 200s today, in case you're joining us very late in the day, catching up with the action for the first time. Joe Root 153, Ben Stokes a glorious 120 from 128 balls. Short and hooked by Wokes out towards deep mid-wicket. It's all a little bit pedestrian at the moment.
Yeah, and then when we look back on the balcony and you're looking, as you said, you're trying to find anything, the fielding side, keep looking up the balcony, see if anyone's putting their whites on. No, lads playing around with a rugby ball. Obviously the late old fast bowlers have obviously got their whites on because obviously they're down to bat. But Johnny Bairstow, he's in training kit, socks and some sliders. He ain't going nowhere.
Here's Roach once again, and pushed away out towards extra cover, and it's gone straight to the fielder. There is no run. 496 for 6. New Zealand a couple of years ago, this was not very widely publicised, but it was the last tour against Bangladesh. I think there was a similar situation going on, and the whole New Zealand team in the change room, while two batsmen were going well, Tim Southey was one of them. That's flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for another single. But New Zealand's lead was something about around 500. Everybody disappeared into the change room, came back out in their whites, and Bangladesh put on a couple of part-timers, and I thought, well, the declaration is obviously imminent. And then 15 minutes later, they all went back into the change room and came back out in their training gear, which I thought was it tickled me anyway. I thought it was quite amusing. Got a couple of cheap runs from it, and that's pitched up from Kemar Roach. I think it was a little off-cutter, and there's a slower ball as well, and it's dragged by Wokes out towards mid-wicket. I think he was trying to hit it through the offside, but because it was slower, his hands were through the ball quicker, and they go through for another single. England inching closer to 500, 497 for 6. Well, it's an interesting graphic on our screen, but I don't understand what it means. Toots, can you help me out?
More consecutive overs without a maiden. So 75 overs have been bowled. And we ain't bowled maiden.
75 consecutive overs without a maiden. That is interesting. Wow. Pushed defensively now by Ben Folkes straight back to the bowler. You watch. This is going to be a maiden, isn't it? It's bound to be. Here is Vasami Pamal. Short, cut away. It won't be a maiden. That's gone out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. 75.
Can we get Alex Lees to come in as a pinch blocker?
It's amazing stat though, isn't it? It's Test cricket.
Yeah. It definitely is. It's a very reliable measure of your success. How many maidens you bowl and how many you avoid as a batting side. Down the wicket comes Chris Wokes to Vasami Pamal. For some reason, Joshua De Silva says, well bowled, Gunnar, as he's driven tamely down towards long on for another single. I do like the fact that his nickname is Gunnar. 499 for 6. Oh, he's stumped. He's got a wicket. Vasami Pamal. Down the wicket came Ben Folkes, and looking to drive through the offside. I don't think it turned very much, to be honest. A little bit. Doesn't need to turn much, I suppose, to beat the outside edge. And Ben Folkes is on his way, and there's a consolation wicket for Vasami Pamal. Oh, it did turn. It did. It turned off the straight.
Yeah. Jack Leach would be interested in that. Obviously, Ben Folkes just trying to move on the run rate, and he departs for 33 of 64 balls faced. England 499 for 7. Live here on TalkSport 2.
Indeed, and if you're out and about, or you want to be out and about, don't forget you can keep up with the cricket. You can get us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2, and we're on your smart speaker, online, and now on the TalkSport YouTube page, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard too. So we won't need to do things like run through what's happened during the course of the day, but for those of you who aren't on the YouTube page, let me tell you that Joe Root was LBW to Kemar Roach for 153. Ben Stokes made a glorious 120 from 128 balls, 11 fours and 6 sixes. Johnny Bairstow made 20, and while Ben Folkes and Chris Wokes have just added 55 for the 7th wicket, but Folkes is on his way now. Smart stumping from Joshua De Silva, who hasn't had the tidiest test match, to be honest, and still at the crease. Chris Wokes on 37 from 54 balls, 499 for 7. Here's Pamal once again, and that's played defensively by Matt Fisher, Test debutant. Test cap number 703. Saqib Mahmood, Test cap number 702. Here's Pamal, and forward comes Fisher, pushing it out towards Nkrumah Bonner, straight at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Who's going to take the new ball? 499 for 7. Who's going to take the new ball for England?
Well, I think Wokes, definitely. I think is the leader of attack, and by all accounts, Darren Goff says Fisher, young Matt Fisher on debut, will bowl with a new ball, which will be interesting. I think Mahmood might follow bowl, first change. So I think it'll both be those two with the new ball. And as you said, they'll be chomping at the bit just to get in there. When you've got a massive score behind you, attacking field, you just run in and bowl, and then sometimes you think it's a flat wicket. And my dad always used to say to me, you've got to wait until two teams bowl on it just to see how flat it is. If you put it in, you will get it out. You don't want to go with the mindset that it is flat, because then you sort of bowl within yourself. Still bend your back if you can.
149 overs. There was a very well-known captaincy philosophy espoused by Steve Waugh. Short ball from Kemar Roach, bouncer, and another hook shot from Chris Wokes, who makes no contact. But Steve Waugh always said, if you can take a team in the field just into a fifth session, just even 20 minutes, half an hour, into a fifth session, and this is a sixth session, then he said he reckoned that was worth 2 wickets. Guaranteed it was worth 2 wickets. Just the sheer physical and mental exhaustion. Here is Kemar Roach once again. Slower ball, and it's pitched up and swung away out on the leg side for 4 runs by Chris Wokes. Right idea, wrong execution.
Yeah, the slower ball just got the line wrong. And in the mood that Chris Wokes is in a minute, he just picked that up, swatted that down to fine leg. Got it down there, had no chance. It's a slower ball, but he just got the line wrong. It was like a sweep, wasn't it? A very hard sweep behind square. It's a good shot. Chris Wokes, and the score moves on to 503.
500 up for England, 503 for 7. Here is
Roach, and it's short, and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's caught. Good running catch from Elzari Joseph. Roach has a consolation wicket. He's delighted. The slower ball bouncer, I think it was a slower ball bouncer. If it was a regular bouncer, it was slow. But well done to Kemar Roach, and Chris Wokes on the attack. I think he was off toe end rather than off the splice, off the high part of the bat. And it's 503 for 8. Wokes is on his way for 41.
Yeah, good bowling from Kemar Roach, just mixing up, as you said, a slower ball bumper. Jaden Seals out there, deep square, running in, taking a good catch, good composure, got his hands, big hands to it, and he has to depart for 41. Good 41, just up in the impetus. And the run rate at the moment, 3.36, as Jack Leach strolls to the wicket. As Mark was saying, he can play. Is it 92, was it, at Lords? My phone was going nuts. Because obviously I think he was night watchman as well, wasn't he? And people were saying, Choose, is he going to go past you? Is he going to go past you? I was like, I don't know. I wish him I wish he does go past me, because then people will leave me alone. I mean, it's... but since then, he hasn't really, I suppose had the opportunity to show what he can do. But he can bat. He's got a good defence.
Won a test match at Headingley as well with the bat.
Yes, it was
the greatest unbeaten one in the history of Ashes cricket, surely.
100%, yeah. That you will not find a better one if you go back to when the game started, I don't think, than that single. He only got run out as well with
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
But what a great one. Best unbeaten one. Do you remember how many balls he faced? Jared remembers.
Wait, I don't know. I've got 37 in my head. Is that wrong? Have I made that up?
Possibly.
I genuinely can't remember. It was in the 30s, wasn't it? Yeah. 503 for 8, England. Matt Fisher and Jack Leach at the crease. Fisher has faced 2 balls. Jack Leach has yet to face any. And only Saqib Mahmood is still in or on the changing room balcony. And it's all changed now. 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, and West Indies are putting a short leg in. John Campbell's got the helmet on, has gone into short leg. Here's Kemar Roach. He's got 2 for 68 now, and that's down the leg side. Hits Matt Fisher on the pads and is collected by the keeper Joshua De Silva. And there's no run. 17, just been told.
It is 17, yeah.
Ollie Hunter's our producer, and he's just been...
Half right, although nowhere near it.
Wow. 17! Yeah, I mean...
It just shows you, though, how Ben was just able to just...
In an hour. 17 balls in an hour.
Wow. How he just kept strike, didn't he?
Staggering. 503 for 8. Here's Roach, bouncer, and Matt Fisher ducks underneath it. That was harmless. He didn't need to duck, actually. It was that short and heading that far over his head. That's been a composed stay at the crease from Matt Fisher on Test debut. He's only faced 4 balls, but he looks nice and calm.
It's always used to do things that new batter comes in, fast bowlers on, short leg, regardless of what pitch it is.
And it's Kemar Roach once more to the crease. Bouncer. And again, Matt Fisher ducks underneath it. And there's no run. So England have the 500 up. They've got 503 for 8 from 150 overs. Now West Indies must be toiling physically and emotionally, but there's absolutely no sign whatsoever of Joe Root calling the troops in. He's still in his training gear on the change room balcony. And he looks satisfied. I was going to say thoughtful, but I'm not sure that he does look thoughtful. He just looks quite satisfied. 503 for 8, and Mark Nicholas will take you through the next 20 minutes.
I've just asked Darren Goff to find me a bit of water, some still water, but only sparkling, and then he's come back with a wine glass. It's definitely not the plan. I imagine it's to put still water in. Right, Jack Leach, spectacles on. A famous figure, a cult figure in some ways for that extraordinary single that we've just heard about at Headingley in harness with Ben Stokes. As one of, I say that has ripped out of the rough area outside off stump, the bowler's footmarks. It's ripped and it's bounced alarmingly, hitting Leach. Let's have a look at the replay. I'm thinking around the hip, top of the thigh pad. Fantastic bit of bowling, and England will be hoping the pitch behaves like that. Down the wicket comes Leach, and actually defends when he gets there.
Keep going, guns.
He came down with a sort of high backlift as if he was going to slog it over wide mid-on, but he ended up prodding it for no run to extra cover. Down he comes again, and this one he does slog. Well, actually he doesn't. I'll tell you what, he creams it over extra cover. More of a slice, I think, than a free swing of a straight bat. But he's done very well to get somewhere near it, and he's clearly happy to sacrifice his wicket for a quick 20 here. Such an admirable figure, Jack Leach. You sense that he tries with every piece of himself every time he puts on a shirt, for whether he plays for England or for Somerset, whoever it may be. Looks studiously around him, surveying the field, doubtless looking for the gaps. 507 for 8. A fine day for English batting, led by Root and Stokes, two of the very best, as Leach comes down again and is stumped. Yep, the sacrifice is on, I think. That's a lovely bit of bowling. Maybe he came a little early, but he threw it wide. The declaration has come. I was going to say the bowler Pamal threw it wide, and the stumping was expertly finished, but Leach now trots off. England declare. 507 for 9 is the score. And all in all, this has been a day for Ben Stokes above all to remember. A lovely innings, of course, from Joe Root, completed today before he was LBW to Kemar Roach, but it was all about Ben Stokes, who took him on after a quiet beginning, as is his wont now. He tends to spend a bit of time having a look at the attack and weighing up his options. And then once he thinks he's seeing it okay, he just turned it into an assault really on the West Indian bowlers. 153 for Root, LBW to Roach. 120 for Stokes off the back of the 91 by Dan Lawrence yesterday. 120 and 128 balls, by the way, so when I call it an assault, that's why, after a slow beginning. 20 for Bairstow, 33 for Folkes, and 41 for Chris Wokes. Matt Fisher did make it to the crease. So too Jack Leach. He hit a boundary over extra cover, and the West Indian bowlers, all bar Bonner, contributed, though Bonner only bowled a single over. 2 for Roach for 68 from 27 overs, a Herculean effort with 5 maidens there. 1 for 55 for Jayden Seales. Zari Joseph 1 for 101. Veerasamy Permaul 3 for 126. Jason Holder 1 for 76, and Craig Brathwaite 1 for 59. So a total of 507 for 9 declared, allowing England a really good run at the West Indian top order this evening with the new ball. On another lovely day in Barbados, a breeze, not quite the strong wind of yesterday, a breeze across the ground. I suppose you'd call these the trade winds, actually, in Barbados, from the old days with the ships. But anyway, the long and the short of it is this strong English contingent in the crowd. Alex Tudor has had a crackerjack day out thus far, and it could get better.
Yeah, it could, Marcus. It was a fantastic day for the England batsmen today, as you said, lit up by Ben Stokes in that fine innings, 120 of 128 balls faced. Joe Root just marching on to 153, and then Wokes just a bit of glittering with a few boundaries there at the end, getting England to 507. And as you say, the bowlers now, when you've got that big score behind you, could just run in, not carefree, with discipline, know what you're doing, but you can have attacking fields. The West Indies batsmen are going to be under pressure. They seldom get a first innings total of more than 300, so you can really put them under pressure.
I want you to take us inside the dressing room now. I want you to tell me what you're doing. Will there be a sudden rush to put on your bowling gear, or would you have been ready? Say that you were a waiting batsman. You'd have had to get your pads off. Just take us through the process here, mental and physical.
Well, I'll be watching Gough and Caddick going through their rituals and sort of baiting each other who's going to bowl at whatever end. Goughy obviously would tell him that he's the quicker bowler, so he's having the wind, and Caddy be muttering under his breath. But you know what a partnership they were, and I generally was, as Goughy just said in my ear, first change bowler. But I'll be getting myself ready, most probably be out there with the bowling coach, bowling to a mitt, and just sort of focusing on what the captain and the team would need of me. I mean, the way I bowled, I was an attacking bowler, I wasn't a maiden bowler, and you know, if the captain Nick gave me the ball, I knew he would want me to get a wicket. My field would be accordingly, and I would give it everything for those 5 overs.
So mentally, you would now put yourself in the position that the captain's given you the ball. You try, as you bowled a few looseners into the mitt, as you called it, that's a coach with a baseball glove on. You'd actually want to set up that in your head and make a picture of it in your mind.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, from watching, you'd be looking and say, right, what are the right lengths to bowl? Where would you be able to ask questions on a wicket like this? As Darren says, and we both said at the beginning, you know, be trying to hit the stumps. Make sure the batsmen play. With that new ball, do not waste it. Especially when you're away from England. You need to make them play as much as possible. Don't bowl those pretty lengths where they're just leaving it and it's going through to the keeper. If you do go for the odd boundary, do not worry about that. While the ball is hard and it's swinging, give it the opportunity to get it up there, get it in the right areas.
Nerves?
Yeah, I was always nervous at the beginning, but generally after I bowled my first ball, I was generally okay.
So the nerves didn't hinder you in your preparation at all?
No, because I was...
Or were nerves good? Could you put nerves to good use?
Oh, 100%. I mean, when I remember going back to my debut mark when I was bowling at Mark Taylor, at first I couldn't believe it because I remember watching him as a kid playing, and I was playing that test match. I remember I just had to rub my hands when Alec decided to throw me the ball on the ground just to get them dry, because I was so nervous. But then after I bowled the first ball, which he left, that just settled me down and I just got into my work. But as a young kid, I was always confident that I could get anybody out. That's just how I was. Didn't always happen, and I fetched it a few times, but I had that belief that I could get anybody out.
And would you have a field setting in your head, or would you rely on the captain for that?
No, I knew what sort of field I would generally bowl to. I would generally, you know, depending on the bounce of the wicket, but I may have a short leg, a few slips, a gully because of the bounce I had, and I used to bowl sort of the in movement towards the right hander away from the left hander, and then when my wrist got wrong, it was the sort of like a leg cutter, so I had a lot of balls caught in the gully, so I'd always make sure there was a good fielder there. Ben Hollyoake, when I was at Surrey, God bless him, used to catch absolutely everything for me there. He was phenomenal. But, you know, I didn't used to pitch up too much, so I didn't really worry about too much about mid-on, mid-off. There's people square the wicket that were important for me.
I've got to laugh here. Television have just put up a list of the highest scores for England. Mark Ramprakash is just ahead of Joe Root. He played marvellously well here in 1998 off the back of a very good performance on a difficult pitch in Guyana. He came and got 150 here, and I think most of us thought that was it. He was sorted, and it just didn't quite end up that way for him. He never really cemented his ability and therefore a permanent place in the side either. But I looked down the list, and it had one initial for each person, so it said M Ramprakash, J Root, but it said T Greg and T Dexter. The reason I'm giggling is that Tony Gregg, of course, was Anthony Gregg, and Ted Dexter was Edward Dexter. But anyway, Joe Root second on the list with his 153, and now is outside talking to Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes, these three experienced players, each of them with their beards. We talked about beards a bit earlier. Roots is just a little fairer than the strong red beards and fiery coloured beards that belong to Bairstow and Stokes. They almost look frightening men. Roots skipping out now towards the middle. Oh, how he could do with some strikes this evening. He goes to talk to Saqib Mahmood, two men on Test debut as the England players get together for a huddle. Matt Fisher's there, Test caps number 702 and 703. Now all the players are in the huddle to listen to Joe Root, of course, who knows the most about this pitch because he's the one who's batted the longest on it. So I imagine his words are just concentrate. Just if chances come, we've got to accept them. There won't be many on this surface. When they come, we've got to take them. So concentrate, support each other, support the bowlers. Let's really make this count. This is a tired team that we're going to bowl at now. The opening batsmen have come out understanding that there's a lot riding on them, because if you lose 2 wickets quickly here, you can have a panicky dressing room and you can really get on top even on what seems to be a flat pitch. And as Alex Tudor said so wisely earlier, you absolutely cannot see this as a flat pitch. Once that gets into your head, you hold off a bit, you bowl within yourself. What you've got to do is run in and hit this flat pitch very hard, yeah?
Yeah, 100%, Mark. From a young man, I was always told that, sometimes you'll see a flat wicket, and then when you go to bowl on it, you'll be like, oh, it's flat, I'm not going to give it everything, and you just bowl within yourself. No. Just run in, hit it hard. It doesn't matter that, it didn't look like it was going through. Just feel that you can be that bowler that can extract the bounce or the sideways movement. You have to have that belief, otherwise it's going to be a long day in the field.
But the key thing, I want you just to repeat it, the key thing, make the batsman play.
Yeah, the importance of making the batsman play, as Darren alluded to at the beginning, he just felt that the West Indies and possibly Chris Wokes in his first spell in Antigua is just hiding the ball outside off stump, and that's what I talk about, people looking after their figures. While that new ball is hard, you must make the batsman play. Yes, you may go for the odd boundary, but you also may get that edge.
Okay, Alex Tudor, thank you very much. There's a light roller, and it really is a light roller, and it'll make absolutely no difference to the surface at all. It may tidy it up a little bit, flattening any indentations, but it won't in any way make the pitch easier to bat on. In fact, I would say that I'm surprised there isn't a heavy roller. Generally, a heavy roller flattens the surface, even if it's flat in the first place. But anyway, it's a light roller that Craig Brathwaite called for, and he's the local, so he knows far better than I. Your test match average of 32, I'm surprised at that. I thought it might be a little better than that. Steve Harmison, I think, has joined us over there in Bridgetown, Barbados. All well?
Yeah, all well. I think the wicket might have done with me and Goffey run up and down in it for a little bit, more than what that light roller's just given it. I think we've seen a little bit of spin at the end of the England innings. So that should be a encouraging sign for Jack Leach, because there's no doubt he will get the ball. The ball will be new, the ball will be relatively hard, and the ball hopefully will be turning for him.
Chris
the
Wokes
first ball
is going to use the new ball, and England have 3 slips in the gully. Roared on by the crowd. It feels like home support here, and he bowls a good ball, perfect, making the batsman play. A hint of shake there away, I would say, and Brathwaite is back and punches it down into the mid-wicket area, where an alert-looking Matt Fisher does the fielding, and now he's got the ball back, and he's just holding it seam up, looking at it longingly, lovingly, as if it can be his weapon today. One thing at a time for England. Wokes, get it right, make him play. Here he comes, second ball. A little wide, and it's thrashed away, actually. I think that's a boundary. It is. Craig Brathwaite is away. A short and wide, and he played a slightly unusual looking cut stroke, half back foot drive, half cut, but it's gone for 4, and Wokes won't have liked that delivery at all.
No, a little bit shorter than the ball before, and width. Brathwaite got off to a flying start. His fastest 50 in Antigua. The lot of short and wide balls from Overton and Wokes. It's got to be a lot better here.
Well, that's an un-Wokes-like ball, as somewhere in Antigua. Here he comes again, and that's also a tad short, left alone outside off stump. Actually carried through at quite a good height to Ben Folkes, who took it in front of his chest. Very nice to see two young players on debut, you know. Any captain likes to work with young players to shape them. As a captain, you try to, ideally you build a team in your image, your beliefs, your strategies, and you want to encourage young players into that. Wokes again, full, and that ball doesn't swing, and it's driven down the ground by Brathwaite, who loves the hardness of this new ball here. 4 more. So, well, you wouldn't quite call it a flyer, but certainly a very good start. Wokes briskly back to his mark, shaking his head, obviously unhappy at one long half or one half volley, costing him 8 runs. But the answer is, you bowl them there. If the batsmen are good enough, they'll hit him. That ball did swing, so he mightn't mind Brathwaite going after it. In fact, now the replay shows his face is, if you like, exasperated by the fact that it went off the middle of the bat, not the edge. Here comes Wokes again. That's straighter, and this worked to square leg. There'll certainly be 2 here as Mahmood comes round to do the fielding. So Brathwaite looks in good order. He's clearly seeing the ball very well, and he doesn't look, there's nothing about him that looks jaded. You know, some batsmen at the crease have a sense of purpose, of urgency, and certainly Brathwaite has that today. In the past I've seen him not have that, but he looks on it, for want of a better expression. 3 slips a gully, a square cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg. That's left alone. That's a good ball, left alone, just outside off stump. 10 for no wicket after the first over. England declaring with 507 on the board, 9 down, after Ben Stokes made a sparkling 100 from 128 balls. He made 120 runs. And Joe Root finished with 153. So a fine day for English batting, and we haven't been able to say that quite enough in the last year. But it is a good pitch for batsmen, no doubt about that, because the bounce is even. I wouldn't say that it's racing onto the bat, but the bounce is even. Steve, what's the trick here for Fisher now on debut? Deal with the nerves, or do you know much of him?
Yeah, I know. I got to know him quite well before the T20s, coming out here into the Caribbean, commentating on the T20s. Darren seconded me into coaching Yorkshire for a few weeks, and I spent a bit of time with Matt Fisher. This boy's got some skill. He has got some skill. And for Lovely about the nerves.
Here we go. First ball in Test cricket, and it's gone to the boundary. It's just outside off stump, very full, and John Campbell has lent on it. And he reminded me of somebody doing that. That was a classic left-hander's shot, using the angle and the pace of the ball. A really lovely bit of batting. It sort of slid off the blade and raced to a square third-man boundary down there. He was in control with his top hand and just gave a little punch with his bottom hand, Steve.
Yeah, he did, and it was controlled in the area he was trying to hit it. He was purposely hitting it that square because the ball was full.
So 14 for no wicket already from 7 balls. Here's Fisher again. And that beats him. Oh, he edged it. Yes, he has. Fisher has his first Test match wicket. What a moment. Fantastic for Matthew Fisher. 2 balls, 1 boundary, 1 wicket.
A little bit like Zach Crawley in the first England innings, where he didn't know how to play it. No, it wasn't. I'm just looking at a replay. I thought he took his bat away. He didn't. John Campbell. A little bit of indecision. Ball just outside off stump. Got an under edge in. Matt Fisher gets his first wicket in Test cricket. What a wicket it is. Motion for the young man. He runs down towards the corner. I'm assuming his mum's sitting in the corner of that stand. There's a point up to the air. Again, an emotional celebration, just like Ben Stokes, somebody who else lost his father. It's wow, what a feeling that must be for the young man from Yorkshire. Goffey, I'm sure you're proud as punch, sitting there, Director of Cricket of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
We're going to get him on. Goffey?
Yeah, Army. Great start for Matt Fisher, wasn't it, on debut? Tall bowler, bit nervous that first delivery, you could see it. Just give him a bit of width, but the second one, right on point. Against the guy who we know in Test cricket is likely to play a rash shot. So a great start for Matt Fisher. And Yorkshire. When Yorkshire is strong, when Yorkshire is strong, Army, England is strong.
Absolutely, Darren, and I'm over the moon for the young man. As Mark, you asked, I spent a bit of time. I did spend a bit of time when Darren asked me to go in, and the one thing I noticed straight away is this boy knows his game. He knows he's got some skills. He had an idea of how he was wanting to set up, getting ready for the West Indies, and what a start.
Yeah, tremendous celebration. That is unbridled joy. Here he comes again now to bowl to Shamra Brooks, and he leaves it alone outside off stump. There's a little bit of shape there. It'd be hard to say what pace he is, but I'd have him sort of mid-80s perhaps, MPH, mid-130s KPH, something like that.
Yeah, early 80s at the moment. I think there's a little bit of nerves. I think once he gets a bit loose and gets going, might crank it up to mid-80s, but I think he's got the skills he's got, but from moving the ball laterally with the new ball is what has made Matt Fisher, why England's picked Matt Fisher.
Oh, you can imagine the nerves going through Shamar Brooks here. He waits for Matt Fisher, heart pumping. Fisher bowls, he goes back and plays it very comfortably. He's a tall, slim chap, and he played that nicely, actually, right on top of the ball. He's got to get it up to the bat, get the fella coming forward. Got to get that front leg out of its ground. If you allow him to stay back in the crease, you give him time to play the ball. What you want every new batsman to do is have to move. Got to move. Because early on it's so difficult to move right. There's no precision when you arrive at the crease. You're getting used to everything, the light, the bounce, the opposition. Here he comes now, Fisher. He bowls, and that's a ripper. Zips back off the seam. It's left alone very well, and Brooks has the common sense to get his hands and bat well out of the way. He lifts it very high, and the ball did bounce quite alarmingly, actually, with a bit of a wobble seam. Sort of thing that, had he not done that, you could easily brush off the glove as it flies through to Ben Folkes, who throws himself down the leg side to make a fine take from what was effectively a fast and bouncy off break. England will be pleased to see a bit of movement out there. Final ball of Matt Fisher's first over to Brooks. Brooks is back and defends with some uncertainty. The extra bounce there meant he took his bottom hand off the bat. Exciting sounds from the Kensington Oval. If you're out and about, you want to keep up with the cricket, you can get us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2. You can get us on your smart speaker, online, and now on the TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us, and indeed a ball-by-ball scorecard too. So that's worth knowing. I think we're going to switch our attention now to Barbados, to the ground itself, and to Barry Wilkinson.
Thank you so much, Mark. And I said to Samuel Badger earlier that the West Indies still have to come here and bat properly, because it's all well and fine to talk about the pitch and it's not doing this, not doing that, and all of a sudden England look very lively. So Bradford is on 10. Here comes Wokes now, bowls to him again, and this delivery's on the line in the middle stump. He plays it into the onside and there's no run. It was kind of a half shot, wasn't it? didn't seem like he didn't know if to play at it or if to leave it alone.
I thought that was the case. A bit like Zach Crawley, but it wasn't quite as bad as Zach Crawley taking the bat away fully. I think he played at it, and then once he had nicked it, then he tried to retract the bat. But I'm really pleased for Matt Fisher, see him work closely, getting ready for this tour, being given a chance, and the nerves will.
This delivery on the line in the middle stump. On the front foot for defensive. England have got their tails up, you can tell.
Yeah, a lot of chat. Johnny Bairstow up to the stumps, making sure that both West Indian batsmen know that they're playing against the team here. And for Matt Fisher, yes, there'll still be a little bit of nerves, but to get his first wicket on the board in his first over, just calm him down ever so slightly.
As Wilkes comes in again and bowls to Bradford, and Bradford gets a delivery on the line, the off stump. Ken a bit low as well, it was pretty close to the off stump. What I have noticed, Steve, you can tell me why. Wilkes is not the quickest, but I just recognise that you can see the keeper and the slips are virtually 3/4 way. They're not very far back at all.
No, they're not very far way back, because I don't think there's a great deal of life in this pitch. I think when the ball hits the pitch, obviously it slows it down and takes it out, and it loops. It's a little bit more tennis ball. So from a pace point of view, the slips and the keeper have to come a little bit closer.
Wilkes bowls again to Bradford on the line of the off stump. Bradford sees it, leaves it, and taken by the keeper.
It's not quite Antigua. Ben Foakes stood up for a large proportion of the Antigua Test match when the ball got a little bit older, even to somebody the height of Craig Overton. So not only does that tell you what the pitch was like, as well as how good the glove work of Ben Foakes is. But England will be more encouraged. That ball new, end of the day, it's a little bit cooler.
As Wilkes again to Bradford, delivered that short. Bradford is defending into the onside, into the offside rather, and there is no run.
When they're hitting that good length, there is just a little bit of tennis ball bounce when you with a ball with a newer ball. So England won't want to waste this like they did in Antigua. Interesting that what Fisher said, because the TV interviewed him before the game, talked about getting his cap off Joe Root. But he also said when he gets the ball, he wants to be brave when he gets the new ball.
Wilkes again, bowls to Bradford, wide of the off stump, left that alone, end of the over. West Indies 14 for 1. And this over number 3 with Brooks yet to score and Bradford 10. Back in the hutch is John Campbell, caught Foakes the keeper off of Fisher before you can almost say that he was fishing outside the off stump with his bat.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, he was. The way he came out to play in Antigua, he came out man with a mission. I think, was it 2 weeks before the first test match, John Campbell got a century on this very ground. For Jamaica, I think it was against Barbados, but obviously Craig Brathwaite got 270, but 2 scores like that and there was still a result in the game.
Fisher bowls and Brooks is on the front foot stylishly, plays it up to the mid-on area and there's no run.
So that tells you about the pitch, also tells you how good Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell have been in, and I thought Brathwaite played nicely in Antigua, but it also tells you that this pitch should in theory break up. I don't think there's been a draw here in first class cricket since 2018, so that's all encouraging signs for England, but they've still got to put the ball in the right area.
Matthew Fisher, the 24-year-old from York, here he comes in now, bowls to Brooks. Brooks gets a good short delivery that he's forced to defend and take one hand off of the bat. That had a bit of pace upon it. Tell me about Fisher. I don't know much of him. I know he's got 63 wickets in first class cricket. What do you know of him?
Well, he made his debut when he was a 15-year-old, and then he's had a real struggle from an injury point of view. I remember talking to him in January and saying he hadn't put sort of 4 or 5 games in a row together, and that's his challenge now. Now he's made the breakthrough. He had a fantastic trip to Australia with the Lions.
Again, this is a short ball, a balloon kind of ball that goes down to the boundary. He's going to go for 4. Let's see the signal. Buys. I think that's a bit harsh. I thought it was wide. It was a short ball that went over the head of Brooks and it also escaped the keeper. In fact, when you look at the replay, you can't even see the ball in play.
The ball wasn't on the screen, which is... I'm surprised it did go by. Ben Foakes got fingertips to it, but no chance of stopping it, I don't think. Well, he might feel as though he could have stopped it. But the thing with Fisher, he had a good winter. England have been keeping an eye on him.
There he comes in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is on driving stylishly through my wicket. That's going to go quite close towards the boundary. Will it get there? Just stopped. Sliding save out of the deep, but they get 3. I'm sure they're going to go upstairs just to check that, but really well fielded on that particular occasion.
Yeah, good fielding from Saqib Mahmood, another young man on debut. I think he's done a great job in saving Matt Fisher 1 run there. But when England decided that they weren't going to bring Broden Anderson on this trip, whether you thought it was the right decision, whether you thought it was the wrong decision, when they brought Fisher and Mahmood, I felt as though they needed to play them. They needed to have a good look at them. There's no point continuously bowling the same bowling attack, Overton, Wokes, Robinson, when they were fit, because we know what they're doing.
3 slips in a gully as Fisher comes in and bowls to Brooks, to Bradford rather, and Bradford is getting another good delivery to the line of the all-stump. He's also forced to take the bottom hand off the bat. It's Fisher a bit deceptive in terms of his pace, because it seems to me both Bradford and Brooks, when they've played that ball in a defensive manner, it has seemed to be a little bit quicker than they might have negotiated for.
Yeah, he hits the spice of the bat a lot harder. He runs in, he's got a nice easy rhythmical run in. He runs in pretty similar to an angle wise, and he's got a very similar running style to James Anderson.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the all-stump, defensively pushed to the mid-off area to end the over. 4 overs gone. West Indies trail by 486 runs, with Brooks on 3, Bradford on 10, the 21 for 1 on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, there is a similarity to his running style and the way he approaches the crease to James Anderson. Don't want to put him in anywhere near a comparison, or even say he's going to be the next James Anderson, or Saqib Mahmood's going to be the 2 of them are going to be the next Anderson and Broad. They're not. We need to find out more about and build a bigger pool of bowlers when eventually the 2 great bowlers do hang up their boots and move on to probably the commentary box. It's been an excellent start by Matt Fisher, but I think it was important that when you reset, and that's what they're talking about, that if you're going to reset, give the kids a game and give them a chance to flourish.
Here comes Wokes and bowls again. Brooks gets to do it, side down the off-stump, negotiates it well, and taken there by the keeper.
And it's a lot easier to come into a side when a side is putting runs on the board. A lot has been made mention of players that have gone out of this side. Josh Butler is another one. You talk about Josh Butler wanting to play that Adam Gilchrist style of things, but unfortunately England were always 150 for 5. Never ever going to flourish like that. So what would Butler have given to be in a position to walk out at number 7 in this team and the way this has gone?
Walks to Brooks, and Brooks gets a good delivery in the line of the all-step, shoulders arms, taken there by the keeper. This is good bowling by England.
This is better from Chris Wokes, a lot better. This is the Chris Wokes. I thought he bowled a lot better as the game went on in Antigua with an unresponsive pitch, and he's been burdened with the leader of attack. Not sure that's quite fair, because I don't think he was in the position to say, right, I am the leader of the attack, with the career he's had in red ball cricket away from home especially.
As he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is wide of the all-step, taken there by the keeper again, pretty low down. This has been a very, very good response from England. They made a 507 for 9 declared, and then to get the early wicket, all happening on the second day with still an hour to go and 3 days left. They must feel quite comfortable with their decision to bat first. That's what you want to get when you win the toss and bat first, 500 runs.
Absolutely. Joe Root's won the toss many times in the recent past, but you've got to go and put the runs on the board.
Walks again outside the line of the off-stump, very wide of the off-stump. Brooks not forced to play at all, leaves it alone and taken by the keeper.
And then not only does that give your bowlers confidence, but it gives you as a chance as a captain control the game. Make sure you can keep catches in position. That Fisher talked about this morning on the interview. You want to be braver with length, with a new ball, try and get it up there, try and get it to swing, bring in the outside edge. He's got 3 slips, a gully.
As he comes in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets another delivery outside the line of the off-stump. He's not forced to play, leaves it alone in a very stylish manner. and there's no run.
And it also gives Jack Leach a chance to bowl with the confidence that he's got runs on the board, and he can work his way through his innings and work his way through a spell, and try a few things to entice the batsman to come at him and play a false shot. So it all goes well when you've got runs on the board.
Walks to Brooks, and Brooks is turning this one into the onside, out to the mid-wicket area. There's no run. Well bowled. The over ends. 5 gone. 21 for 1. Brooks has 3. Bradford has got 10. He's on strike. If you missed what happened earlier, England declared 507 for 9. And then the West Indies lost an early wicket. That of John Campbell, who was caught by the keeper Folks off of Fisher for 4. Fisher on debut, 1 for 7. A young man with Wilkes, who I thought might have been perhaps a first change rather than an opening bowler.
No, Fisher's the opening bowler. Wilkes is obviously, I think it's right that these two have opened the bowling. Mahmood's got a little bit more pace.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As Fisher bowls now to Bradford, who's cutting well. He should get 1 or 2. Takes the first one fast, but that's all he'll get. Just 1 run there for Craig Bradford to just rotate the strike. 22 for 1. I think Sakeem Mahmood is the only player that would have played in the T20s that's in this squad. So he's had a bit of a taste of playing here at Kensington because he played in 1 or 2 of those games. And when I saw him, I said, well, he has good pace. I'm not quite sure about his control, but he seemed to be a very pacey kind of cricketer. As Fisher again turns and runs in now from the Joe Gardner end and bowls to Brooks, who's turning this nicely down behind square. There's a fielder there on the boundary, and that's just 1 run.
Yeah, Mahmood's got a little bit more pace through the air, skiddier trajectory, and when he played in the T20s, he didn't bowl that well. He was very expensive. I thought the West Indies played him well. I thought they went after him, and I think England played, I can't remember it was a 50-50 decision between Mahmood and somebody else, and I can't remember who it was. And I think when you're speaking to the coaches, they said they went with Mahmood because they wanted to have another look at him.
Fisher again bowls to Bradford, and Bradford is on the front foot and pushes the ball to the mid-off area and can't score.
We wanted to have another look at Mahmood, his temperament and in international cricket, and see how he goes after Akeal Hossain hit him for 4 sixes off the last 4 balls of a game. I think it was in the midweek game, it was the Wednesday night game, when Rothman Powell just went absolutely berserk. So I think Root's got it right here. Wokes is bowling with the wind across for an away swing in nicely. Fisher's bowling from the Joel Garner end. I wouldn't surprise me if it's a little short spell.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump and pushed into the offside, square in the offside, and they get a single. That's good cricket there. Ben Stokes picks it up, but they can't stop the single. 24 for 1.
No more than 4 overs, get him into the game. Chris Wokes will bowl from the Malcolm Marshall end, probably a longer spell if he bowls nicely, and then get Sakeem Mahmood into the game from the Joel Garner end. It'll suit him from the Joel Garner end. Bowls more in than he does. His natural is to go in towards off stump and not go away, so the wind howling across towards the Greenwich and handstand will suit Sakeem Mahmood that way.
Fisher to Brooks, who's on the front foot, defends it into the onside, just to the left of the short leg fielder. Just to let you know that if you want to listen to Premier Football, Everton and Newcastle 0-0 on TalkSport. Yesterday it was sort of crack of a game with Liverpool. They could beat an Arsenal 2-0.
Not interested in that one. Newcastle, that's the only team I'm interested in.
It's 0-0. You might want to switch to TalkSport when you get off, Army. Here comes Fisher in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is getting one outside the line of the off stump, leaves it alone, shoulders arms taken by the keeper to end the over, where West Indies are 24 for 1 in reply to England's 507 for 9 declared. The latest score here on TalkSport 2.
Good start both sides, I think, apart from obviously the wicket of Campbell from the West Indian side. England have bowled some challenging lines, challenging lengths. They've made the batsmen play, bowled some good areas, but then when they've either overpitched or bowled that little bit fuller to go for what you expect, risk a little bit with the new ball, and the West Indies have been up to the task and been able to hit the ball to the boundary or to find the deep. So I think all in all it's been a good first 6 overs for both sides. Craig Brathwaite looks in nice touch. You'll remember, I think the week before the first test match he got 270 on this ground. He got his fastest 50 in test cricket and Antigua, so he's in a bit of form.
Here comes Wilkes and balls to Brathwaite. This breaks his edge, but it's controlled it in terms of played it along the ground with soft hands. It went into the slip cordon, but all along the ground. But that will perhaps give Wilkes a bit of encouragement.
Good area from Chris Wilkes. Great seam position. Seam position perfectly upright. Giving it a chance to swing. It just shaped away. Nice seam position. And the first time I've noticed there was a little break in the surface. There was a little puff of dust come off that good area, but I thought Brathwaite played it well. Dropped his hands.
Here comes Wilkes again and balls to Brathwaite. This time he's defending into the offside. Squared the offside. They feel that they're running from point, and it picks it up and Brathwaite can't score. But soft hands is always the best way when you perhaps feel that you're beaten for pace.
I'm just seeing on the replay screen in front of us the ball before that, soft hands in towards Johnny Bairstow at third slip. There was a break in the surface, there was disturbance, dirt coming up. Encourage the England bowlers.
Walks in again and balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a short ball, takes his bottom hand off again, stabs it into the ground. You can hear Johnny Bairstow there giving the encouragement to the England side, saying this is ours, guys, this is ours.
Typical Johnny Bairstow. He's one to front up, shout encouragement. Didn't want to do it from slip, he wanted to do it right next to the stump cam to make sure everybody in the world heard him. Typical Yorkshireman.
Here he comes again at balls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump, plays square into the offside, still can't score. Brathwaite has just been, I wouldn't say pegged down, but he's been batting some good bowling, because Wilkes has been on target since that first over, or the second over, when he got struck for a couple of boundaries. He's tied it up a lot, and he's found that off stump line which he's not letting go. And it's getting closer and closer to the bat, forcing Brathwaite to play, no doubt trying to set him up for one of those slips to devour him. Here he comes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a ball just on the line of the off stump, just outside of it, and he leaves it alone to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, it was a good length, but just a touch wide. Swinging from wide, it's got a lot more swing from wider. When they've gone straight, it hasn't really shaped away. It happens, that does happen quite a bit with the bowling action. You try and open your shoulder that a little bit more, you jump a little bit wider the crease, and it swings from wider rather than straight.
Walks to Brathwaite, who's driving well stopped at mid-on. That had 4 written all over it, but a diving save there.
Yeah, a good stop by Matt Fisher, and again, that was the example. The ball didn't swing. Craig Brathwaite was able to hit the ball straight down the ground nicely, but encouraging signs from England, encouraging signs from Chris Wilkes and Matt Fisher. The bowling one side of the wicket gives Joe Root a chance to set a field when it's like that. So encouraging from England. West Indies have had answers. Jack Leach is marking his run up. I'm not sure if he's going to bowl just yet. Just think he's just having a mark in his run up, but no, Jack Leach is taking the sun hat off, and Joe Root's decided he wants to have a look at Jack Leach, to have a look if it's going to spin, but with a newer ball, is it going to bounce?
So England 507 for 9 declared, West Indies 24 for 1, Brathwaite 12, Brooks 4. More now from Neil Manthorpe and Darren Goff.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. Well, what an early look at conditions for Jack Leach. He's coming on to bowl the 8th over of the innings, and there has been some turn. There certainly has been some turn in the second half of today for Vasami Pamal, the West Indies left-arm spinner. So it's quite a bit earlier than I would have thought. I would have thought that there'll be some fast bowlers, Saki Mahmood being the main one of them, be thinking, can I have a go while it's 7 overs old, please? Darren Goff,
I'm not surprised by it, actually. I think what we've seen in this pitch, I think it's a big game this for Jack Leach to show how good he is. He's got an opportunity on a pitch that's dry. There is a little bit of bounce.
First delivery for Leach then, and there's some turn off the length, off the straight, and it's pushed away by Shamar Brooks. Square of the wicket on the offside, and fielded at cover point. There's no run. He's been short of form, has Shamar Brooks. His last 6 test innings, 1, 2, 14, 36, 18 and 5. So it's you would think of very beginnings for him as well. 2 slips as Leach is in, and it's too short, too wide, and cut away out towards the cover boundary for 4. That wasn't a good delivery at all from Jack Leach, and see, that would be the seam bowler's concern, is that the shine comes off, the hardness starts to lose, come away from the ball a little earlier than they would have liked.
Yeah, and they don't hit the seam as much as a spin bowler, so it's going to take the gloss off the shine of the ball. But there he goes, bit of wide, just easy runs. Nice cut away.
Shamar Brooks up to 8. 28 for 1, West Indies in reply to England's 507 for 9 declared.
Sweep shot, big appeal for leg before wicket. They might just want to have a second look at this, England.
It was straight. Certainly bouncing too high, was it?
I am missing off.
Great ragging that, not great spin, Leachy.
Nice bit of drift though. It was too high. It's actually, he was sweeping, so he was down on one knee, but it's hit him in the belly button, so probably missing off and high, going over the wide and over the top of off stump. Here's Leach once more. Good delivery, and I'm not so sure whether Shamar Brooks actually played inside the line of that deliberately, or whether he's actually missed it by 6 inches.
Turn and bounce though. Like I said, new ball, bit of bounce. Dry pitch. Good conditions for Jack Leach.
Here is Leach once more, and that time he's driven out towards cover, only as far as Matt Fisher. More and more deliveries are disturbing the surface. Coffee, more and more from the seamers, and a couple from Jack Leach have just, it's been a little a puff and some breaking of the surface. 2 slips and a short leg. Here's Leach once again, and that's just wide enough of off stump for Shamar Brooks to leave it alone. He remains on 8. Craig Brathwaite has 12. The man out. John Campbell caught behind by Ben Folkes off debutant Matt Fisher for 4. We've had 4 overs from Chris Wokes at a cost of 10. Matt Fisher's 3 overs have brought him 1 for 10, and Jack Leach's first over costing just 4 runs. So it's a really, really important session mentally for the West Indies, for the home side. They need to stop looking at the scoreboard for a start. Forget about England's 507 for 9. They've got to see it as a positive opportunity for them to bat time themselves, and don't know how they can win the game from here. I don't think they can. Here is Chris Wokes continuing. That's in at the pads, 2 straight. Brathwaite turns it away for a single down to fine leg. Fielded once again by, well, actually Saqib Mahmood fields that.
It's a big game for Chris Wokes, isn't it? People are questioning his performances away from home. I still think he's an absolute gun. I really do. He is the wizard. But his performances away from home, he's not managed to pick up wickets. He's been protecting his figures more than going at the stumps. I think he's been slightly better today, but it's a big game for him as far as his figures are concerned at the end of this game.
Wokes has 3 slips on the gully. Oh, that's a good leave from Shamar Brooks. Very, very close to the off stump, but he's read the line well, picked it well. There was no movement in, it was moving away, if anything. 29 for 1. Jared once again has attacked his microphone with gusto, which usually means that there's a sign that he wants a bowl.
Yeah, we can do the Chris Wokes away from home game if you want. He has the worst bowling average of any bowler away from home. Minimum 3,000 balls last 10 years.
Chopped away in front of square, sorry, I should say. And it's fielded by Jack Leach, running around from backward point. The worst bowling average of a front-line bowler from anywhere.
From anywhere.
It's an amazing stat, because he's such a talented bowler. Can make the ball go both ways. He bowls a good length, but unfortunately, I think sometimes the influence of Broad and Anderson, who do protect after that new ball has been a bad influence on Wokes when he's gone away.
Here is Wokes again. This time it's pushed, and that's what it was. Not a drive, just a push to cover for a single. 31 for 1.
All the other bowlers around him, and he is the worst, but all the other bowlers around him are basically finger spinners, which is quite common for them, obviously, to struggle. So he's averaging 22 at home and 53 away from home.
It's come down, though. It was 60 odd last year.
Yeah.
He's improving.
He gets 1 degree of swing at home in England and half a degree when he travels, which is one of the he's basically half the swing bowler when he travels as he is at home, according to CricViz.
Well, he should be swinging the Dukes, though. This is a Dukes ball. Here's Wokes. Ooh, thick outside half of the bat, and it goes between third slip and gully, and Jack Leach chases it down from backward point, only to collect the ball from the unguarded third man boundary. 35 for 1. I mean, I keep saying, if you're not used to the Kookaburra, it's hard to swing it if you aren't unaccustomed to it. But this is a Dukes ball.
Well, it's hard to explain because that last delivery, right, it's gone for 4. But it's up a thickage hedge, and if he bowled that length consistently away from home, I'll guarantee you he'd be averaging probably early 30s, right?
Here is Wokes once again. Oh, that's an in-swinger, I think, and it's steered away into the gully. Straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Craig Brathwaite 14, Shamar Brooks 13. West Indies in reply to England's 507 for 9. Declared 35 for 1.
But his problem has been, it's been a yard and a half too short, time and time again, at 3/4 pace. And one of the biggest conversations I've had with him on numerous times was, he's got to attack with a new ball, he's got to bowl a little bit straighter, he's got to bowl a little bit fuller. Because if you can't get wickets with a new ball when you're away from home, how hard do you think it's going to be between overs 25 and 70? It's going to be very, very hard. And you're hardly going to bowl, especially away from home. It'll mainly be the spinners. So you can afford to attack with a new ball.
So from over 10 to 80, he averages, I think, 24 in England. And he averages almost 50 in outside. And that's because, obviously, in England, that ball swings around for him between overs 10 and 80. Not always, and it still stops swinging eventually.
Jack Leach for his second over, and again, it's defended on the front. He's reaching for it, Craig Brathwaite.
But here's one for you. Sorry, man. Here's one for you, Goffey, that I'm a bit more confused about. When he does use the new ball, he's still averaging high 30s in the first 10 overs away from home.
Here's Leach once more, and that one is played away to backward point again, and there's no run.
And he's the second best power play bowler in the world in one-day cricket, just behind Trent Boult. And quite often he's been in front of Trent Boult, but he slipped back a little bit. So the white Kookaburra, not a problem at all. The red Kookaburra, huge problems, even when it's brand new.
Leach once more. Forward comes Brathwaite, playing defensively. The question that springs to my mind is why?
Well, he bowls the white ball length with a red ball, and that's part of the problem.
Oh, that's a simple answer. Leach is a little straighter, pitching leg stump, not turning, turned away behind square, fielded by Johnny Bairstow. The second question is, why? Why does he bowl the white ball length?
Because he has success with the white ball, bowling that length, and it's a one-day game, and he gets into the mentalities, but he don't go for many runs, he takes wickets, because people are playing on the up in one-day games, and they're going to nick it.
Leach, once again, straighter, turned once more by Brathwaite's Bairstow behind square on the leg side.
But in red ball cricket, they're going to be more watchful on flatter wickets, and it's going to be harder for him to get nick-offs, or he's not going to hit the stumps because he's bowling a yard too short. And the sooner he works it out...
Played away defensively once more, the rolls back to the bowler.
And he's got to work it out quick, because England could have easily left him out of this tour. Let's be honest about it, right? They could have easily left him out.
He said he thought he was going to be left out.
And they've stuck with him because they still believe in him, like I believe in him. I think he's a terrific talent. And the over 35 for 1 on TalkSport 2.
But he's 32 years old. What do you mean when he works out what length he needs to
I know, and this is the frustration, but there's a reason why all these coaches that keep coming in, and all these captains or whatever it may be, selectors, directors of cricket, they all go for Wokes because they see what I see, a very, very talented player, and at some point it's got to click. So they're trying now to go with him, show more faith in him, and give him the reins without Anderson and Broad. Now, if Anderson and Broad would have gone, I don't think Wilkes would have gone. So they've chose him and said, right, this is your opportunity now without the other two. Go for it. See if we can get an improvement.
Matt Fisher continues, and Shamar Brooks is solidly defending this one. Good straight delivery.
So from the end of 2015 until the end of 2017, I think he played 11 out of England's 15 test matches on the road. And that was the period where he didn't do very well. There's a bigger period where I think it's a problem. He starts playing one test a year in 2018, 2019 and 2020 on the road. And I think what they did was they picked him on surfaces that would suit him.
Matt Fisher, 2 slips in a gully. Forward comes Brooks defending, no run, 35 for 1.
So he had plenty of opportunities the first time, but had to fight for the new ball quite often with Broad and Anderson. When he comes back, they bring him in when everything is suiting him and it's in his advantage. And the problem there is he doesn't learn some of the other skills that I think what Goffey's talked about is great, but it's also those other skills of getting wickets in those middle overs. He didn't really have to do that when he came back in these other matches. So some of it is just bad treatment, and some of it's also bad luck because, you know, like a lot of England bowlers, other than Mike Wood, almost every one of them would prefer to have the new ball. That's an English fast bowling thing, isn't it? That's very common in English cricket.
We've just had a proposal from a man.
Have you?
Sitting
Did
in
you say
the
yes?
Greenwich and Haynes stand. Here's Matt Fisher. Oh, forward comes Shamar Brooks very late. Not me, to a lady called Mala. A man just stood up with a poster-sized piece of cardboard saying, Mala, will you marry me?
Is she watching the cricket? She might not be watching it.
I don't think she's there. I think that's why it was
She's listening to us on TalkSport too.
It was picked up by the television cameras. He had a big smile when he sat down there.
It's a weird proposal if he's from the UK, he's over in the West Indies, and his partner's not there.
And he's feeling so guilty, he's decided to propose to her. 2 slips and a gully as Shamar Brooks opens the face of the bat and it runs out towards backward point. It's fielded by Jack Leach.
If I were him, I'd just have a think about it when he's not on his second bottle of rum. Just have a think about it, and think about doing it early morning or mid-morning and not later in the evening over in Barbados.
Especially if she's not actually watching the television, as she's listening to us on the TalkSport app, on TalkSport 2, then she won't even know about it. Well, she will now, because I've just said, Mala, your partner wants to marry you. That is driven up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off, and he slides to his left but can't prevent the single from being taken. I'm still trying to get my head around Ben Stokes fielding at mid-off. Every time he touches the ball, I think I'm seeing an illusion, because I'm thinking Ben Stokes can't be at mid-off. He's in the slips, but he's not. Still problems with that right index finger, which he had the operation on. A steel pin implanted in there, didn't he? It just didn't heal first time round. Fisher in once again, cut away past the gully and down to the third man boundary for 4. Bit flashy that from Shamar Brooks, quite unexpected, but I guess he had the width and decided that runs need to be scored and not just balls defended. They're still 468 behind the West Indies. 11 overs gone, 39 for 1. The one man to depart. John Campbell caught behind by Ben Foakes off the bowling of debutant Matt Fisher for 4. Earlier England 507 for 9. 120 to Ben Stokes, his 11th Test 100, and a glorious affair with 11 fours and 6 sixes. Struck the ball magnificently and had a ferocious assault on the West Indies bowlers in the 45 minutes or so before lunch, when he scored at almost 2 a ball for a while. Jack Leach's early go with the new ball is extending to a 3rd over now. None for 4 in his 2 overs. 2 slips in a gully, and forward comes Craig Brathwaite, playing that one defensively on the offside. I want to see Saqib Mahmood.
You're going to see him in a minute. I think they're going to give Matt Fisher 3 more overs, and then we're going to see Mahmood without any doubt whatsoever. Just giving the ball a little bit more
Leach in down the leg side. It's missed by everybody, including Ben Folkes, and it's running away for byes. Zach Crawley's chasing after it from slip, and he just gets there a couple of feet before it crosses the rope. I must say that wasn't the best directed delivery from Jack Leach, and he's not really looping it. That one didn't turn at all, but I just went with the angle down the leg side. It wasn't easy at all for Ben Folkes, and whatever Leach was trying, he knows he got it wrong, and he's grimacing. It's cost 3 byes. Here's Leach to Brathwaite now. He's on 14. That one is defended, pushed out square of the wicket on the offside. There's an awful lot of noise coming from the England fielders, and that's generally regarded as a good thing. Energy, it's called, euphemistically. It's very noisy. Lots of encouragement. Here's Leach again. Forward comes Brathwaite. And the ball trickles gently off his defensive bat. Back to Leach, and he just reaches him. He has to take a step forward to pick it up. Lots of, particularly Johnny Bairstow's cheerleading. He's fielding square of the wicket on the leg side, but he's running in a lot towards the stumps. Forward comes Brathwaite once again, and it's defended out onto the offside. I see that Alex Lees has moved from silly point to silly mid-off. Right in the batsman's eye line.
He's pretty close there as well.
He is, and he's not the smallest member of the team. He's a bit of a roadblock. Here's Leach once again, and back and across defending is Brathwaite. There's no run. He was very, very straight, actually, for the last couple of deliveries, with his right foot almost on the edge of the pitch itself. 12 overs gone. West Indies are 41 for 1 to take you through the next 20 minutes. Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Manners. I don't think England have bowled very well, really. I feel a bit mean saying it, but there's been no sort of pressure created on the batsmen to keep having to deal with awkward lines and lengths. There have been lots of release balls and lots of balls to watch go by. 41 for 1, the West Indies. A hint of swing there perhaps for Fisher, who bowled it full, and Brooks came forward and had plenty of time to play it, so I don't think Fisher's frightening them out. He's certainly got some energy and some purpose about the way he comes into bowl, but he's not of any great pace. And the pitch has played well. There's no change really. There is some spin. I quite like Jack Leach's line, trying to bowl it very straight, firing it at middle stump, seeing if they can get him, see if they can sort of get the batsman to shut the face on the ball. Fisher again. That's a nice line, just a hint outside off stump, and actually a pretty ordinary stroke from Brooks, who was half cutting and then half leaving and really didn't know what to do. So, we now see a picture of Ben Stokes warming up. Maybe Joe Root thinks it's time for a bit of Stokes magic. We still haven't seen Saqib bowl. That in itself will be of interest. Skiddy Saqib Mahmood. Matt Fisher in his 5th over here. He bowls now to Shamar Brooks, and that's down the leg side, and lovely footwork from Ben Folkes, in contrast to De Silva, who actually had a pretty sloppy game behind the stumps. But it was lovely the way that when Folkes was taking that ball, it was on his inside. That's how good his footwork was. It went down the leg side of the ball, but he took it on his right side, so he really had to get the feet working to get into that excellent position. He's a craftsman behind the stumps. 41 for 1, that's left alone outside off stump. Fisher banging it into the surface, Brooks having nothing to do with it at all. Brooks has had a pretty miserable run of form of late, but actually he's looked quite calm and controlled here. He's a very tall and elegant looking player. He has 17, Brathwaite has 14. Getting that nice golden light now in Barbados as we edge towards the end of this second day's play. Really beautiful. Fisher bowls again. That's edged and is caught. It can't have carried. Perfect line and length from Fisher. And I think that's all I can assume. The ball didn't carry. Fisher thought he had his man. He ran through as if to begin to congratulate Crawley for taking the catch, but I don't think Crawley has even claimed it. The umpires are coming together now. So Brooks went forward, the ball was pitched up, hinted at a bit of away movement, found the edge of the bat, and Crawley had slipped, tumbled with the ball. Now the umpires are going to check it, and they're signalling that they don't think it's out. That's their soft signal, which means that the third umpire will have to be sure that it is out.
Umpire to director. We have a umpire's review for a fair catch. Soft signal is not out. Fair delivery established on check in front foot. Can you give me your front on, please? Can you just rock and roll that for me? Appears as if the ball has been grounded. Can you just zoom that up for me, please? Okay, thanks.
Roll pink through the pink. Jog it back. Jog it back. Stop by orange. Roll orange through to orange.
Yeah, it does appear as if the ball has been grounded here. I'd still like to have you zoom up of the front on, please. Yeah, thanks. Just take that forward again for me. Yep, right there. Appears his ball is grounded. Satisfied the ball is grounded. I'm ready to make my decision to the big screen. My decision is not out. I repeat, not out.
Well, I hope you heard everything from the third umpire there. His decision is not out. He thinks the ball looks grounded, and therefore he's not going to even consider overturning the soft signal. I think it's difficult for the umpires in the middle if the field is uncertain. I think they're almost bound to say that they can't be sure, and therefore the benefit of the doubt goes with the batsman, though there's nothing in the laws of the game that says that should be the case. I think that could have carried, actually, and I don't think magnifying it helps. I've said it 1,000 times, we're dealing with a two-dimensional image of a three-dimensional fact on television. Magnifying it blurs it, and quite often, gorgeous, what a gorgeous off-drive that is. That's as good as anything we've seen all day. That's up there with Joe Root. A full ball from Fisher, and Shamar Brooks leant into it and eased it wide of mid-off for 4. Any of the great players of that shot, I often think of Michael Vaughan, I think of Virat Kohli, lovely off-drives of the ball. Root is amongst them. They'd have been pleased with that. So it ends up 45 for 1 at the end of that over. Just to finish my point there, if you get a magnification like that, it blurs the picture. The two-dimensional image is flat, which means that the fingers, the glove, and the ball and the grass are as one on a flat image. And so it's very difficult for the third umpire to tell. Sorry, Goffey, I apologise.
No need to. I've enjoyed listening to you, mate. I mean, it's true, but I think what you've seen there is one of the difference. You've got young Matt Fisher there when he bowled. The length his bowl, which was quite full. The wrist getting driven for 4. One edged that could have been out, and the next ball went for 4. So that's a risk you sometimes have to take as a fast bowler.
Yeah, and much better that than banging it into the surface, which actually is pretty pointless because it's so easy paced.
Yeah, totally agree, and that's what me and Manners were talking about, the difference between Wolfs in England and when he travels overseas.
I still don't understand why he doesn't bowl a little fuller and straighter. I mean, that's 2 balls from Jack Leach that are very similar there as the batsmen come forward and defend, and the 3 round the bat, silly point, slip, gully, and Leach bowling nice and straight here, making the batsman play at every ball. If one does misbehave, it can easily find the edge or the shoulder of the bat. Forward he comes again. That guy at silly point is very tight to the bat. It dribbles out on the offside for no run. Good pressure bowling here to Craig Brathwaite from Jack Leach. Brathwaite's been around a long time. You wouldn't think he'd be fit. No, they're moving the silly point across to the leg side. No, why? He just built a bit of action around the bat there. Here comes Leach again. It's left alone outside off stump. Much easier. Get it straight, Jack. Get him playing. Bowl middle and leg if you have to. This is a time to attack. Getting plenty of revs on the ball, a little bit of disturbance in the pitch there, a little bit of dusting. Leach again. That's a lovely line. Very hard for the batsman to play that. He gets squared up, defending it on the back foot. If that kicks at all and bounces, it'll cause some problems, but credit to Brathwaite, who watched it right onto the splice of his bat, actually. Ended up, as I say, playing a bit of French cricket, but never mind, he catches it out. That's wide from Leach, left alone. And an interesting over, still 45 for 1 then at the end of it. 462 the deficit. England declaring 507 for 9. A splendid day for England's batsmen. The drinks come on to the field of play, so we'll have a little pause. It allows us to reflect on what we've seen with the new ball from England, Goffey.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have seen a little bit more from Stokes again. I think, like most times you see him when he goes abroad, he's such a talented player. You want to see him make the opposition batsman play a little bit more. I think he's just got into bad habits from bowling first change, shown many times when he's travelled overseas, and he's lost that know-how to pitch it up. When you bowl that length in England, he gets away with it. Do you know what I mean? He can afford to bowl that short of a length because you'll still get the nicks. It goes quickly. But when you go abroad, you have to pitch it that yard fuller, and I think he just got out of practice. They show faith in him by giving him a tour here to the West Indies without Broad and Anderson, hoping that'll bring out the best in him. He had a flat pitch in Antigua. He's got a flattish pitch here in Barbados. And it's not worked for him yet, although I think he bowled better today than he did in Antigua. But what we've seen from Matt Fisher on debut is that dream start. Wicket, well, hit for 4 first ball, wicket with his second ball, so really pleased for him. And what I've seen from him, we can all see him, obviously I've seen him before. Tall bowler, not rapid, bowls a good length, seam up, and in conditions even as flat as this, he's finding the edge, he's finding the outside edge. So that goes to show he bowls seam up, clever bowler, not rapid, but just bowls the right length, good enough to cause problems. Okay, are you surprised we haven't seen Saqib yet? Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's just gone. Joe Root went to Ben Stokes just before drinks, and he asked Ben Stokes which end he wants. So it looks like he's going to go Stokes next before Mahmood. It looks like they've brought Mahmood into the side purely for reverse swing. Okay. That seems an odd selection, but okay. Loads of football, of course, across the station, and the best place for your Premier League fix on Saturdays is Game Day from 11 a.m, where we have live and exclusive commentary of Arsenal's trip to Aston Villa. Then at 5:15 it's the FA Cup quarter-final between Manchester City and Chelsea, and they're both live on TalkSport. Samuel Badri is in Barbados, and Samuel, do you sense a threat from the English attack, or do you sense calm West Indian batting?
Hi Mark, so far it's been calm West Indian batting. As long as Craig Brathwaite is out in the middle, you'll get that sense of calmness. He's very composed at the crease, nonplussed, unbothered. Shamar Brooks, similar in nature, so you're not going to get too much animation from them. And so far the surface, although we've seen some turn from Jack Leach and a bit of swing from Chris Woakes, nothing really to be too worried about. So pitch continues to be, I would say, good for batting, difficult to prize wickets out, but there are some signs of wear and tear, and certainly as we go deeper into this test match, Jack Leach will be a threat. Ben Stokes it is who will take up the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Okay, thank you. Jack Leach with figures of 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 4. Here comes Stokes for his first bowl after his brilliant 100 today. And immediately he hammers the surface, and Brathwaite is back defending. And there's no run. I always think get a guy who's made 100 into the attack. I don't know about you, Samuel, but I reckon when a guy's up, give him the ball.
100%, absolutely. If they make runs, they generally get wickets as well because of that confidence. Everything is going for them. And he has picked up some wickets in that first test match, Ben Stokes. He has that ability to break partnerships and to get wickets.
That's Fuller, and it's comfortably played into the leg side for a single. It's interesting that how many runs have come in that area. I'd get mid-wicket a bit straighter. Brooks had all the time in the world there to just pick his spot. I think on a slow pitch, if you generally looking to bowl full, I think you need your mid-wicket quite straight. If the ball's going square, it's either off a thick edge or you're bowling too much at middle and leg. Anyway, here's Brathwaite now on strike to Stokes. Tucks in behind the ball, quick feet across the crease there, and was in a nice sideways on position. Having got so squared up by Leach in the last over, he held his sideways or relatively sideways on position. It's quite interesting cricket because Stokes is an attacking bowler. Leach is obviously operating with a very attacking line. There'll be chances to score against the seamers, but I doubt there'll be many against Leach. The one boundary off him came off a wide long hop in his first over, a real loosener of a ball. Ben Stokes wiping his brow, runs in now, bowls a nice line, a tad short, and the batsman had time to adjust to the fact he was committed to the shot and could have been in trouble given the line, but he was able just to force the ball back on the ground in a sort of defensive measure. And no run comes from that either. The crowd's is a little bit becalmed. It's obviously a great time of day to be watching cricket if you're an England supporter, because you've had success with the bat. Now you've taken an early wicket with the new ball. You've got that lovely evening sunlight. You've probably had a few Banks beers and all is well with the world. What they need now is another wicket. Can Stokes find one? It's left alone, wide and full outside off stump. Stokes certainly seems to be coming in with a nice comfortable stride and rhythm, which is good. Obviously a fit Stokes bowling, well, he bowled so many overs in the last test, it was barely believable that Root used him as much as he did. England all urging each other on, as is the modern way. Exhortation, come on, they're saying, come on Stokesy, and he comes now, and that's nice and straight. Oh, good ball, full and straight. Brathwaite got a bit squared up, but anyway he got bat on it and he's safe, and there's no run, so the end of that Ben Stokes over. Oh yeah, if he'd missed that, they would have knocked him over. The castle would have gone for sure. Stokes knew it, he threw his head back. 46 for 1 from 12 overs. Remember, England declared 507 for 9, so this is a hard climb for West Indies to stay in the game. England would hope to bowl them out for around the 300 mark, force the pace in the second innings and have time to bowl them out when the pitch is most worn. And now we get a shot of Sir Gary Sobers, who's been here all day and would have rejoiced in the batting of Ben Stokes, right up his street. Many of the strokes that he surely would have played himself had he been out there. A great flourish to Stokes' batting as Brooks goes forward to Leach and defends down into the gully area. But no doubt, if one of these spins and bounces, oof. Leach again now. Comes in. Bowls a bit short, and that's the first time for a while that the batsman has had time to get on the back foot and safely ride the bounce of the ball and the higher bounce of the ball. Played away out onto the offside. Zach Crawley behind the stumps applauding Leach for that spin. Leach working the ball in his fingers like a spinning top. He delivers now, and that one does bounce, and that's why I'd have silly point across. It bounces more than usual. The batsman plays forward, it hits the shoulder of the bat, lobs out square onto the offside. It would have gone just behind square, so that one wouldn't have gone to hand for a silly point, but another might. I think it's a better position than the short leg. Let's hope I'm proved wrong. Here's Leach again, and that's a little too straight. It's swept for 4. Really good shot. Brooks quickly onto it. I like the look of Shamar Brooks. He's got something about him. He's played a nice sweep stroke there, not panicked. Got low, made sure he rolled the wrist on it. Very good. Ball running across his outfield. Definitely quicker outfield today than it was yesterday. Here's Leach again. Back goes Brooks and finds the gap on the offside. Good sprawling stop there from Saqib. Samuel, are you still there?
I'm still here, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's lack of communication there. I hadn't realised you were. I've been wittering on. I'm going to ask you about Jack Leach in a second, so don't go. We've got a still on the television screen at the moment of the two left-armers having finished their action, and you can see how much more drive in his action Leach has got than Pamal. End of the over as it's played out on the leg side for no run off a shortish ball, 51 for 1. What do you make of Leach? When you said earlier you thought he could be a threat as the game went on, is that simply because the pitch will spin, or because you think that Leach himself is a threat?
A combination. I think that the pitch will offer some more assistance for the slower bowlers as we go deeper into this test match. In addition to the fact that Jack Leach has demonstrated tremendous consistency in that first test match, and once you can apply the pressure long enough against any batsman, particularly West Indian batsmen, then sooner or later you wear down on their patience and they might just play an injudicious shot. In addition to the fact that I think he does give the ball quite a bit of energy, lots of revs on the ball. This one is short from Stokes. Shamar Brooks just ducks under that one and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper, no run. So in addition to the surface might give him some more assistance, the fact that he puts that energy on the ball, has a good solid base when he lands, good action, good drive like you mentioned, so all of those factors will make him a threat a little bit later on.
Yes, I'm going to talk about that drive actually in a second. Here's Stokes again, now coming in bowls, and that's played on the back foot nicely by Brooks out to extra cover. There's no run for it. You know, driving that left hip of his, quite a contrast to Pamal, who actually is much more of an arm bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he uses his fingers and shoulders more than anything else, and that front foot doesn't pivot. He doesn't use that front foot as much as he should as a finger spinner. As a matter of fact, when that front foot touches the ground, more often than not he's already at that point of release as Stokes comes in once again. This one is full outside the line of the off stump, cautiously played by Shamar Brooks, goes to the fielder in the offside, no run. Yeah, so he doesn't use that front foot as much as he should, therefore he doesn't get enough torque, T-O-R-Q-U-E, on the ball, and as such would not get as much energy or revs on the ball, and consequently less turn.
Yeah, very well explained, thank you. Stokes' best bowling when he's made 100 is impressive, 3 for 38 against New Zealand. How England would love him to get 3 for 38 here as Brooks ducks under that ball. It's too short and there's no pace in the pitch, so it kind of loops over his head and Folks has to bend down to retrieve it, admittedly on the full, so it didn't bounce before it got to him. He's quite a figure, Ben Stokes, isn't he? You know, a powerful man and clearly an intimidating opponent, whether with bat or ball.
Very much so. Quite a player. This one is full outside the line of the off stump. Well forward, Shamar Brooks. Actually, it is in fact a no ball, so he would have just overstepped there, Ben Stokes. But yes, you're quite right. Quite an intimidating character, especially with bat in hand. Quite intent on taking the game on, and that's the way he plays his game, in an aggressive manner, even with the ball, quite aggressive as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. He is. He's there to rough you up if he possibly can. Here he comes now, and that's just down the leg side. And again, lovely footwork from Ben Folks. He is a pleasure to watch. 27 for Brooks, 14 for Brathwaite, 52 for 1. In reply to England's 507 for 9, and we're getting pictures of Saqib Mahmood warming up on the boundary's edge, so he is definitely about to have a go. He's done quite a turn down there, not a Merv Hughes type performance, but enough to tell us he's on the brink of action. Stokes has 55 on his back. Root, of course, wears 66. Here comes Stokes now, left alone outside off stump, and there's no run. The end of that Ben Stokes over, 52 for 1, as I hand over to our second man over at the Kensington Oval, who is Barry Wilkins.
Thank you so much, Mark, and you've called it correct. But Mahmood was actually warming up. Ben Stokes wasn't watching, and they almost collided. I can't say comical, because it wouldn't have been comical, to be honest, but it did look like a malappropriation of cricket. So, 52 for 1. Brooks has got 27, Brafford has got 14. The two Bajan boys have said that for Badri, because he always tends to give the batsmen some kind of affiliation with their island. He would have bowled at Brooks, he would have bowled at Brathwaite. He's know these guys from the time he was playing himself, Samuel Badri, and now we've got Sakeem Mahmood. 27 first class matches, 70 wickets. He's only got one 5-wicket haul, which is quite interesting. But let's see what he has to offer. His career here is now really starting.
Nice use of that alliteration there, Barry. Barry and Badri talking about Brooks and Brathwaite from Barbados.
And they're bowling with the ball from the Joel Garner end, where there's going to be the debutant. Here he comes now, Mahmood. Passes the umpire and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the ball outside the line, the off-stump taken there by the keeper. We did have a look at Mahmood during the T20s, and I said this to Steve Harmison, and what we saw was someone that was bowling with a lot of pace but not much of direction, to be quite honest, and he somewhat like how Tamal Mills bowled, lots of pace but all over the shot. Wasn't really impressed when we saw him then, but he's now bowling with a much different ball, different conditions. Do you think he's going to have any memories of what would happen here a couple of weeks ago when he was playing in the T20s?
Yeah, I think so, because of the recency towards the end of January. We're still in March, so that will play a part. This one is on the line of the off stump full. Brathwaite on the crease just works that one across through the offside, no run. I think because of that he will, and also because of the fact it's the same ground. So not only against the same team, but also in the very same ground that he was roughed up a little bit. But it's a different format. Of course, it's red ball as compared to white ball. It's a Duke's ball as compared to the Kookaburra ball, and batsmen who aren't coming after him. So an opportunity to really get a good start in Test match cricket, just like his counterpart Fisher did, picking up a wicket in his very first over, his second delivery actually.
Here he comes in now, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the ball outside the line of the off stump. Actually died on the way to the keeper. And taken pretty low down. But Sakeem Mahmood, who's been able to perhaps extract not a lot of bounce out of that one, but there was some movement, some noticeable movement.
25 first class matches for him, 70 wickets, Sakeem Mahmood, average of 27.9, and on the back of that, earning a Test call-up in this red ball reset, and responsibility on his shoulders.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery that he's punching square into the offside. Can't pierce that offside field. There's actually two slips in a gully. There's a backward point, mid off and mid on. There's a mid wicket that is almost in a catching position, and there's a backward square leg on the boundary.
And it's going to be a challenge for him, Barry, especially given the fact that obviously he's making his debut, and the bowling lineup is a very inexperienced one. Chris Wokes just has 43 or 44 Test matches.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite this time gets another delivery on the line of the off stump. Well bowled, well played. Hits the ball down to the mid-off area.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, it was struck to mid-off, and Ben Stokes actually threw the ball back almost to the keeper, and then he threw it back to Stokes. So they're playing a game of catch in the middle of the cricket game.
Yeah, so inexperience in terms of the bowling lineup. Another debutant in Fisher, Chris Wokes' away record isn't that impressive, so a lot of responsibility, and no senior bowlers, no senior fast bowlers to really feed off.
Mahmood in again to bowls to Brathwaite, who's looking to turn this one into the onside. Stifle appeal, very stifle, that is down the leg side, and no cause for concern. So the over ends with a maiden. It's 52 for 1 West Indies in response to England's 507 for 9 declared. Brathwaite has got 14, the captain, from 54, and Brooks has got 27 from 53. More from Samuel Badri.
Yeah, and the West Indies would be looking to see off the remaining overs, go to the close of play at the end of day 2 without further loss, and if they can manage that, I think that would be a job well done. Get back to the hotel, rest, and recover and come back tomorrow to fight again. England, on the other hand, will be looking to see if they can take a minimum of one more wicket this evening, if not two, and get deeper into this West Indies batting lineup. And so far, just the one wicket.
So here comes Stokes down, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets delivered. He's punching, square into the offside, can't score. Johnny Bairstow was shouting a moment ago, we want 3 this evening, so that's the target, I guess. But these two can continue batting in the way they are. Should be pretty okay. The question for you, Samuel, is if a wicket falls now, are you sending in a night watchman?
Depends on how many overs remaining. I think there are
8 overs remaining.
8.5 overs remaining. I don't think so. I think a batsman should come in, and that batsman who's next listed in Nkrumah Bonner has a very good technique and good temperament.
Here comes Stokes and bowls again. The delivery that's full outside the line of the off stump. Brooks is not tempted and leaves it alone. Well, I don't believe in that watchman at all. I think if there's 2 balls left, you should bring the real batsman out.
No, I don't. That's a little bit extreme. I think maybe 3 overs. I would send that night watchman. You don't want to expose your specialist batsman late in the evening, especially given the situation of the game. So maybe within 3 overs I'd send that night watchman, but certainly not with 8 overs left.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Brooks. Passes the umpire and Brooks gets it in. That's full, driven. He'll get a run. The ball's up to cover point. Squeezes it up to cover point. He goes to 28, Shamar Brooks.
And the wicket of Craig Brathwaite is so vital for West Indies, because they know that he can spend a lot of time, lots of minutes out in the middle, soak up a lot of pressure, and he's always unfazed, very calm and calculated. And Nkrumah Bonner, similar mold, but the other batsman, Jermaine Blackwood, you think about him, you think about the other batsmen to come, Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva.
Oh, there was Stokes about to deliver and just lost his run at the last moment. Dead ball being signalled there by umpire Nigel Duggett.
And their ability to absorb pressure, not as prominent as Brathwaite and Bonner. So this wicket of Brathwaite this evening, if they can prize this wicket out, they'd feel that they're in a good position, but it's not going to be easy, especially on this surface.
Here comes Stokes in again, passes the umpire and bowls to Brooks, to Brathwaite rather, and Brathwaite gets delivered in the line of the off stump, leaves it alone, and taken there by the keeper. How will this pitch play tomorrow? Is it going to play much better for batting?
I think it will disintegrate a bit. Very flaky over the last 2 days, and we've seen a couple deliveries. There has been some explosion of the surface, and we'll continue to get that. And so I don't think it will get any better for batting. I think we've seen the best part of it in terms of batting. It will get progressively more difficult and challenging for the batsmen.
Here comes Stokes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is turning his ball into the onside up to the mid-on area. There's no run for him.
And that's why it's so important, Barry, that they continue to look to score. They have to get to that 307 mark, 308 mark to make England bat again. And I think that should be the first target for the West Indies. Get to that, so at least you ask England to bat again and spend time out in the middle. Of course, they'd want to get to that 507, but feeling that their first target will be that 307.
Here he comes in again, passes umpire and ball to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving pleasantly, but straight to the fielder there at mid-off. Still no run for him. And the over ends with West Indies 53 for 1 in response to England's 507 for 9 declared. We've got Brooks 28, Brathwaite 14. Earlier it was John Campbell caught by the keeper Folks off of Fisher for 4.
It has been a captivating day of Test match cricket, hasn't it? The way Ben Stokes played, the way Joe Root continued, and then those partnerships with Chris Wokes, Ben Folks, has been a really engrossing day. The fans who have come in here have been entertained, particularly through the batting of Ben Stokes, and they've seen 2 debutants in operation, Fisher, and they've seen Saqib Mahmood now.
Do you know what the fans are chanting? Because I'm trying to figure out. Oh, they're just saying Barmy Army. So they're getting their own royalties. So here comes Mahmood as he comes in now, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets it in with that short, the bouncer. He sways out of the way, and taken there by the keeper. There's some good bounce there and some good pace as well.
Umpire Joel Wilson just signaling one short ball for the over. Yes, they've enjoyed themselves here at the Kensington Oval. They've enjoyed the sunshine, they've enjoyed the cricket. I'm sure they've enjoyed the cuisine as well as the beverages, and they've enlivened the atmosphere here at the Kensington Oval.
Mahmood in again, bowls to Brooks on 28, and Brooks this time gets another delivery outside down the off stump, and he's not tempted any. I think you've got to give England some credit for continuing to grace the presence of West Indies grounds like this for such a long time. I mean, you would figure now that this is an era where more people are into the digital aspect of things, watching more cricket on television, watching it on their iPads or so, or whatever have you. But England fans come to places, and they've been doing that for decades, and they haven't broken that tradition. So that's really good.
It's a matter of escapism, isn't it? Sports gives you that opportunity as Mahmood comes in once again. Well back, Shamar Brooks just pushes this one to Ben Stokes at a very short mid-off. But yeah, the escapism, escape from the realities of life, escape from COVID-19 and its effects, and just come and enjoy yourself and take that mental break. And that ball, that previous delivery was a no ball. So yeah, these fans are taking the opportunity and escape also from the climate back in the UK, getting the sunshine, the vitamin D, and really enjoying everything that Barbados has to offer and what the West Indies has to offer.
Mahmood in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets a delivery just on the line of the off stump, and he pushes it into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, they came in their droves yesterday, and similarly today, the travelling fans of this English team, and they've been treated. It's a batting masterclass once again from Joe Root, and a sublime innings from Ben Stokes. They want to get another wicket or two here this evening to set this game up really nicely, but they've gotten their money's worth so far.
Again, he steams in and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is turning this one into the onside, straight to the field there at the mid-wicket area. No run for him. 54 for 1.
Barry, there's been a lot of conjecture about the reason for the lack of West Indian fans in the stands in the stadium. We saw just a scattering of fans across in Antigua for the duration of that test match. West Indian fans, that is, largely outnumbered. And again here in Barbados, a similar occurrence.
I'll give you my theory on that in a minute, as Mahmood comes in and bowls to Brooks again. A short ball that's ballooning to the keeper, and that was perhaps signaling now one over the shoulder, but would have been wide in a one-day game. Look, if we didn't have the England fans here, the ground would perhaps have about 1,500 people. Let's be real. Same thing in Antigua, probably less. Because the reality is that not a lot of people watch Test cricket in the Caribbean. They follow it, they listen to it, they watch it on television, they would follow the scores on Cricinfo, Talk Sport for commentary, but they're not going to come here and watch Test cricket in the droves like what they would have done back in the 90s. This delivery is outside the line of the off stump and taken there by the keeper, no run. The over ends, 7 overs remain. The Windies, 54 for 1. 14 to Bradford, 28 to Brooks.
And why is that, Barry? Why don't they come? Why aren't they coming? And what can be done to get them to come?
The cricket would have had to improve after the Brian Lara era in terms of entertainment. Brian Lara was an entertainer. People came to watch Brian Lara because of how he batted with the flair and entertain. After the Brian Lara era, we went into the T20 era where cricket became an event. So you get massive crowds at the Caribbean Premier League, you get massive crowds at T20 internationals because they see it as an event. You go and interview the majority of people at a T20 game in the Caribbean and they don't even know who's playing. They're just there because it's an event. And you know that's true, Sammy. People that are here at this particular match are real cricket aficionados. They love the game. That's why they're really here. You're not going to find a person who just wants to come to Kensington because the test match is on. So I think that's the real reason why. T20s has made cricket a big event, and people perhaps go because of the whole outing and the experience, and also the brevity is much shorter than being here for 6 hours.
Jack Leach switches ends from the Malcolm Marshall end, now wrong the wicket once again to Craig Brathwaite on the front foot, no run, the result. So we've identified the issue, lack of home support. We've identified why that is so. I want you to identify now what can be done to get them back at the stadium.
So you're giving me the Iraq method, issue, rule, application and conclusion, as Leach bowls, and this delivery is outside the line, the off stump. Very close there, taken by the keeper. Well, my application and forming a conclusion would be you need to get better cricket. If you get the cricket better, people will come to watch it. So that will be the main thing. West Indies Test cricket has not been very good in the last 2 decades, even perhaps a bit more. As Leach bowls again, brings the batsman on the front foot. Brathwaite is very sound in defence. With 6 overs remaining, he doesn't want to do anything silly, as the West Indies look to go and have a good night's rest and come back tomorrow with those 9 wickets intact. It's the left arm spin of Leach with 2 slips and the short leg, as this delivery is keeping very low. They're appealing for LBW, who's given him. Brathwaite goes straight upstairs and says, I want to review that. It was a delivery that looked pitched on. If anything, he would be saved by the bat, because it looked like it would have hit the stumps. Did it hit bat first before pad? Let's wait and see. Gregory Brathwaite, of no relation, is the third umpire.
Clear review for LBW. The original decision given is out. TV umpire to director.
Once the batsman immediately reviews Barry, that's usually an indication that they think that they've hit the ball. In this case, Craig Brathwaite, I just suspect he might have gotten an inside edge. Let's have a listen. Very close to the bat, hits the back foot.
Pretty close to the bat.
And there is a spike, Barry.
Massive spike. Massive spike.
Outrage is coming up. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is right next to the bat. Satisfied that there is bat involved.
So that decision,
Nigel on the field,
has to be
Nigel
changed.
Change your
good review from Craig Brathwaite. Like I said, once he immediately reviewed, that's a short tell sign that he feels that he's gotten a bit of a bat and saved by that edge.
Well, Nigel Duguid doesn't give you up when you hit the bat, and then when you do hit the bat, he gives you up. Amazing. So Jack Leach to continue. Bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on driving. That's a sweet shot. Through mid-wicket, he'll get at least 2 here. He's going to come back for the second, he'll jog it. And the total then goes to what? 56 now. 56 for 1.
And interestingly, Barry, that delivery kept quite low. So the first over, Jack Leach from this end already creating some problems and some questions in the minds of the batsmen in terms of the bounce. So there are questions in terms of the turn. Now there are questions with the bounce.
Leach now into bowl to Brathwaite again, and Brathwaite is turning this one again into the onside. The over ends, and England will be quite happy with how things have gone. 6 overs remain, 56 for 1. Brooks has got 28, Brathwaite 16. More now from Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Barry Wilkinson. Well, England obviously will be pleased, but I think the West Indies will be not pleased but satisfied if they can get through to the close, having lost just 1 wicket. 56 for 1 with the captain there. His anchor is firmly taken on the ocean bed. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Craig Brathwaite, 16 not out of 63 balls. Shamar Brooks has faced the same number of deliveries and has 28. It's going to be another attritional test match. But England have the big number on the board thanks to Joe Root's 153 and Ben Stokes 120. So 500's just an intimidating number. 507 for 9. And as I said an hour and a half ago, it's important for the West Indies batsman not to look at the scoreboard. Here's Saqib Mahmood for his 3rd over. And this one is punched away off the hip out towards Johnny Bairstow at... well, not quite mid-wicket, not quite square leg, somewhere between the two, just a couple of yards, a couple of metres in front of square on the leg side. And for the West Indies, no no thought, no discussion, no conversation about the match situation, because it's just about cricket in its simplest terms, and that is literally taking it ball by ball and treating every ball on its merits and just batting, inverted commas, normally, not batting for time, not batting at a prescribed run rate, just treating every ball on its merits. Now some slightly funky field changes for England. They're putting a leg slip in. Oh, they've changed their mind. He's gone from leg slip to leg gully. That's Johnny Bairstow. They had him he was standing at leg slip and he was saying, is that right? And then he's been moved to leg gully now. 2 slips and an orthodox gully as well, as Saqib Mahmood is in. Once again, short, wide and cut, but nicely fielded. At backward point by Alex Lees, or Gully. He's been everywhere, is Alex Lees. He's very versatile. We've had him in at short leg and silly mid-off, and he's also been in the slip cordon and in the gully. He's also been sweeping. There's almost nowhere that he hasn't been used in the first 3 innings of his Test career. West Indies 56 for 1. 5 overs remaining after this one from Saqib Mahmood in his 3rd over. Gone for just 1 run, but it's going to be another run now as Ben Stokes chases it from mid-off out towards the covers. Just when you think, Alex, I mean, Alex Tudor, just, watching from the commentary box, it feels like the game's just drifting towards a gentle conclusion at the end of the day. And I've always wondered, when you're on the field and there's just 5 overs to go, is it hard to stop your mind wandering to what's going to happen that evening and what's for dinner? And, because we do see a lot of lapses in concentration and mistakes in the closing overs of a day. I mean, we saw Dan Lawrence driving loosely at the penultimate ball of the day. This one is pushed out on the offside. And there's no run. 58 for 1 score remains.
Yeah, it shouldn't really be the case, should it, when you've amassed such a big total in the first innings, and then you're trying to, West Indies are going to have a tricky period first innings, facing, just under 30 overs the rest of the day. So, the bowlers should be coming in hard, trying their best to try and get a wicket. As you said, the wicket is not really doing anything at all, and as you say, Brathwaite and Brooks are looking decent so far.
Saqib Mahmood in once again. That's good full straight delivery, attacking the stumps and driven up towards mid-on. A tumbling stop from Chris Stokes. And there's no run. Score remains 58 for 1 West Indies in reply to England's 507 for 9. But it's the players have been on their feet for 6.5, coming up 6.5 hours. It's been breezy. The wind has been sapping the energy, and you are kind of beginning to think of the small pleasures at the end of the day. That's short outside the off stump, left alone by Craig Brathwaite, and he remains on 17 of 64 balls. Must be very hard, Goffey, really. I mean, you've got 5 overs to go, and you're just thinking about whatever it is that takes the pain away at the end of the day. Your ice bath, or your whatever, icy whatever it is.
Well, it's not something I was a fan of, and now my wife, actually, that's one of her businesses, but she runs people, helps with breath work and gets people in ice baths. So can you believe it? Would you have ever believed that? Because I hated them when I played. But I think the good thing about the Caribbean compared to anywhere else in the world is, but you go back to the hotel and immediately you're met with sitting on a beach and just chilling out and just relaxing, put your feet in the sea if you want for 5 or 10 minutes, and then go back to your room and chill out. It's a wonderful place to talk.
Jack Leach in for another over, and there's a full-on leg stump clipped away nicely by Brathwaite towards deep mid-wicket, and clipped, not hit. That's why it's only 2 rather than 4.
And have a couple flying fish cutters. I was going to say rum punch, but not on.
Well, just a couple. You're all right with a couple. Not really, as long as you drink the water as well. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah. Hydrate.
No problem.
Very important.
60 for 1. But it's been 2 long, toiling days, and I must say that I've mentioned a couple of times about Steve Waugh's theory as a captain that if you take a team into a 5th session, never mind a 6th session, then you're 2 wickets to the good. That's the value of batting for such a long period of time. Leach in again, pushed away defensively, blocked actually, not even pushed by Brathwaite. But it hasn't been the case so far, because the West Indies have managed to bat through 22 and a half overs, and they've lost just 1 wicket. And I dare say, as Leach is in once again, forward comes Brathwaite playing defensively, and there's no run. I dare say that the West Indies and John Campbell will look in the mirror collectively and blame that wicket on a bit of looseness and carelessness. I mean, it's
well, he didn't have a great
4 and out.
He didn't have a great time in the field, though, did he? So
he had a very modest time in the field, in fairness. Leach in, short, wide, quicker one actually. I think he's pushed that through, and it's been cut away by Brathwaite for 4, down to third man. Leach doesn't often bowl the quicker one, but that one did seem to really skid through, just enough width to cut it down to the third man boundary.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. As you see, he's pushed this one through, just rocked on the back foot. I just like the lateness and when he played that sort of even past his back pocket, cut it down to that vacant third man. 4 runs, he moves on to 23. 68 balls faced, 64 for 1.
Jack Leach is spinning the ball with left hand into his right hand, and he's in once again, and there's a thickish outside edge all the way along the ground, fielded by Zach Crawley at first slip, no run.
I just get the feeling from watching, though, is that they're just going to stay in this game, England, and what I mean by that is but with patience. They're making things happen. It looks like they're going to get wickets, and I think if they get one, I think they'll go bang bang.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened in this situation with scoreboard pressure, is it? 2 slips and a forward short leg as Leach is in again. Forward comes Brathwaite, and there's no, and there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Craig Brathwaite has made a mental change. It may have happened in the previous test matches before this series, but I've seen enough of him to know that, I mean, his strike rate, career strike rate is 35. But the mere fact that in a situation like this, where he would classically just not even consider scoring a run or playing a shot, that, you know, that just chopping that one down to third man on the previous over, he's definitely made a mental shift to actually be aware of scoring opportunities, even in a situation like this where he would normally be very happy with 30 consecutive dot balls.
Yeah, I think you're right, Manners, and I think there's obviously a conscious effort as well to try and put pressure on Jack Leach, because they definitely did that, didn't they? When he first came on in Antigua, they went after him. Well, he certainly did.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Saqib Mahmood, and that's full and straight and wide enough to be left alone by Shamar Brooks, who's 29, Brathwaite 23, West Indies 64 for 1.
But I think the problem for him here is, but I think that's something they learned from Australia going after Jack Leach and what it did to him, and India, by the way. But I think what you've got a situation here is, I think they would have probably come at him again, but they can't. The conditions are not allowing it now, because there is a little bit of grip there for the left down spinner. It looks like he's going to be difficult to face over the next couple of days, and they've been very watchful on Jack Leach.
Here's Saqib Mahmood once again, and that's left alone outside the off stump. There were appeals. He left it alone. He's actually played half a foot inside the line of that, but there was obviously a noise, and the slips weren't aware of it, and they were shouting and appealing.
Yeah, played inside the line. It was a good length, actually. It was fuller. I think the batsman expected, sort of scrambled seam. It was a good length. It was nowhere near it. Good bowling by Saqib Mahmood, getting into his work. 3.2 overs. Should be settled down now.
Here's Saqib Mahmood once again. 2 slips gully and a leg gully, pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. This is the 7th time. This is something for us to talk about tomorrow, but I'm going to warn you now that it's a subject that we'll talk about. It's the 7th time that 2 England fast bowlers, seamers, have made their debut together in the same test match. I don't expect you to remember actually, I think it's the 8th, beg your pardon. I don't expect you to remember or know very much about the first couple of occasions. Jeff Jones and John Price against India in Mumbai in 1964. Tom Cartwright and Fred Rumsey against Australia at Old Trafford, also in 1964. And then we get into more familiar territory. Jonathan Agnew and Richard Ellison debuted together. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again. Full drivable, but wide and too wide to drive, and Shamar Brooks leaves it alone.
Well, I hope it swung that day. Where was that game at?
The Oval, 1984.
Oh, dear
West
me.
Indies won by 172 runs.
Was that Agas's only game?
I think
did he play one test?
No,
or a couple?
he played
three or four,
3 or 4, I think.
Did he?
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about these as well. David, Sid Lawrence and Phil Newport against Sri Lanka at Lords in 1988. They also debuted together.
I played against both of them as well.
England won by 7 wickets.
Wow.
And the next one might surprise you. I'll wait until Saqib Mahmood bowls this ball full and punched off the back foot into the gully once again, and is fielded by Dan Lawrence. Mark Eilert and Martin McKay against Australia at Trent Bridge in 1993, and that match was drawn. Tim Bresnan and Graham Bunny Onions against the West Indies at Lords in 2009.
I gave him the caps.
Both of them?
That day, yeah. I gave Brezzy his cap and Onions, yeah, both of them. I presented both caps that day.
Did you have to do the long speech back then?
Yeah. Or the short speech? Were you off your short speech run?
Yeah, no, that was a good speech. It was an emotional speech.
You've given a few caps, haven't you?
Yeah, a few caps out.
It's Saqib Mahmood, isn't it? Because one day cap from you. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again, and that one is pushed up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. 24 overs bowled, 3 remaining in the innings. The West Indies are 64 for 1. Rent-a-cap. Goffey. Actually, everybody seems to have done quite well after being given their cap by you, so maybe you're a good omen.
Well, it's a proud moment, actually, because it's hard to keep to try and stay calm and not get emotional, because when you play for England, it's obviously a very, very proud moment, and you're quite emotional when you used to make your debut, but nobody had to make a speech on you. But you've seen now all these speeches before the guys go out. It can be very difficult for the guy making the speech, because he thinks back to his memories when he was getting his cap as well, and it's a very emotional moment.
Here's Jack Leach bowling his 8th over, pushed away defensively up on the onside by Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. Brathwaite 23, Shamar Brooks 29. West Indies 64 for 1. They are still well in arrears of England's 507 for 9. Here's Jack Leach once again, driven up towards mid-on and fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and there's no run. Richard Ellison was the first bowler. I was a wee lad when he made his debut for England, but he was the first time I ever really saw swing bowling. He was absolutely brilliant on his day. Forward comes Brathwaite, pushing out on the offside. I can't remember ever being aware of such lavish swing before Richard Ellison.
Do you know what my first person I played against who I thought just swung it miles was Newport, playing against Worcester.
Leach again. Forward comes Brathwaite, steering behind square on the offside. And yours, Toots?
I was just going to say, was Worcester a nightmare? You had Stuart Lampitt
and Newport, and Newport's trousers were always red. One from his knee all the way up to the back of his backside. Neil Radford, yeah, he used to swing a bit at Worcester.
He was a bit quicker, wasn't he, than the others. Here's Jack Leach once again. Pushed, well, maybe that's just my memory. I remember Neil Radford had quite a quick bouncer.
Is Mark talking about Malcolm Marshall there, the great Malcolm Marshall swinging the ball? Because I can't hear you. Is it Malcolm Marshall?
We need Mark Nicholas's microphone turned on if possible, Ollie, so he can take over in a moment, but join the conversation now. This one is chopped away behind square on the offside and down to the third man boundary for 4. That was very, very tidily done, it must be said, by Craig Brathwaite, who moves on to 27. Shamar Brooks has 29. There are 2 overs remaining to be bowled in the day, and the West Indies are 68 for 1. As I say, 2 overs to go in the day, and to describe them to you, it is indeed the one and only Mark Nicholas.
Well, you've missed the one and only Ian Botham. Now, he really swung the ball at a good pace. Alan Knott reckons the best swing bowler he ever saw. Swing bowler. Oh, no, believe me, Beefy swung it plenty. Have you ever seen the film of Bob Massey at Lord's? He swung 72. It absolutely miles. The Australian, 16 in the match. Absolutely. Mike Proctor, the great South African. You live a life in South Africa now. See him swing the ball. The first swing bowler you ever saw was Richard Ellison. Get out and smell the flowers.
He did swing it low.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Driven very well, too, and timed a bit better, perhaps, than England thought. But there's a sweeper out there for these off-spinners from Dan Lawrence.
What about Graham Dilley?
Yeah, outswing.
Played in Worcester as well. Bit of outswing.
Hit the deck, though, didn't he?
No, he did swing it. It's a fair call. Goffey could swing it.
Where does Alderman fit in, is he?
Terry Alderman, yeah.
Cork. Neil Cork when he first came on the scene.
Here's Lawrence again. Big jump and leap and bounce, and ball is lobbed up and played on the back foot pretty comfortably by Brathwaite, who's unbeaten with 27. Brooks with 30. 69 for 1. The West Indies resisting England here. 1.5 overs left this evening. 1 over and 4 balls. Sorry, Jared.
No, I think Damien Fleming, for just sideways movement, he always seemed to just move it. It just kept going until first or second slip a lot with him.
Adrian Dale? Not Adrian Dale. Who's the
Adam Dale.
Adam.
Yeah. A bit about 2 yards slower.
We're changing the parameters here with these guys.
We're getting
he goes back. Calm down, everybody. Brathwaite goes back and hits it to mid-on. And there's no run. 69 for 1 in reply to England's 507 for 9. Brathwaite on strike. Waits for Dan Lawrence, as I say. A bit of Graham Swan about him, actually, in some of those initial movements, but that's about it, really, as the ball squirts off the inside edge for a single. Don't even dare to come in here, Jared.
Nicholas is going to get sued by Swan for libel.
They're both males trying to bowl off breaks. Okay. Swanee, I'll take that back. Well, there is, you know what I mean? The sort of the whirling arms and stuff here, and this first bit, just this bit, the walk in, and then okay, no more after that. He bowls again. That's outside off stump, taken by Ben Folkes, and nothing happens to that ball as we come towards the end of the day's play. 7 balls are left, assuming they're all legit deliveries. Lawrence, who at this time last night was part of a drama, remember, he got out the penultimate ball of the day's play. Well, it became the last ball of the day's play, as he bowls a short ball, and it's pulled out to deep backward square leg for a single. And Shamar Brooks has looked very comfortable. I'm most impressed with his temperament as much as anything else. 31 he has from 77 balls. So it wasn't to finish in quite the flurry Lawrence was involved in last night, and instead it'll be Jack Leach to bowl the final over of the day's play, a day that has belonged to Ben Stokes after the most thrilling 100 you could wish to see, and to have played it in front of Sir Garfield Sobers, the greatest all-round cricketer of them all, and of course a left-hander with a flourish himself, must make it extra special. Ben acknowledged his father, Jed, who he lost, of course. That loss has caused him such pain, and it was a highly emotional moment, not just for Ben and friends and family, but for the crowd here, I think, who understood what a difficult year he's had, and 100 confirmed his return to fine form. So Jack Leach, 6 balls remain this evening. He'll bowl to Shamar Brooks. He does so now on the spot and beats him with a ripping, bouncing, spitting bit of left arm spin.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bit of this, Mark, over the next couple of days. There's a bit of bounce, a bit more bounce than usual, a bit of spin as well from Jack Leach. We're going to see him bowl plenty of overs in the rest of this game.
Well, I hope we see plenty of overs from Joe Root. With respect to Dan Lawrence, Joe Root is a wicket-taking off-break bowler. 4 round the bat, silly point, short leg, slip, gully. And they're really close. These guys will bowl and love the line. Leach is bowling. Back goes the batsman. Defends nicely on the back foot. But whenever you get that uneven bounce in a pitch, as it wears a bit, you worry for the batsman that plays back. He plays really well. Top hand in control, bottom hand loose, doesn't push at the ball. Leach relishing his opportunity here. Comes in now, 77 on his back as the batsman is Brooks is back and cuts. Good stop in the end by Chris Wokes. He's 77 on his back, so we've got Stokes 55, Root 66, Leach 77. And we've got 888 as our betting agent.
I was thinking about the numbers, you know. I don't quite get it.
3 balls remain tonight. Leach comes in now and he bowls a good one, and Brooks is forward and defends on the front foot, goes past the silly point, and all the vultures are squawking here. They sense their prey is vulnerable. They're loving it. It's torture for the batsman. Cocky fielders around the bat expecting something to come their way. The shadows lengthening across the Kensington Oval here. Leach, bald and bearded, has a word now with his 2 senior men, Root and Stokes. This is just to kill time, make the batsman wait and think instead of just play. They'll fiddle about, pretend to move the field, pretend to have a master plan, and then they go back to just doing the simple thing well. This is something Shane Warne used to do brilliantly towards the end of a day. Well, he did it most of the time, particularly at the end of a day when he knew the batsman wanted to get off the field. He'd slow everything down. Here's Leach again, right on the money. The batsman is back. Shamal Brooks watches it closely. Again, top hand in control. Applause from Ben Stokes, who has a smile on his face. Come to the final ball of the day's play, and again they wait, again they talk, again everything shuffles around, fielders moving absolutely nowhere. In fact, actually the guy at short extra cover now is coming in to yet another close fielder, and the one at square leg is coming all the way across to extra cover. So 5 are round the bat, 2 slips a gully, a silly point, a short leg, 3 in the cover ring, then a deep backward square and a mid-on for this final ball of the day to be bowled by Jack Leach to Shamal Brooks. And goes back and defends really well, ends up with just one hand on the bat. Looks a nice player to me. And Craig Brathwaite, always a doughty opponent. He has 28, Brooks has 31. West Indies is 71 for 1 at the end of the second day of this Apex Test match at the Kensington Oval. And a thoroughly good day for England, really. We saw a good morning with Root and Stokes in control, in an afternoon session in which 3 wickets fell but 113 runs were scored, and an evening session where 4 wickets fell, one of which was West Indian, and 96 runs were scored from more overs, actually 32 overs and 5 balls. All the England players, little high fives and back slaps. And it's quite a thing now. The players spend a lot of time congratulating each other, shaking hands, sort of acknowledging each other's day's work in honour of the badge of their country. Have a look at the scoreboard with Brathwaite unbeaten on 28, Brooks on 31, the man out John Campbell. That was the first Test match wicket, Goffey, from Matt Fisher.
Yeah, very pleasing thing from the day. We saw some excellent batting from Joe Root and especially Ben Stokes today, but just to any debutant who comes in to any sport wants to get off to a flyer, you want to know you feel welcome, you want to know you belong in this arena. And just by getting that one wicket will lift him so much. Dreaming when you were a little kid and you're just getting 1 wicket for England, playing for England. And it's happened for Matt Fisher. 1 for 18 off his 5 overs. He'll be pretty happy with his day's work, with his parents watching him at the game today. So a fantastic day for England. 507 for 9 declared. And then the West Indies 71 for 1. But the ball is turning. There's a bit of bounce there. And there's a bit in the wicket there for England.
Okay, thank you, Goffey. We now go to our following on podcast. Stokes is being interviewed right now, so let's go straight to him.
Batting lineup. Sort of once I got in, I just sort of tried to seize the opportunity of us having so many runs on the board.
I've seen you do this before. There was a unilateral decision that you made in Cape Town a couple of years back in the New Year's Test match, where you just decided, I'm going to flick the switch and push this game forward. Was it a similar thing today? You just felt good and rolled with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's just identifying those situations. You're not always going to be, fortunate enough to go in those situations on a good wicket. You got loads of runs on the board, and obviously winning the toss, batting first, and trying to get as many runs as you possibly can. But trying to get the game, moving quickly into the back end of day two to give us an opportunity to be able to bowl at the back end of the day. And now we've only got to take 9 wickets of West Indies now.
It still looks like it's going to be hard work out there. There has been a little bit more in the way of assistance, so maybe a bit of variable bounce, and Jack's getting a few to turn.
Yeah, the wicket sort of changed, towards the back end of our innings. Obviously seen a few balls spin and bounce there from Leachy. And the seamers felt like they were in the game a lot more than Antigua anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what tomorrow brings, but it's a good wicket, and we've got 2 of their better batters in at the moment. So going into tomorrow, the morning session is going to be huge for us to try and make some inroads into the West Indies batting order.
Clearly been through a lot over the last year or so. It was a magical moment to sort of celebrate that first 100 since all of the things you've been through over the last year or so.
Yeah, it was. I think you're obviously playing in a team sport. You never like to think anything in a selfish way, but that's out of the hundreds I've got, personally, that's probably one of the more memorable ones, with everything that's gone on over the past couple of 18 months or 2 years. So it was a very special feeling.
Great stuff. Well, big couple of days for you. Thanks for speaking with us.
Nice to hear from Ben Stokes. You're listening to the following on podcast in partnership with the ECB. I'm Mark Nicholas, and I've got Darren Gough and Alex Tudor alongside me. We look back at the second day's play from Barbados. West Indies finished on 71 for 1 in reply to England's 507 for 9. So, Ben Stokes first. Goughy, I'd like your thoughts on this very strong character who's, as Mark Butcher just alluded to, had a pretty difficult last year of his life. Come out of it with flying colours, bowled like a demon in Antigua and batted like one here in Barbados, having had an indifferent tour of Australia, by his own admission, not himself quite.
Yeah, I don't think you were quite ready for the Ashes trip. I really don't. Everything he's been through, Eiley talked about the loss of his father, hit him really, really hard mentally. He took a lot of time off. And I just don't think he was quite at the races on that Ashes tour, living in a bubble. And he found that very, very difficult. And he talked many times, didn't he, but he's got his mojo back going into the West Indies. He thought he let some of the players, his teammates, down in Australia by not competing the way he's expected to compete. And everybody expects Ben Stokes to play. But definitely, since he's gone to the West Indies, with a ball in Antigua on a flat pitch, bowling all those overs, showed huge heart. That's what we used to see from Ben Stokes. And then today, that innings is as good as you can get. He come in and he was watchful, but soon as he got anything half to it, he threw the bat at it. And then he just grew in confidence and played some absolutely wonderful shots on a pitch that's not easy. It's not a quick pitch, it's got a bit of slow. You have to be really confident in your shot selection, and he just hit the ball so well, especially down the ground.
When he's in harness with Joe Root, it's almost perfect to watch, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, they complement each other extremely well. As you said, the way they run between the wickets, the rotation of strike. And as you said, he just sort of flipped a switch when he just said, look, you bowlers are going downtown, and he took them 360 around the wicket, reverse sweeps, lap slogs, pulls, down the ground, out the ground. It was fantastic to watch, and as you said, it's a totally different contrast to the day yesterday, but the day yesterday set up what it was for today, and as an England fan and a supporter, you would say, look, that's how you play Test cricket. You see off the new ball, you make the bowlers go deep into the third full spells, and then you take advantage, and it's exactly what the England batting lineup did. It was well played.
It was his 11th Test match 100. It was Joe Root's 25th Test match 100. 25 Test match 100s. And he's got so much cricket left in him yet. I mean, he's going to get well into the 30s, maybe get 40.
Well, we hope so. We hope so. I think we know in this game, but you've got to keep going. It can easily catch up with you. And we talked about this yesterday, Mark, with Virat Kohli. It's been a while now since he's got a Test match 100. But the way Joe Root looks at the crease, he's just hungry for runs. He looks solid. He plays good off the back foot, the front foot. He plays pace well. He plays spin well. And his game is just in a different league to any other England player, except Ben Stokes. When we see Ben Stokes play like that, it's just a masterclass. It's a masterclass of batting.
Yes, well, Gary Sobers was there today watching the play, and he's always said that Ted Dexter was thought the best England player he bowled at and his favourite England player, but he won't have been disappointed in Root and Stokes. They're really high quality, and they entertained us royally. After that, it was really just a question of England pushing on. It wasn't very easy to force the pace. There were lots of singles available. They did that. They declared in the end at 507 for 9 after Jack Leach got out dancing down the pitch trying to hit another boundary. He hit one over extra cover. And it was time to bowl. And so we've looked at people for the first time. We've heard from Goffey on Matt Fisher. What did you make of his debut, Alex?
Yeah, I thought it was good. Exactly what Goffey said you was going to get from him. He's not express, but he bowls in good areas. He's tall. He stays high at the crease at release point, so he's going to extract any bounce he gets. He had a sort of scrambled seam, so if he hits that at any point, it's going to go one way or the other. I thought his line was good. And as you said, he was just excited to just get out there. It was a good 5 overs he bowled. He would have been happy with his wicket. I don't think it was a great shot by Campbell, but he wouldn't care. Getting your first wicket, and hopefully it'd be the first one of many for this young bowler.
Goffey, you said to me yesterday, well, to all of us, you said the thing about him, he's a confident lad. He won't be fazed by the occasion.
Nope.
And bang, second ball, he does for John Campbell.
Yeah, it won't be fazed. And now, like I say, when I came into the club and I met some of the players close up and got to know them, and from very early on, he was one of the more impressive characters. He stood out. Not afraid to ask questions that some people would just quite happily sit in the background and let someone else ask. And for someone who's been around a while, people think he's this young kid, but he's been around Yorkshire for a long, long time. He's struggled with injuries, but I just like him. I think he's fitter this year than he's been for a few years. He's strengthened up. He's lost a bit of weight. He's got a high action. He's got a great seam position. He bowls good natural length. And I think, especially, again, in English conditions, I think he will be a serious handful. But as we've seen today on a flattish pitch for the new ball in the West Indies, playing Test cricket, he has a straight-up seam ball, and then to the left-hander, he has that wobble seam that goes across the left-hander, which he got the wicket for of John Campbell. So, very intelligent man, very good man, and he's a good bowler.
Okay, nice summary. Jack Leach, very good, I thought.
Yeah, Jack Leach, I think he's been crying out for a Test match where he can show his skills. He's one of those bowlers that everybody, you either love him or dislike him, don't you? I think people are not sure whether he's good enough for Test cricket. I don't think he had the pitches to bowl on in Australia. He were very seam friendly, especially those last 3 Test matches.
Didn't have the runs to play with either.
Yeah, exactly. In India, you got a team that just went at him quite early, and now he's got an opportunity with England getting a huge, huge score, the highest score for a long, long time, where he can actually now bowl on a pitch that is spinning, there is a bit more uneven bounce, and he'll be rubbing his hands, and he'll be excited about bowling over the next few days here in Barbados.
Samuel Badru made the point that if he sticks to the method he used in Antigua and in the overs that we've seen here, which is just to look to bowl very straight, very full, keep it accurate, keep asking a question of the batsman, he's almost bound to take a few wickets, I think. Increasingly, it's helping him now, and it's the second evening. By tomorrow, the middle of the day, should be a nice time to bowl.
Absolutely. I think it's one of them pictures for Jack Leach. He's just got to stay patient, keep putting the ball in that right area. We've seen today a couple have bounced and gone past the shoulder of the bat. He had one that rolled, which were nicked, and it was an impossible catch for the keeper. It could have easily been bowled. And I think if he gets one, he could easily go bang, 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 very, very quickly. Coming in on this pitch against Jack Leach with the ball spinning, the odd one going on, a bit of bounce, so keeping low, he's got every chance of picking up a few wickets if he gets into rhythm.
100% Goffey, and it's a fragile batting lineup as well. As you say, you've both already got their 2 best players in now. in Braffett and Brooks, and then after that, you know, you've got obviously Bona scored a very good 100 in Antigua, and then, you know, Jason Holder, he's going to be living off that double 100 that he scored in 2019.
That was a special knock, though.
It was a special knock. He put it everywhere, didn't he? But I mean, listen, it's a fragile batting lineup, and as you rightly said, if he just sets in, you know, settles in, know that he's going to be bowling a lot of overs, just mix up his pace a little bit. He was a little bit flat. Just get it above the eye line, because the West Indian boys' eyes will lighten up and they'll be looking to dance down. Just back yourself. You've got enough runs on the board. Throw it up there.
Right, boys, great. Thank you very much. To sum up, England declaring 507 for 9. West Indies in reply 71 for 1, so a deficit of 436 to deal with, but with 9 of their first innings wickets in hand. A little bit of wear and tear in the pitch, some spin for Jack Leach, a first test match wicket for Matt Fisher, a day that England thoroughly enjoyed and will have gained a lot of confidence from. Best of all was a magnificent 100 from Ben Stokes to back up the one made by Joe Root yesterday. Plenty to look back on over the next 20 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On here on TalkSport 2. We're in partnership with the ECB. Thanks for being with us.
Seals in again to Stokes, who's looking for his first run. We'll get it now with a beautiful shot down the ground out to the long on era before.
Roach round the wicket at Stokes, who thrashes that through point. What a wonderful stroke. A square cut of violence.
Oh, look at that. What a wonderful strike.
Stokes reverse sweeps and does so successfully. That's going to be 4.
What a shot. What a shot. I don't think I can give this justice.
From more balls to Stokes, who comes down the pitch and hits it, hoits it. That's gone. Going once, going twice, sold for 6. Ben Stokes bringing up the 300 there for England.
Oh, down he comes, Stokes. Oh, that'll be big. Don't worry about that. Sometimes you just know from the minute it leaves the bat, it's the noise, it's the follow through, and it's maximum.
Mark, not only is it a maximum, we're going to use a new ball. It is on the roof.
It's also taken him to 50, we should add.
Kamal again, short pull shot from Stokes out towards deep mid wicket's gone all the way. That's his third 6. Here is Alzari Joseph again, bowls. Stokes goes once more, full and wide outside the off stump, over long off for 4 more.
He's seen enough, man.
Alzari Joseph in. Stokes goes full and straight for 6. Straight back over the bowler's head onto the balcony.
As my dad would say, this is licks.
Holder in bowls and dipping full toss, which is punched by Root down the ground towards mid-on to bring up his 150.
Fantastic place to play cricket, to watch cricket, and to enjoy a beautiful island. Love Barbados.
Here's Kemar Roach. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Roach is celebrating. He's not even appealing. They've reviewed it.
It's pitching outside off.
I think it's clipping leg.
Impacts in line. Wickets hitting.
Hitting the top of leg. He's out.
And Joe Root's gone for 153.
Down he comes. Gets the single. Ben Stokes goes to 100. 100 to savour. Stokes is back. Some might say he never went away.
This has been a fantastic 100 by the Durham all-rounder and really set this game up for England.
Oh, and he's gone huge here. He's had enough of Craig Brathwaite.
It's a 12.
Ben Stokes is really teeing off against Brathwaite. Now, and he's caught by Shamar Brooks at long off. Ben Stokes has holed out for 120 from 128 deliveries.
It's a magnificent masterclass of batting there from Ben Stokes.
499 for 6. Oh, he's stumped. He's got a wicket for Sami Pamal.
500 up for England. 503 for 7. Here is
Roach, and it's short, and it's pulled out towards deep mid wicket, and it's caught.
Leach now trots off. England declare 507 for 9 is the score. Here's Fisher again. And that beats him. Oh, he edged it. Yes, he has. Fisher has his first test match wicket. What a moment. 2 balls, 1 boundary, 1 wicket.
Wow, what a feeling that must be.
Great start for Matt Fisher. And Yorkshire. When
Yorkshire.
When Yorkshire
you had to
is strong.
put that in, didn't you?
When Yorkshire is strong army,
England are strong. Just had a proposal from a man to a lady called Mala.
Is she watching the cricket? She might not be watching it. If I were him, I'd just have a think about it when he's not on his second bottle of rum.
International cricket live on TalkSport 2 continues tomorrow afternoon from 1:30.
That one is tucked away to short leg and caught.
TalkSport 2 brings you big-hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as the West Indies take on England in the second test, direct from the Kensington Oval, Barbados.
He's gone straight back over his head this time for the full maximum 6.
The West Indies versus England continues tomorrow afternoon from 1:30, exclusively on TalkSport 2.
Welcome to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast. I'm John Norman, and today bringing you one of our many in-depth lunch features from the recent Test series between India and England. Here, Jarrod Kimber sits down with the former England wicketkeeper Matt Pryor to discuss what it takes to keep wicket at the highest level and how to keep successfully in Asia. For plenty more content like this, as well as in-depth reviews, exclusive match highlights, make sure you subscribe to Following On, now available via the free TalkSport app. But without further ado, let's bring you the art of wicket-keeping with Matt Pryor.
Back, and he gets an under edge and is out, caught at the wicket. Shorter, quicker, smarter, too smart for Brathwaite. Good catching from Johnny Bairstow, as I've pointed out, looked tidy behind the stumps today.
Oh, he's got him stumped! And Rashid has gone straight past the charging Chandimal. Lovely glove work from Ben Folkes. Not that it was his most challenging stumping.
Archer is in. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. And he's nicked off Dean Elgar. He's taken the glove. Josh Buttler is diving away to his right, almost down the leg side.
Here is Buttler.
Edge gone! What a catch! Ben Folkes diving up to his left. Very, very fine catch with the man with the gloves on.
Watch it as Woods goes in, takes the edge, caught behind Johnny Bairstow.
You're listening to TalkSport 2's cricket coverage. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and with me is Matt Pryor, and we're going to talk about wicket-keeping, and wicket-keeping in Asia. My first question, though, is, Matt, when the first time you went over to keep in Asia, what was the first thing you noticed about how it was different to anywhere else?
The very first thing is how physically demanding it is compared to anywhere else. I think I remember people saying to me, keeping wicket at Perth, God, must be difficult. 30 yards back, ball flying through, coming at pace. And actually it's complete opposite. What a pleasure it is to be stood that far back. You get plenty of time to see the ball coming through. You move your feet. Less diving, so it's less physically demanding on your body, your shoulders, etc., etc. But more importantly, the ball's coming at sort of waist height, chest height the whole time. So it's your lowness to the ground is less. In the subcontinent, you are squatting and you're in that sort of low posture position for a lot of the time. So you're either up to the stumps for the majority of the time. And if you're not up to the stumps, you're still so close. So Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, whoever's bowling, their pace hasn't changed. They're still bowling 85, 88, 89 miles an hour. But you're now not 30 yards back, you're 10 yards back. So everything is happening far quicker, you get less time to react. And it just puts so much more stress on your body, your quads, your Achilles, knees, whatever it may be. So the physical demand is incredible. And then because you've got less time to react, it obviously puts a huge increased pressure on your technique. Because if you aren't technically sound, you're not going to get those half chances, or not even half chances. The regular chance feels like a half chance because you are so much closer and your reaction time is less. So the physical demand and then the demand on your technique are the two, real things that stand out.
It's really interesting. even factoring in that you are closer and that it's more demands on your body even against the seamer. But I want to talk about the difference of standing up and not standing up. In county cricket, and I know there are some medium paces in county cricket which wicket keepers come up to the stumps in, but in county cricket, 22% of the deliveries bowled are by spinners. Ben Stokes at Surrey, because he has to, face so many of bats' balls, is up the stumps 26% of the time. In India, it's 50% in the last year, so 50% of spin. In Asia in general, though, it's 62% of the time. It is a completely different game for a wicketkeeper, almost as far removed as anyone else in cricket. When, there is wicket-keeping in Asia and there is not wicket-keeping in Asia.
Yeah, certainly, and that, you sort of look at someone like MS Dhoni, for instance. I mean, absolutely outstanding up to the stumps, and I will be shot down here incredibly, but standing back, he wasn't that good. Coming over to England when the ball was wobbling and different things, he got found out quite a lot, but up to the stumps, there was no one. He was so sharp, so fast. And again, it's what you're brought up with doing. As you just said, the stats that 60% of the time you're up to the stumps. And then for an English wicketkeeper too, so it's, we'll have foreign keepers come over here and have to deal with a wobbling ball, which for us is something that you get you. Well, I'm not sure you ever get used to the wobbling ball. It makes you look stupid at times, but it's something that it doesn't surprise you. Going over to the subcontinent, your mind shifts because you're not dealing with a wobbling ball. In fact, you're not even stood back that often. You're stood up to the stump. So even your training, your preparation, everything you're working on is about that half chance up to the stumps, taking the catch, the stumping, the big high bouncing ball going through the gate, and how you. I mean, when I was working with Bruce French, we were trying to work on. Could you get to a point where actually you're taking the ball one-handed, stood up to the stumps, because it allows you to cover more area, more reach. Now, I never got the opportunity in the game to do it, but you're trying to challenge yourself to cover more ground, but it's all about up to the stumps and standing up to the spinners. The other thing is, in England, when the spinners are on, they don't tend to bowl as fast. I mean, we're seeing in this Test match, Axar Patel, for instance, coming in, he's bowling 90 k's an hour. So in the subcontinent, the spinners are bowling much quicker, and it's still turning and bouncing. So it's that kind of combination of added speed, added pace on the ball, added bounce, and added spin puts your technique under a huge amount of pressure. And that's why someone like Ben Stokes will stand out, because he just makes it look so easy. He's so good. His posture, his technique. I mean, I watched him this game. This wicket is a tough wicket to keep on, and he's honestly made it look actually annoyingly easy.
No, he's been amazing. Here's one for you. I think you'll know this, because I'm sure Nathan Lehmann during his time with England would have drilled this one into you. When wicket keepers are standing back to seamers, they take 90% of their chances. So, 9 out of 10, I think that's pretty fair. There's always going to be the odd wobble seam one, or maybe one keeps a bit low, or you're missighted on it. Up at the stumps, do you have any idea what the percentage of catches is?
It's got to come down quite dramatically, I'd imagine. Probably 70?
65%. Which is exactly the same for stumping. So the minute you go to Asia, you have to be thinking off the top of your head. You have to go from a world where you're thinking that you're going to take almost every chance that you're going to get, and change your mind a little bit to understand that you are going to miss at least 1 out of 3 chances.
Yeah, and as a player, you can never do that. I mean, you never go away thinking, okay, well, if I miss a couple this trip, it's all right. You have to have the mental. I used to work. So Bruce French and I used to work on a 98% catch rate, basically. So throughout a year, throughout a series, every single ball that came to me or hit my gloves, I'd have to catch 98% of that. So if you think that's every throw from the outfield, every stumping opportunity, every catching opportunity, I think one thing you've got to look at is up to the stumps. Okay, it's stumpings, but edges up to the stumps. I've heard comment, it's a drop catch. Well, you're so close, obviously stood up. You get a thick outside edge that hits you as a wicketkeeper, hits you on the outside part of your glove or your hand, or even on the leg sometimes, and people go down as a chance. Well, of course it will go down as a chance, but you do not have the time to react. So almost taking catches up to the stumps is almost easier in a way, because you have so little time to think about it. It's kind of the edge, you react, and then you try and feel the ball into the gloves, and it either sticks or it doesn't. A lot of the time, every now and again you might be able to adjust slightly, but I think that will be one of the reasons why those the stats come down quite dramatically.
Yeah, I think the other one is that anyone who is marking that down, any sort of analyst or, fielding coach who will do it, it's actually very hard to tell how much the ball has deviated because your hands are so close to the actual bat. Whereas with seam, we get a really good idea of how far it's deviated and you can make a call on the wicketkeeper. I think with a lot of those catches at the stumps, they're probably closer to half chances and we just don't know that. But it's just so interesting that, the different method and the different mindset that you had to have. Obviously, you had a very tough tour in Sri Lanka, and sadly, I made fun of you about that yesterday. But I mean, this is my memory. You dropped Mahela, but there was another session, I think, where you maybe dropped 2 or 3 chances as well, and missed a couple, and it looked like there was almost no coming back from it, and it almost ended your career, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. I was not ready or good enough to be an international wicketkeeper playing Test cricket in Sri Lanka. My technique was not good enough, and I rightly got found out. Luckily, I didn't give up at that point, and you're quite right. I got left out. And that was the best thing that could have happened to me. And I had to make a call at that point because I had in international cricket, I had success with the bats. I'd scored 100. I think that series in Sri Lanka against Muralitharan, I averaged high 40s, something like just under. I think I was second top run scorer, just behind Trescovic. So I knew that I could score runs at international cricket against the best in the world. I was confident with that, but my keeping was not up to scratch. And sort of I had a bit of soul searching to do when I got left out. I was seriously thinking about giving up the gloves and just focusing on my batting and going and trying to score as many runs as I could and work my way back into the England team as a top order batsman. And I spoke to my mentor at the time and long-time friend Alex Stewart about it and a number of other people that I trusted on their opinion. And Alec actually said to me, look, how much have you actually given to wicket-keeping? How much have you honestly trained? And if I was being honest, which I was, it was probably 10%. 90% of my thought process, training, practice, preparation went into batting. And I probably gave keeping 10%. I didn't really enjoy keeping, if truth be told. I don't think many keepers do enjoy keeping because it's horrible. It's hard work. But I had to change my mentality and say, okay, well, if I'm going to be a batsman wicketkeeper and I want to be an international class or international leading wicketkeeper, I'm going to have to change a few things. I knew I was a very good, always been a good fielder. I knew I had the reflexes. I knew I had the athleticism. I just didn't have the technique. And that's when I made the call to get in touch with Bruce French, and we started our relationship. And he kind of, we rebuilt, or should I say, we built a technique, and went from there. And the one thing I was really pleased about was when I went back to the subcontinent after that first tour, I always kept well. And it was always on my list of, okay, we're going to India, we're going to Sri Lanka, we're going to Bangladesh. This is a time to see how far you've progressed, because my first series was so bad. And I'll be the first one to admit it. I wasn't ready. But, you've got to go back. It's what you do with that. What you do with that failure. Do you blame everyone else and try and pretend to make excuses? Or do you look yourself in the mirror and go, I wasn't good enough. I'm either going to get good enough or I'm going to go do something else. I chose the first option of working as hard as I could to get good enough.
Plenty more to come with the former England wicketkeeper Matt Pryor in conversation with Jarrod Kimber about the art of wicketkeeping. Next up, they discuss how batting has affected the modern-day wicketkeeper and whether there's still room for a specialist gloveman at the highest level. You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast.
Saturday afternoon, Premier League, live, Aston Villa versus Arsenal. Coverage from 11, kick-off, 12:30 on TalkSport.
Hello and welcome to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast. I'm John Norman, and today bringing you one of our many in-depth lunch features from the recent Test series between India and England. Neil Manthorpe is joined by our analyst Jarrod Kimber to discuss where this India team stands amongst the greatest of all time. And after losing just 3 tests at home in the last decade and with the World Test Championship final on the horizon, it's a fair enough question. For plenty more content like this, as well as in-depth reviews and exclusive match highlights, make sure you subscribe to Following On, now available via the free TalkSport app. But without further ado, let's bring you today's show.
Goes long over mid-wicket. He ends it in one ball. The South India Derby finished with one massive blow from MS Dhoni.
Anderson goes in. Virat off the back foot. Oh my goodness, that is going away at a rate of knots.
And there's generous applause from the England players for Kapildev's 50.
Tendulkar is a good enough player to hit it through straight mid-on. And that is a magnificent century from Sachin Tendulkar.
And Gavaskar goes over the top, and that's century number 32. Brought up in uncharacteristic-like fashion from Gavaskar. And it goes in the record book, and a delighted little man he'll be.
So, we're going to talk about this Indian team. Virat Kohli's era, Virat Kohli's men. Are they the best Indian team? We're going to be concentrating on test match cricket. And obviously with reference from time to time to the white ball game as well, particularly one-day international cricket. But Jared Kimber is going to provide all the answers. I don't know whether there's any definitive way to measure and to answer the question, but we will look at various aspects of Virat Kohli's team, what they've achieved, what they have to achieve in order to become the best, undoubtedly, indisputably the best Indian team of all time. So, Jared, I've broken it down into various categories. How do you measure how good a team is? First of all, compared to their predecessors and to other teams.
The greatometer?
First, have you got a greatometer?
I don't have a greatometer. I kind of have one, but not really.
Well, look, the obvious place to start is results. We'll break it down. We'll go batsmen, seam bowlers, spinners, and indeed attitude. But results, first of all. This Indian team has won twice in Australia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're very interesting. I suppose when I wrote about South Africa and their great run, so they had a 10 or 11 year run there where they didn't lose away from home, and when you look into it, there's two eras of Australian cricket that have been incredible. There was one from 1930 to 1950 where Australia won 4 tests for every one they lost, which is quite handy. And then they won 4.1 tests for every one they lost between 1995 and 2007. And the Great West Indies won 3.6 tests for every test they lost, right? I think that gives us a pretty good baseline of the best of the best, I think you'd say, yeah?
Just give the key numbers again, just so that they can sink in for people. So the Great Australian team, 1930 to 1950, that included a World War, obviously.
It did. They weren't playing during the World War.
Okay. But they won 4 tests to every one they lost.
Yeah, and then from that's basically Bradman, by the way.
Yeah.
for those who haven't put that together yet. And then from 1995 to 2007, Australia won 4.1 tests for everyone they lost.
And the Great West Indian team?
3.6 tests to everyone they lost.
Right.
Okay.
So we've got benchmark there. Yeah. That's top 3.
So South Africa, who I would say comfortably in the top 5, they're probably around 4th or 5th. So we're talking about that South African team of Steyn, Callis, that you covered a million times. You probably covered them in more tests than they actually played. They won 2.6 tests for every one they lost. So you can see there's a bit of a drop down there. They were an incredible team away from home, so that's why they get a bit of a boost. But
they were more unbeatable.
Yes, a lot of draws
than games they won.
Yeah, them and the West Indies were very, very much unbeatable teams in that they drew a lot more. Whereas Australia, I suppose, partly just because of the way Australia play cricket, get more results. So I think there's a clear difference there, absolutely no doubt. But I think that gives you a good idea. So I've tried to look at the Indian team from when they got good. Which is essentially March of 2015. They after they played a series against Australia. From that period onwards, we're looking at 6 years. Their win to loss ratio is 3 wins for every 1 loss. So that tells you how good they've been for 6 years. And within that, they had a run quite early on where they lost in Gaul in August of 2015, and they then did not lose another test for their next 29. I know you've taken a drink there, Manus, so hopefully you've not spat any of that out when I said that. But that's an incredible run.
That is, isn't it?
I mean, that was mostly in Sri Lanka and in India, but even so, they played some very good teams. Oh, they went to the West Indies as well in that, but they played England, they played New Zealand, they played South Africa, they played Australia. You know, they played good teams in that period, and they were incredible. That is one of the better runs that you will find in, you know, the history of Test cricket. Obviously, Australia have had some incredible runs of winning Test matches, but as far as not losing a Test, that is extraordinary. There weren't that many draws in that.
Okay, so in that 6-year period then, from 2015 to now, statistically, we can give them a tick there. When in answering or addressing the question, is this the best Indian Test team? In that criteria, it's a tick.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare them to the second best team in the last 6 years, it's been New Zealand, who win 1.6 tests for every one they lose. So they're almost double the next best team.
Wow. Okay, well, they passed that category then. Okay, let's look at the batsmen. We do get we form perceptions of certain players and certain eras, don't we? You know, and you think, and many people have said it to me when I've dared to say that this, this Indian batting lineup is as strong as there's ever been, and people go, hang on a minute, Tendulkar, Dravid, Ganguly, Laxman, you know, that was the dream top order, the famous quartet. Statistically, where does there's Virat Kohli really stands out, but, you know, the Pujara, Rahane, Rohit Sharma, they don't yet have quite the same ring, but numerically, statistically, how do they rack up?
Yeah, I mean, Tendulkar and Dravid both averaged over 50. And so they only have one player averaging over 50 in this era, which is Kohli. For this particular era, last 6 years, he's actually averaging more than Tendulkar and Dravid did. Overall, I think in his career he might be a little bit closer to them. But the next best of the older players of that 90s group that you're talking about is Sehwag, who averaged 49. So you basically got three players there averaging higher than anything other than Kohli, and then you've got Pujara at 47. Where it gets more interesting, though, is that, like, Laxman averages 46 in his career. I think if he played in the social media era, he would have been a lot more, he would have been much more the Rohit Sharma of that team, because he played incredible innings. We all know how good he was, but he also went missing at certain. You know, the fact that someone of his talent didn't average over 50 in that era, which was a great era to bat in, kind of tells you something. I mean, Ganguly is a massively overrated batsman. He averaged 42. In no way is he a bad batsman, but he doesn't deserve to be in the company that you've just read out. If he was in this current team, he averages the same as Jadeja in the last 6 years. So, realistically, and that's where I think the difference is. I don't think it's at the top end. Kohli averaging 56, Pujara 47, Rohit Sharma 48, and Rahane 40. They don't compare to Dravid, Sehwag, Laxman, and Tendulkar, right? It's the other end, though. So, Pant is currently averaging 43 in Test cricket, and Dhoni averaged 38. And as I said, Jadeja is averaging 42, batting at number 7, and Ganguly was averaging 42 in the top order. I think that is where the big difference is. It's a deeper batting lineup, and we haven't even got to the fact that Ashwin is a better batter than Anil Kumble was as well. It goes deeper and further, but I don't think they quite have that top level batting. So I suppose it just depends on what you're looking for. Are you looking for a stronger top 4? If that's the case, I think the old team certainly had it. If you're looking for, maybe a stronger top 8, then it's maybe quite close to being on par.
Yeah, VVS Laxman, you always had the sense that the greater the need, the more he would rise to the occasion. And, there were times when he was cursed with the fact that he looked lazy.
You're not allowed to go out if you look pretty. That's the law.
Yeah. Oh, that's really interesting then. Okay, so there have been stronger top 5s or top 6s in the past in Indian history, but perhaps not as much depth and ability lower down. Okay, let's go to the seam bowlers now. This is again a perception that I certainly have, that India, for generations and generations, they always seemed to have one world class seamer. From Kapil Dev Javagal Srinath and Zahir Khan. There was always one, sometimes two. Zahir Khan partnered with it was Javagal Srinath who partnered with Venkatesh Prasad, and they formed a very good new ball pairing for a while. But now, apart from the seamers that we've seen here, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj and Ishant Sharma, they now, for the first time that I am aware of, and certainly that I can remember, they've got 6, 7, 8 seamers. I mean, what about Umesh Yadav, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Mohammad Shami? We haven't even seen them this series. Are there now more world-class seamers available to India than ever before?
The history of Indian seam is really interesting. I just did a video on Ishant Sharma, so I'm kind of all in on it at the moment. They've got one bowler who's taken over 400 wickets, which I think is a phenomenal effort for an Indian seamer. So that's Kapil Dev. They've got 2 guys over 300 wickets. They've got one more guy over 200 in Javagal Srinath, and then they got 4 other guys who've taken over 100 wickets. So they've only got 8 guys who've ever made it to triple figures and when bowling seam. And when you think they've been playing since the 1930s. It's phenomenally low. My favourite one that I found is that Sourav Ganguly has the 28th most seam wickets ever for India, which just tells you how few seamers. And I should add, I loved watching him bowl, but geez, was he slow, and he averaged 50 with the ball. So that just tells you how few seam bowlers they've ever been able to find there. Look, it's changed massively. If you look at this current list that you were just talking about, Ishant Sharma has the 3rd most seam wickets ever. Mohammad Shami has the 5th most, Umesh Yadav has the 6th most, and Bumrah has the 12th most. If we go down to Bhuvneshwar Kumar and these other guys, even Siraj, he's not that low on the list, and he's only played a handful of tests. It just tells you. So you cannot compare this to any other era when it comes to Indian seam bowlers. Yes, they've had good seam bowlers before. They've never had anything considering anything close to an attack before, a consistent attack. The best team that I think they had before this, and we can talk about that a little bit, but I think it was just the era before this where they became number 1 for the first time, which was 2008 or 2009, I think, when they first became number 1. That was Zahir Khan, Ishant Sharma coming on the scene. Ashish Nehra was still around. That was probably the only other era that you would look at and go, that's not a bad seam attack, although Ashish Nehra probably never came on. They had RP Singh before here. Disappeared to South Beach at one stage. But they had a small flock coming through there. But they've made huge strides. They've changed their pitches for domestic games. The MRF Pace Academy has obviously been involved. Oh, I forgot Srisanth from the other one. They've got one old seamer who got them, which is Carson Gavri, left arm seamer. But
he bowled left arm spin as well.
I was about to say, as one of my friends pointed out, we don't know if he got 100 wickets of actual seam because he took a 5 for bowling spin at one stage. And we think he might have done it on another occasion. So it's possible even their first seamer didn't get all of his wickets with seam.
Plenty more to come on the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as Neil Manthorpe and Jarrod Kimber continue to debate whether this India Test team is the greatest of all time. Next up, they discuss the spin bowlers and the impact the IPL has had on Indian cricket. You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League. 90 minutes, 2 teams, 1 outstanding player.
Oh, what a goal!
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Listen to Game Day exclusive for exhilarating kick-by-kick live commentary, expert analysis and passionate post-match opinion. Plus, 1 player will be celebrated for delivering the ultimate game-changing performance.
Sensational goal!
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Join over 2.5 million happy customers by entering your reg number now.
The Sun Super Days is off to Alton Towers Resort, so you get over 40 fantastic rides and attractions, including Wicker Man and Nemesis, with fun guaranteed. Get your 2 free tickets worth over £120 when you collect codes inside the Sun. Start collecting for your free tickets. Pick up the Sun this Saturday. T's and C's apply.
The KFC Foundation is partnering with Comic Relief. So this week, grab any sharing bucket and we'll donate £1 to Comic Relief, which will go straight to charities helping young people all over the UK. The only thing that feels better than doing good is doing good with delicious fried chicken in your mouth. All donations go to registered charity Comic Relief. For full terms, see kfc.co.uk.
Some people worry that being a Royal Navy reservist won't fit into their everyday life. True, you might have to miss your brother-in-law's open mic night, and the odd repeat of Celebrity Cash Under the Hammer. But when you're in a rib doing 38 knots on a crisp winter's morning, we're pretty sure you'll get over it. Royal Navy Reserves. Don't do the everyday. Search Royal Navy Reserves.
The Cheltenham Festival. Made for those mud-splattered heroes. It's made for that winning moment. And it's made for the very best offers from 888 Sport. Back a winner at odds of 4-1 or higher on any race at the festival and you'll get a £5 free bet. 888 Sport. It's made to play. 18 plus. Minimum bet £10. For full terms and conditions, visit 888sport.com. BeGambleAware.org.
Get ready because the Homestyle Crispy Chicken is back at McDonald's. A delicious crispy chicken breast, bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a red onion relish, all inside a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. Delicious. Tuck in until the 26th of April. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability. Only in participating restaurants. See mcdonalds.co.uk/homestyle crispy chicken for details.
Right now at Cinch, you can save up to £1,000 on selected cars. So go fill your boots, literally. Like Lisa, who's treated the family to loads of new camping gear.
Like this wind-resistant tent.
Nice.
And this gas stove.
And that?
An inflatable unicorn with sunglasses.
Of course. A camping essential. Fill your boots today with up to £1,000 off selected cars for a limited time only. Don't just nail it, cinch it. Offer ends 3rd of April 2022. T's and C's apply.
Make sure you kick off every Saturday and Sunday morning with Game Day Breakfast on TalkSport with The Sun. Join Natalie Sawyer and Tony Cascarino for all the latest news, essential previews, expert insight, exclusive interviews, and everything you need to make sure you're ahead of the game.
You better believe it!
Game Day Breakfast this Saturday morning from 6 on TalkSport with The Sun.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent!
Follow all the match action and breaking news on The Sun live blogs. Visit thesun.co.uk.
Fight Night Extra on TalkSport 2, Tuesday evening from 5. Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who's had to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer, but this is a big step up in weight class, really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra, Tuesday evening from 5 on TalkSport 2, the home of boxing.
This is TalkSport 3.
You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the following on podcast. Neil Manthorpe and Jarrah Kimber discussing where this Indian Test team could end up lying amongst the greatest of all time. Plenty more content like this, as well as in-depth reviews and exclusive match highlights. Make sure you subscribe to Following On, now available via the free TalkSport app. But here they discuss the current crop of spin bowlers and how the introduction of the IPL has helped Indian cricket. You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast.
IPL, has that had an effect? Do more people have to bowl seam?
I think it's had an effect on Indian cricket in general. If you think about it from a world cricket perspective, the sorts of players who end up being fast bowlers generally come from the more impoverished areas. Whether that be the black communities in South Africa, the northern communities in the UK. The same often happened with Pakistan as well, didn't it? If that's the case, and you have more poor cricketers coming through the system, that's where they're not, and there seems to, you're getting a higher percentage of athletes. Generally, fast bowlers are good athletes. I mean, I don't want to make a joke about the two we have in here.
I mean, I don't think there's a single exception. I mean, you get the poor people to do the hard work. I mean, it's exactly the same in England in the 1920s. You go to the the coal mines to find your fast bowlers, wouldn't you? I mean, it's the same all around the world.
Batsmen generally come from the richer areas because you need the facilities and you need the coaching, whereas especially with fast bowling, you basically need to be a very good athlete, don't you? That's what comes first, and I think that's why.
And be prepared to put up with the pain and hard work.
Yeah, well, that's probably the second part of it, but yeah, I'm not sure if you think about that when you're 15, but no, you're right, and I think those things happen, and I think the IPL has certainly stretched the talent pool there. And we're seeing more people there, so I think that's played a part. I think the MRF pace, just having an academy for pace bowling. Think of what England could do if they had something like that, and Australia should have a similar thing for spin as well. I think India were ahead of the game there. Obviously, that was Dennis Lilly and MRF got involved. I think Glenn McGrath is their patron there now. I spent a little bit of time with them when I was in India a couple of years ago, and there's a lot of science behind what they're doing. They're right ahead of the game. But as much as anything, they're just encouraging young people to go out and bowl fast.
Which just was never an Indian thing, really, was it? There was. All right, well, let's talk about the thing that is very much an Indian thing, and that's the spinners. It was really interesting hearing Akash Chopra during our commentary talking about the dearth of and the lack of match-winning spin bowlers, and he said, yeah, we've got Ashwin and Jadeja, and almost nothing but below that. And I thought that was a bit harsh because there are, I suppose, our attention naturally is drawn towards Ashwin and Jadeja. They do have over 700 wickets, but then we've just seen Axar Patel come along and take 20 wickets in his first 2 and a bit Test matches. And there seem to be plenty of exciting spinners, left-arm wrist spinners we see in the IPL. We don't see them enough, I suppose, in Ranji Trophy cricket. But anyway, where do today's spinners rate, and are we also affected by the romanticisation of Indian spinners of bygone eras, the Chandrasekhars and the Bishan Bedis, and were they as good as their reputations would have us believe?
Look, there were certainly, very talented bowlers. I think spin has changed in India because of the first-class wickets. I think Akash said that 7 of the top 10 Ranji Trophy bowlers were seam bowlers in the last season. When I looked it up, I thought it was 6, but either way, that's a huge flip from what you would have expected in the old days, where you would have expected probably 8 spinners, maybe even 9 spinners, with one token seamer there. So that has changed. The one thing I wanted to look at is obviously they had 2 big wicket-taking spinners in the 90s and early 2000s of Anil Kumble and Harbhajan Singh. And I'm less interested in the overall wickets, because we know that Indian spinners are going to get wickets at home. I don't think that's a problem for anyone, is it? But what I was interested in, Manners, was how many wickets they were going to take away from home. So Anil Kumble averaged 35 away from home in his career, and Harbhajan Singh averaged 38 away from home. In this 6-year period that we're talking about, Ashwin has averaged 25 and Jadeja has averaged 27. That's a monumental difference.
Everywhere outside of India. So including Sri Lanka, well, they didn't play in Pakistan, of course, but
not as much as you'd think. No, the UAE.
They averaged 25 and 27.
Yeah, so that's in the last 6 years. So I think that shows the difference. And if you look at the early parts of their careers, they didn't want to bowl them away from home either. I mean, there was huge tests. I thought Ashwin in 2011-12, and me and Mark were at this series. He played against Australia, and I thought he bowled brilliantly in Australia in a couple of
without
tests.
Taking any wickets.
And they just decided never to play him overseas again. I think he played 1 test in South Africa and struggled, and they just binned him. They took him to England and didn't use him.
They played him at the Wanderers, which is, it's like a hopeless ground for spinners.
Well, that was part of the problem. He would come in for 1 test, not do well, and they'd get rid of him. And I kept saying to everyone, I don't understand. He's obviously going to come good here. You just need to get him bowling outside of Asia as much as possible. I don't think anyone assumed he was going to get as good as he has away from home. But and Jadeja also, there's nothing with Jadeja's bowling that tells you he shouldn't be successful everywhere. I would have thought he might not. I think his average might be slightly lower than you would expect, but. I think that's the difference. This Indian team is a good home and away team. This is not just a team that is built for home conditions. And the fact that Jadeja can bat gives them the extra flexibility to pick the 3rd seamer as well. And when you have extra seamers, it's handy to be able to have 3 seamers and know that you have 2 spinners who aren't going to get hit anywhere at the very least, and probably take wickets as well.
So I did promise that there would be no guarantee that we can give scientifically definitive answers here, but are we going to go that this is as good a frontline spin attack as India has ever had, but perhaps without the depth and the options?
Yeah, it's not as flexible as the quartet, the famous quartet from the 60s and 70s, obviously, where they had wrist spin and well, they have 4 of them as well. They don't have 4 of them. I know Aksar's come on the scene, is bowling brilliantly here, but we don't know how he's going to bowl away from home, or against batsmen who don't run down the wicket, hit him straight up in the air, to be fair as well. But at the moment, it's not as deep as an attack, but I think that for modern cricket, it's about what you want. They're spinning it in 2 different directions. You've got one bowler who can spin it both ways when he needs to. What they probably would want is one of their young IPL or limited overs wrist spinners to come up. I don't think Kuldeep is quite a good enough bowler, but perhaps one of the young leg spinners is. And then it's a absolutely phenomenal spin attack, as good as some of the great ones that they've had before.
Yeah, Kumble and Harbhajan is quite an act to follow, but I think it's fair to say that Jadeja and Ashwin have done it. Okay, moving on to another category. So we've done results, we've done batsmen, seamers, spinners, and this is the one that really, really intrigues me here, and I'd love to find out how you're going to measure this. Maybe we need a snarlometer, because I'm talking about attitude. Indian teams were a long time ago, and for many decades, they were a little too easily bullied. They were sort of pushed off the ball, and they didn't fight back. And Sourav Ganguly, as captain, was widely credited with being the first man to seriously change that. You're a widely admired historian of the game, and I wonder whether you can disprove that point. Were there bristly, snarly Indian captains before Sourav Ganguly?
Well, I mean, it was Sunil Gavaskar, a friendly, smiley, but even Bisham Bedi. I think they had plenty of sort of aggressive, stoic characters. What they didn't, I mean, you got to remember the first 35 years they played Test cricket, they couldn't play fast bowling very well. Like, they weren't used to it. It was such a weird thing to them, and they were backing away from fast bowling. There's a great story, and you may remember the famous short leg fielder that they had. Was it Solskjaer? Am I pronouncing? I'm trying to remember his name.
Solskjaer. Solskjaer.
Is that it?
Yeah.
He did something. Alan Knott came out to bat in the test at the Oval that they won, the famous test when they won that series. And Alan Knott came out to bat, and Alan Knott used to take the bails, like Karan Pollard or Shiv-Narayan Chanderpaul, and put them into the ground to take his guard. And Solskjaer took the bail away. So that there were no bails there when he came out to do that. I think some of the stories are a little bit overblown. They didn't have fast bowlers, and they couldn't play fast bowling very well, so they probably looked weaker than other teams just because it was a completely new thing to them. There's a lot of hard guys that came through that team. I think the big difference with Indian society changed, and Ganguly and now Virat Kohli are just very much representative of modern society. I don't think that the cricket team specifically changed. I think the way that the Indian society and the way that they looked at it, the whole Indian superpower thing has come over the last 20 years, and a burgeoning Indian middle class.
So the cricket team is reflecting the country.
Yeah, which doesn't always happen. Sometimes it happens the other way around, doesn't it? But I think in this particular case, I just think that India had changed as a society.
Nonetheless, a more aggressive, forthright approach on the field has contributed towards this Indian team being one of, if not the best ever.
Yeah, I'd almost go back to some of this comes from Dhoni, right? And he's the best pragmatist that you would sort of come across in cricket. He almost ran an algorithm in his brain the way he thought about cricket. The strength with someone like Dravid and someone like Dhoni is a completely different kind of strength as well. That we look at Ganguly and Kohli because they're more aggressive, but that famous Matthew Hayden line of you look in Dravid's eyes and he's tougher than anyone else in cricket. So perhaps we're looking at the louder people, but yeah, I think that they play cricket in a different way, but they also have a completely different kind of team than they've ever had before.
So in 10 seconds, that's all you've got. If India win the Test series here in England in the summer, they're the best ever, yes or no?
I think they're already the best Indian team that we've ever seen.
Excellent. We agree. Not often that happens.
You've been listening to a conversation between Neil Manthorpe and Jared Kimber discussing where this India side really lies in and amongst the greatest test teams that have ever been. If you missed any of the show or wish to catch up, you can listen back to the following on feed. Now available via the free TalkSport app or wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the following on podcast.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview on TalkSport with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From powerhouse Premier League clashes and full-throttle grudge matches on the grid. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport look ahead to another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview tomorrow morning from 10 on TalkSport with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
Car 42, pick up at Grange Road.
For the taxi drivers who deliver people home. And the midwives who deliver through the night. To everyone making sure our post is delivered on time, we deliver. McDelivery is open late and here for you. McDelivery at participating restaurants. Delivery fee applies.
You there, radio listening horse racing fan. Are you getting bored of the same old dreary sounding tweed wearing double barreled racing apps? Then try Sun Racing, the easy to use racing app made for every racing fan. It's got smartphone guides, expert tips, tasty betting offers and a super nifty predictor tool. Download the Sun Racing app and get ready to bash the bookies this Cheltenham Festival. Sun Racing, power to the punter.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
Whilst at Acceleron in Birmingham, our sustainable, recyclable batteries are helping power 9 countries.
So whatever your business, big or small, start-up or established, if you make it in the UK, why not sell it to the world? To get free help from the UK government, search Let's Get Exporting.
You love what you do. Every job and every customer matters. And your reviews? Oh, glowing. We've got a lot in common. We're Trust a Trader, the website that millions of people use to find reputable tradespeople like you. If you're as passionate as we are about doing things right, find out if you've got what it takes to join the Trust a Trader family and really grow your business. Apply now at trustatrader.com. You can always trust a trader.
Sometimes there's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Getting an extra cold milkshake straight to your door on an extra hot day, a Big Mac on a big night in, or a quarter pounder with cheese without missing any of the footy. There's nothing quite like munching McNuggets without heading out in the rain, or enjoying fries at home on a Friday. There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Order now on the My McDonald's app or via Uber Eats and Just Eat. Participating restaurants only. Serving times and delivery fees apply. Service charge may apply. See the My McDonald's app, Uber Eats or Just Eat for full details.
The Premier League is bigger and better than ever. Don't miss any of this season's action on TalkSport 2 with Now. Saturday is game day, featuring TalkSport's most full-on football dedicated schedule ever. From all the build-up to live commentary and post-match reaction. It's your non-stop one-shot Premier League destination. Game day on TalkSport with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
This is TalkSport 2.
Hello and welcome to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast. I'm John Norman, bringing you one of our many in-depth lunch features from the recent Test series between India and England. On today's show, Neil Manthorpe and Jared Kimber discuss 5 Indian cricketers you may not know too much about, but by the end of this, you will do. For plenty more content like this, as well as in-depth reviews and exclusive match highlights, make sure you subscribe to Following On, now available via the free TalkSport app. But without further ado, let's bring you today's show.
Right. During the lunch break, myself and Jared Kimber are going to have a look at 5 Indian cricketers who maybe had an element of personal favouritism. Perhaps they might have been, we think, unfairly forgotten or underappreciated or perhaps even misunderstood. We've got 5 names for you, and We've kept them secret from each other, so I can't even remember. I don't even know. Sorry, who Jared? I've given Jared the first pick, so he's got 3 and I've got 2. Off you go, Jared.
Have you heard of Mohammad Nissa?
I have heard the name, yes, I do, and I'm racking my brains, but I don't need to because you're going to tell me all about it.
Well, Mohammad Nissa only played 6 tests, so he's not the most, recognisable Indian face, but he was the first fast bowler they ever had, quite literally, Manners, in that he bowled the first delivery ever in Indian Test cricket, but he was also the first fast bowler they had in that he was reportedly in the 1932 tour of England. Some people said he was roughly as quick as Harold Larwood, who would obviously go on to be in Bodyline. Now, the fact that he was even mentioned in Larwood's name, they didn't have another bowler of that pace for about, 50 years. So it's phenomenal that Mohammad Nissa came through. He did only play 6 tests. He took 25 wickets at 28, but with a strike rate of 48. So he went for runs, but he took wickets. So he's a strike bowler. I think you can see just from there that he probably bowled more like what Asian seamers bowl like now. And went for a little bit of runs, but gambled by bowling at the stumps. He took 25 wickets, 13 were bowled or LBW. So bowled very much like, say, an Ishant Sharma or a Jasprit Bumrah or Zahir Khan or the many Pakistani bowlers. And we'll get to the Pakistani bowlers in a minute. I want to just go beyond his Test career because he didn't get a chance to play as much in his prime as he should have. He played 93 first-class games and took 396 wickets at 17 with a strike rate. He took a wicket every 38 balls. And my first thing was, how much of this would be Indian domestic cricket at that time? They're a developing nation. Twice, when he was in England, he took over 60 wickets in first-class cricket. So he came on 2 tours, 1932 and then came back in 1936. I think we could safely say that had India played more Test cricket, he would be much more remembered. And, he didn't go... There's a couple of great little stories, too. He took 32 wickets. He went to Australia. He never played a test in Australia, but he played 4 unofficial tests in Australia. Took 32 wickets on that tour as well. So that's a lot of wickets in Australia, where they're more used to fast bowling as well. I hope this is true. A couple of reports I found he bowled a 26-over spell versus Yorkshire in 1932. I hope that's true. And it was more common back in those days that fast bowlers would do that. Wes Hall occasionally do ridiculous spells like that.
It would have to have been broken up by a lunch break or a tea break, though.
It could not physically be broken up enough if you're a fast bowler and you're bowling 26 overs, but yes. But here's the interesting thing. He took 5 for 93 against Yorkshire. Very strong Yorkshire. Their openers were Holmes and Sutcliffe. Do you know anything about Holmes and Sutcliffe?
Oh, yeah, Sutcliffe.
Yeah, and Holmes, a week earlier, before he bowled to them both, they had put on 555 for an opening partnership. And he went through both of them. I think he might have bowled both of them and took 5 for 93. Here's the interesting thing is that had he come on the scene 20 years later, he would have been a Pakistani cricketer. He ended up moving to Pakistan. But it's quite interesting that India had this incredible early fast bowler and weren't able to replicate it for whatever reason. And yet Pakistan obviously, took a lot of guys like Mohammad Nissa and, pretty much throughout their history have been able to find fast bowlers. A very fascinating cricketer that we probably don't know enough about, but legitimately quick Indian bowler.
Name again?
Mohammad Nissa.
Mohammad Nissa. I've gone for a man who I'm sure the name will be very familiar, and many of our listeners, if they are familiar with him, will know him as an umpire. Srinivas Venkatragavan, who had that wonderful quirk of raising his arm to the right of his head, almost as if he was disowning it. He would be apologetically looking at the batsman while this arm with the mind of its own would raise to his right-hand side. He was a very, very fine umpire, but in my opinion, he's an unrecognised giant of the game in many ways, and people don't perhaps remember the massive contribution he made on so many fronts to the game. And also, he captained India in the first 2 World Cups. I mean, is he remembered as a captain? Apparently, he was a very, very fine leader. So he captained India in the first 2 World Cups in 75 and 79. And he was part of the famous Indian twin quartet, which legend would have us believe that...
Spin quartet, not a twin quartet.
Did I say...
I like that.
Twin. Twin quartet, beg your pardon. Spin quartet, which actually, as a legend would have us believe that they all played together and Kapildev had to take the new ball. They actually played once. Yeah. That's right. And the wicketkeeper, whose name I can't remember, I'm sure they'll remember his name, but the wicketkeeper actually took the new ball with Kapildev and bowled 3 overs before the 4 spinners, who only played because of a late injury.
Was that Bundi Kundaran, or was that...
Yes, absolutely right.
A fascinating cricketer on his own. Didn't he end up playing cricket in Scotland? Bundi Kundaran, I think, as well.
You know what? We could have 25 cricketers here, but we need to rush through. So Venkat, that spin quartet, of course, was Bhagwat Chandrasekhar, who bowled leg breaks, Bishan Bedi, slow left armour, and Erapalli Prasanna, who was also an off-break bowler, as was Venkat, and a very, very much more exciting, more exotic off-break bowler, and often preferred to Venkat.
Well, I mean, Venkat is by far and away the weakest bowler of those 4, but the fact that they had him available and they could drop him in at any time, did he play a 20-year career?
Exactly. That's also one of the reasons that I think he's a giant of the game. He's got the 3rd longest career in Indian Test match history, or Indian first-class history, in fact. But, you know, my theory about when you say he was the weakest of the bowlers, I understand that. But his first-class record was very much impressive when he was playing for Madras in the Ranji Trophy, and he's the second
on
leading...
this pitch, by the way.
Yes, exactly, in this stadium. And my second cricketer is also his... debut performance was also at this stadium. I'll more of that in a moment. But so Venkat, is only behind Bishan Bedi in all-time Ranji Trophy wicket-taking records, and his first-class record suggested he was a much stronger strike bowler in first-class cricket. And I think that when he played as the 3rd spinner, he deliberately bowled quicker and flatter and kept control at one end and didn't bowl for wickets because, as you said, when the other 3, 2 of the other 3 played, they were far more exotic, attacking, had more variations, and also were a little more expensive. So his economy, I think he took a lot of his attacking options out of the equation to keep one end really tight. So, you know, I think he played that role, and he's known, consequently, as being the lesser of the 3 or 4.
Well, I just think it's a remarkable career because I think it's how a lot of spinners should be treated. And they have an award in the NBA called the best 6th man, which is the best player who comes off the bench. Essentially, that's what he did for an entire career. When he was available, they just dropped him back in. I can't think of anyone else who had as much of an impactful career other than perhaps Stuart McGill doing that. Most of the players that we remember automatically as, you know, top quality players play game after game after game. So the ability to come and go the way that those guys did is a skill in itself.
So Srinivas Venkatraghavan, or Venkatraghavan, with 1,390 wickets in the Ranji Trophy, and only Sachin Tendulkar and Mahinda Jimmy Amarnath had longer careers. So he was also, he captained, as I said, he became a selector, he's an administrator, a match referee, and also, and here's where it gets, you just have to love the man, he had a first in engineering, a first-class degree in engineering from the University of Madras, and loves classical music. Just an all-round fantastic guy. Yeah, disappointing test match record, you might say, but hang on, he played 57 tests. And took his wickets, took 156 wickets at 36. You know, it's not shabby, but he's just I think, unrecognised giant of the game.
No, I think that's very fair. My next one has a very... I'm going to say the name, and sorry if this triggers some cricket fans, but Vinu Mankad is the name I'm going to go with next. Now... the first thing that you need to know about Vinu Mankad is I think he's one of the best cricketers to play ever, in that he was a genuine all-rounder, and we have had so few genuine all-rounders play Test cricket. I think his record, again, isn't as good as it should be because he had to be played out of position. He opened the batting for India, where realistically he probably should have batted around 6 or 7, but he was one of the few players at that stage who could handle the moving ball, so they popped him up to the top of the order. And he was an absolute frontline bowler. He took 162 wickets at 32 with his left arm finger spin. He opened the batting and the bowling in a game for India, which is kind of what under 14 cricketers do. I know Jack Leach has done it, but no, it's not quite. Jack Leach did it as a night watchman. If you're doing it legitimately the way that Vinay Mankad did, I think the talent to be able to do that in Test cricket is just incredible. He's a very patient batsman, but also I think he might have almost hit one out of Lords at one stage with his power. So he had a lot of power. So he played a bit like the Indian batsmen of maybe a generation ago, where they would block, and then just hit a six out of the ground off the spinner. But just a top quality, incredible cricketer. And we have to get to the Mankad for a moment. Let me just talk you through that. I think it should be named after him because I think he was a genius. Batsmen had been cheating intentionally and unintentionally for a long time by leaving their crease. And it happened to be that Vinay Mankad's career overlapped with the Australians developing the quick single. It's not that players hadn't run quick singles before, but they hadn't looked for them and they hadn't backed up for them. Bill Brown was thought to be the best runner of a single in world cricket, basically, at that time. Everyone talked about his skill. And Vinay Mankad went, well, wait a minute, of course he's taking more singles. He's leaving the crease before I'm bowling the ball. And one part of the story that I don't think is very well known is that Vinay Mankad actually ran out Bill Brown as in what we now call a Mankad twice. The first time he did it was in a tour game. And Bill Brown afterwards actually said he was right to do it. I was out of my crease trying to get an advantage, and he was right to run me out. I think it's great that Mankad's name remains in cricket because I think a player as good as him should be involved in the game. But it is a shame that
negative connotations.
The negative connotations, which I think are wrong. I think Mankad is a perfectly legitimate dismissal, and batsmen shouldn't be leaving. If you don't want to be run out, manners, don't leave your crease. Is a standard rule that I would say I will be saying to my children until they stop talking to me. But I also think that it shows the genius of Vinay Mankad. He was obviously a great thinker about the game, someone who was brilliant with the ball. You know, he's probably close to the best left-arm finger spinner when he played, and had the ability to open the batting for India. Just an absolute giant of cricket again.
Plenty more to come from Neil Manthorpe and Jarrett Kimber as they discuss the remaining two Indian cricketers that you might not have heard much about, but should have. You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
TalkSport Breakfast are under starters' orders, and they're off to Cheltenham with Sun Racing. This morning from 6, join Alan Brazil and a thoroughbred starting lineup of co-presenters for the ultimate festival form guide. Separate the nailed-on naps from the no-chance nags, and may the horse be with you. Cheltenham form guide on TalkSport with Sun Racing. Download the Sun Racing app now for everything from race cards and results to the latest odds and tastiest offers. Sun Racing. Power to the punter.
The KFC Foundation is partnering with Comic Relief. So this week, grab any sharing bucket and we'll donate £1 to Comic Relief, which will go straight to charities helping young people all over the UK. The only thing that feels better than doing good is doing good with delicious fried chicken in your mouth. All donations go to registered charity Comic Relief. For full terms, see kfc.co.uk.
Get £200 of social media advertising on Vodafone Business. That's enough for you to reach an audience of 75,000, which means soon you could be the hottest retailer on the block, the busiest construction company in town, or the most in-demand law firm around. Search Vodafone Digital Boost. Vodafone Business. Together we can.
Must sign up to 3 unlimited mobile plans. Eligibility, minimum term and T's and C's apply.
Over 2/3 of postcodes in Britain are already playing People's Postcode Lottery. In our April draws, one lucky postcode area will win a share of £7.9 million. Sign up before midnight on the 24th of March to play. PPL manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18+, conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
At Crown Trade, we ask painters and decorators to share their personal thoughts on the important stuff, like what the most awkward room to decorate is.
For me, it's the downstairs loo. I'm not a small man.
Kitchens.
Conservatories.
What are you painting them for? They're glass.
I mean the fiddly bits that aren't glass.
It seems there's only one thing that our decorators can agree on, and that's their choice of trade paint.
Gotta be Crown.
Crown?
Aye, Crown.
Find out why 98% of painters and decorators who use Crown Trade say there's no better paint. Visit crowntrade.co.uk. It's not just paint, it's personal. Findings based on 200 professional decorators.
For the bus drivers making their way through the night, and the night shift workers driving their colleagues up the wall.
Good morning, it's a beautiful...
And to everyone who drives home before the sun comes up. Visit us at a drive-through. McDonald's are open late and here for you. Visit mcdonalds.co.uk for details.
Talk Sport Breakfast, live, loud and legendary from the Cheltenham Festival.
Cheltenham, the breakfast show is off to Cheltenham. We've got a winner on a tip from their bookie. 10 large on a GG, gamble responsibly.
You bet.
Join me, Alan Brazil, live from the Cheltenham Festival.
Continues tomorrow morning from 6 on Talk Sport. This is Talk Sport 2.
Listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the following on podcast. Neil Manthorpe and Jarrod Kimber revealing 5 Indian cricketers that you might not know too much about, but you will do at the end of this show. For plenty more content like this, as well as in-depth reviews, exclusive match highlights, make sure you subscribe to Following On, now available via the free TalkSport app. But here they discuss the remaining 2 cricketers. You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the Following On podcast.
My second choice is Narendra Hirwani, the leg spinner, whose debut figures in his debut test match on this very ground, the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai, remain the best figures, match figures on debut. And he was just 19 years old when he made his debut against the West Indies. A great West Indian team, that 87-88 team, captained by Viv Richards. And people said, well, he's burst onto the scene from nowhere. Let me give you his figures, by the way. 8 for 61 and 8 for 75.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
16 wickets on test debut. Absolutely astonishing. You know, and as a 19-year-old, people lazily say, well, he's burst onto the scene from nowhere and taken... I call him the phosphorus kid because he burns so brightly but for such a short period of time and then just fizzled out. And there's another one, actually. I had a real toss-up here between Vinod Kambli, the wonderful, wonderful batsman who
still averages what?
54.
It's ridiculous.
He played 17 test matches and 2 double hundreds back to back and averaged 54, played 17 test matches and was gone.
It doesn't make any sense to me that they never went, do you know, I know we think he's been worked out, but maybe let's just throw him back in and see.
Exactly. Give him some more rope, please. Anyway, back to Narendra Hirwani, who actually made his first-class debut shortly after his 16th birthday. So we're talking about an absolute child prodigy. He made his debut just after his 16th birthday and took 5 wickets, a 5-wicket haul. I mean, he was quite a podgy kid as a young teenager, and he thrust himself upon various academies and into various trials, and wasn't really taken seriously because he was a bit podgy, but he worked on that and changed his diet. So anyway, it was actually been on quite a journey by the time he got to his test debut, and including taking 11 wickets against Australia under-19 the year before. Ravi Shastri was captaining the Indian team during that test match. India were 1-0 down to the West Indies, so they were desperate to level the series. And Shastri just said to him, because he was 19 years old, he said, keep it simple. Just bowl the leg break and the googly. I don't want any other variations, just keep it simple. And there was a rest day in the test match. Viv Richards was 46 not out, and a young Hawani said, I want to get Richards with my flipper. I want to get Richards with my flipper. And eventually, through the physiotherapist, he worked up the courage to get the message to Ravi Shastri that he wanted to bowl his flipper because he believed he could get Viv Richards out, and that would lead to a collapse. And of course, that's exactly what happened. But Shastri, to his great credit, and he is, you know, Ravi Shastri is one of those guys you either love or don't love. But he, you know, he's a fabulous leader, and he's a real people's person. And when the message got to him that Hawani didn't have the courage, but wanted to bowl the flipper to Viv Richards, Shastri called him over and he said, my boy, bowl without fear. And he got him with the flipper, and the West Indies were bowled out. Hawani took 16 wickets. What
did he take for the rest of his career?
Yeah, well, I've got, his numbers are 66 wickets from 17 tests over an 8-year period. And you know what? He's just a classic example of, because what happened is his career went into almost immediate decline because there was a return series in the West Indies a year later, and the West Indies were still kind of smouldering, and they just slogged him. They flogged him out of the attack, and he was hit all over the Caribbean. And, you know, he never really recovered from that. So 66 wickets at 30 in 17 tests. And he never really covered. So gone, a classic example of how not to use a spinner.
My last one is the Maharaj Kumar of Vijay Nagaram, who's known as Vizzy, thankfully, so I don't have to go through that every time. It's a really, really interesting story. I don't know if you know, but the early Indian tours were backed by very rich Indian people. And they were then offered to be the captain. And on the 1932 tour, the very rich person said, do you know what? I'm probably not good enough to play in this. I'm going to withdraw myself. Vizzy went the other way, and he decided that he would captain the team and play in the team. In 3 tests, he averaged 8 as a specialist batsman. He could not play. During the tour games, there were rumours that he was paying players to bowl poor balls to him so he could score in the tour game, so his form wouldn't look as bad. He also allegedly gave a gold watch to one player, so he would run out another player. I believe their star player, and I'm trying to think if it was Lala Alamat. I've forgotten his name now. Sorry if I've mispronounced that and forgotten his name at the same time. I think he had a falling out with Vizzy and wasn't on that tour or left. And if it wasn't him, it was one of the other star players of that era. But my favourite moment with Vizzy is a photo of him, which you can find on the Getty, and if you want to see it later, I will put it up. But it's in a tour game, and Titch Freeman is the bowler, and I think Les Ames is the wicketkeeper. So you've got between them, like Les Ames probably the best wicketkeeper batsman of all time up until, Adam Gilchrist, perhaps. And Titch Freeman, I think, took something like 4,000 first-class wickets. So 2 incredible greats of the game. And you've got Vizzy standing about 4 metres down the crease. The bails have just come off. The bails haven't hit the ground yet, Manners. And he's standing 4 metres down the crease with his feet up in the air like he's gone for a walk, like he doesn't know what he's doing, wearing a cravat, not playing any cricket shot that anyone has ever done, turning back over his shoulder, and you're just like, I'm sorry, you should not have been on the ground, let alone captaining India in a test match. What on earth has gone on here? And thankfully, Vizzy was so embarrassing to the Indians that basically after that it didn't happen anymore. And other than the odd moment when Anurag Thakur, who went on to run the BCCI, selected himself to play a first-class game a couple of years ago, mostly those sorts of people have not been picking themselves in cricket of recent times. So we can thank Vizzy for being so bad it didn't happen again.
The game's history is littered with patrons, isn't it?
Not many of them made it to Test cricket, to be fair.
No. You remember the 1996 World Cup, the UAE team, it was captained by
Sultan
Zarawani, who was the only Emirati native. You remember he came out to bat against Alan Donald, who wearing a cap. No, a sun hat.
I was going to say, the thing is, if he came out in a cap, you could almost swing that. He came out in a floppy hat to face Alan
Floppy
Donald.
sun hat. And somebody encouraged Donald to give him a bouncer first. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I love that. That's one of the great stories, isn't it? And he got hit in the head by Donald. He barely moved. I'm not even sure he saw the ball being delivered, Sultan Zarawani. And they took him off to hospital. I think he batted on, didn't he? I mean, he wouldn't even be allowed to do that anymore.
Well, he was saved. The fact that it was a floppy sun hat actually saved him because it hit the side of the floppy and it actually took the impact.
Do you know what would have done better? A helmet.
Yes. I just don't think it occurred to him. I mean, he was a very modest cricketer and a wee bit out of his depth.
I don't think he realised. I mean, I think I've read interviews with him since. I don't think he quite realised that they would bounce him, because I don't think he'd been bounced in Emirati domestic cricket that often because he was a sultan.
You've been listening to a conversation between Neil Manthorpe and Jared Kimber discussing 5 Indian cricketers you didn't or hadn't heard of at the start of the show, but now you do. If you missed any of the show or wish to catch up, you can listen back on the following on feed, now available via the free TalkSport app or wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 as part of the following on podcast.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Fight Night Extra on TalkSport 2 with DAZN. Insider news, knockout names and nailed-on adrenaline from the UK's hardest hit and closest to the canvas boxing showcase. Get psyched up on the sweet science with a weekly knockout card of big fight build-ups, backstage bust-ups, and heavyweight debate. Fight Night Extra, Tuesdays from 5 on TalkSport 2 with DAZN. Stream Kiko Martinez versus Josh Warrington live on DAZN.com.
Never without your bag for life? Locally grown veggies on the dinner table? Or always recycle your plastic waste? You already go the extra mile for the environment. Now your savings can make a difference too. With NS&I Green Savings Bonds, you can save from £100 and help to make the environment greener, cleaner and more sustainable. Save today at nsni.com.
Car 42, pick up at Grange Road.
For the taxi drivers who deliver people home. And the midwives who deliver through the night. To everyone making sure our post is delivered on time, we deliver. McDelivery is open late and here for you. McDelivery at participating restaurants. Delivery fee applies.
Get closer to the drama, the passion and the rivalry of Gallagher Premiership Rugby. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Watch the mighty Men in Black host the Bristol Bears at the stunning 60,000 capacity home of their North London neighbours. Fill the world's best football stadium for a Gallagher Premiership Rugby match. Challenge accepted. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears. Saturday, March 26th at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tickets are selling fast and available now at saracens.com.
Tent. Check.
Sleeping bag, welly boots, face paint.
Check and check. Firewood.
Glow sticks.
Marshmallows.
Picnics.
Check. Let's go.
At QuickFit, we know that days out take enough organising without having to worry about your car. So we're offering 10% off 2 or more Michelin Cross Climate 2 tyres. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
Life is complicated. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple. Relationships are messy and complex and full on. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple. Finding your way is hard. But Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple. Great cover, great price, and a great app that makes insurance that much simpler to get, check, and change. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy.
The Sun Super Days is off to Alton Towers Resort, so you get over 40 fantastic rides and attractions, including Wicker Man and Nemesis, with fun guaranteed. Get your 2 free tickets worth over £120 when you collect codes inside the Sun. Start collecting for your free tickets. Pick up the sum this Saturday. T's and C's apply.
Saturday evening, live. FA Cup football. Middlesbrough versus Chelsea. Coverage from 5. Kick-off 5:15 on TalkSport.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
Oh my goodness, what a shot. And the runs are blowing.
On TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2 bringing you live exclusive coverage of the second test match in Barbados, the second test match of a 3-match series. The game's played in Antigua. That was a draw on a dead old pitch. Now we're at the Kensington Oval in Barbados, and then we go to Grenada for the third test. A fabulous day for Joe Root yesterday, 100 to savour. A brave performance too from Alex Lees at the top of the order, who, if you like, just got in the way of the new ball, and then from Dan Lawrence, who took on the West Indians and lit up the afternoon. So some fascination after a attritional start. A fascinating afternoon's cricket because of that batting partnership. Root finished unbeaten with 119. A couple of chances one specific chance and perhaps one lucky non-review by the West Indian side. But there he is, unbeaten, 119. A lot of balls faced. What a year he's had. My goodness me. Since January 2021, he's made 8 test match hundreds. He's gone to 25 in total, just 2 behind Steve Smith and Virat Kohli, who have 27 each. They're the leaders of the, if you like, the modern big four of batting today. It's a glorious day in Barbados. Most days are, unless you're unlucky enough to be there in the rainy season. It's the second test match. It's in Barbados at the Kensington Oval, a famous ground and a place that's produced many of the greatest cricketers ever to play the game. It's a beautiful island to visit, and we're delighted to be covering this match. Our team's ready to go, not least those of us over in Barbados who are led by Barry Wilkinson.
Well, good morning to you, Mark, and good morning to everyone. Of course, it's just a little overcast, not as sunny as yesterday morning when play started, but the spirits of the England fans are just as bright, and I can tell you that as the team comes out, the batsmen are actually out in the middle before the West Indies fielders and the West Indies bowlers, who are warming up still, but they're just about making their way out. Joe Root, brilliant knock from him yesterday. He resumes on 119, and with him is going to be Ben Stokes, who didn't face the ball because the penultimate ball of the day, we saw the dismissal of Dan Lawrence for 91. So actually Jason Holder has still got a ball to go before we complete the 90th over.
Outside the line of the off stump, well left by Ben Stokes, and that brings the over to an end.
Seals in again to Stokes, who's looking for his first run. We'll get it now with a beautiful shot down the ground out to the long on era for 4. He just pushed that. Real timing. Classic Ben Stokes. And it really deserved the boundary.
Microphone issues?
I think I've got a... Yeah. I'm here.
You're on?
I'm away.
Right. I don't think any producer would turn you off.
Yeah, we love a bit of music. This is it, the Caribbean. A wonderful place to be, especially Barbados. Been there, lucky enough to be there on quite a few occasions over the years, whether it's to play cricket or whether it's just on a little family break. Fantastic place to play cricket, to watch cricket, and to enjoy a beautiful island. Love Barbados.
Roach round the wicket at Stokes, who thrashes that through point. What a wonderful stroke. A square cut of violence. And now he drives through extra cover, throws his bat at the ball, and it whistles past extra cover. Fabulous front foot batting to go with the back foot batting a couple of balls ago.
Well, there we go again. Slightly over pitch from Roach round the wicket, trying to get him caught in that slip cordon, but it's an half volley. Oh, look at that. What a wonderful strike. Head over the ball, right to the pitch of it. Great flow of the cricket bat, and he loved it. Here's Roach once again. Down the leg side, leg glance, 4 runs, poor delivery. He's looking for the in-swinger to Joe Root, and he found it, but it started too straight. And all Root had to do was get a little bit of bat on that one, and it ran away for 4 more runs, taking the England captain to 131. That's just too easy for Root.
Isn't it fascinating to watch Root at work, Goffey, his checks and balances on his positions and the certainty in his play?
Well, he's an experienced player now, isn't he, Mark? He knows his game inside out. He's worked hard over the years. He works hard in practice. And I've been lucky enough to watch him up close, you know, Mark, over the years and watch him train. And he just goes through such a routine. He goes over to the nets originally, he watches a lot of people as his job as captain. Then he goes and works so hard on his slip fielding and close fielding around the bat and reflexes. And then he just bats and bats and bats and works so hard on his game.
There's no doubt that Root sets a good example. The Australian team always used to talk about Ricky Ponting's example in his work ethic in practice. And I think Root very similar to that. It would be hard for any England player not to notice what the captain puts into his game.
And on the fitness side as well, if you look how he's improved his fitness over the past two or 3 years, Joe Root. He's amazing. He goes out and has a run now. And look at Ben Stokes, another great example of someone who absolutely works his socks off in the gym.
Yeah, him and Joss Butler are staggering actually in their input.
This one is driven in the air, out to the mid-off area, is going to go into the boundary for 4. So Stokes coming on the front foot and almost just helping that delivery. Just pushed it in the air. There was no one there, and it just rolled into the boundary.
Dismissive from Stokes.
He's gone to 32. On the verge of 300, 295 for 3. As Pramod bowls to Stokes, who comes down the pitch and hits it, hoiks it. That's gone. Going once, going twice, sold for 6. Ben Stokes bringing up the 300 there for England. And also his first 6 to go to 38 is now 301 for 3.
Stokes looks in good nick, 44 from 69 balls. It's a little leg-sidey, but it's a dead straight bat from Stokes. He just pushes it to short mid-wicket for no run. He was quiet to begin with, and now he's begun to expand. And there really is no more thrilling player. A man and cricketer that you know so well, you've seen grow up. And Steve, this is a guy who's had a really difficult year of his life in so many ways. Took time out, didn't he? Took a sabbatical from the game for about 6 months last year. And yet here he is, seemingly back to something near his best.
Absolutely, and not only his game's back to near his best, Mark, his body is as well. He looks like where he was before he went to the Ashes, or before he had the break.
And I think Ben, I agree with you physically, but what really matters with Ben, of course, is the mental shape that he's in. And he admits that in Australia he just couldn't find his best form and his full concentration and all that kind of thing. And maybe now he's back in play, as they say.
Yeah, and Mark, the loss of a parent is huge to everybody in life. But Jed was so much to Ben because he was a professional sportsman himself. He'd give him such good advice, there for him all the time. He was his best mate in life, and to lose that, I think it is going to take some time to sort of overcome, and I think that was what happened with Ben as well.
Here comes Pramod again. Oh, down he comes, Stokes. Oh, that'll be big. Don't worry about that. Sometimes you just know from the minute it leaves the bat, it's the noise, it's the follow through, and it's maximum.
Mark, not only maximum, we're going to use a new ball. It's on the roof. The Worrell, you can see the ball. Hit the corrugated bit of the roof. 3/4 of the way of going over the top of the stand, and it's rolled slowly back down into the gutter. So it's new balls, please.
Well, thank you for that. We can't see that here from London, but it looked a mighty strike. Also taking him to 5th, and he raised his bat with a huge smile on his face.
Come on again.
Full shot from Stokes out towards deep mid-wicket, gone all the way. And his third 6.
It really was it was look of disdain, the first ball of the over. It was a shot of disdain. If he's thinking this young man can't bowl to me, then he's older than him. Pramod older than Ben. It's 33 for Sammy Pramod, and that really was innocuous. Not long, he left so quick in Stokes.
And now he's back to